Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter became Bellatrix's Dark Prince? Here's a quick glimpse. The wizarding world expected Harry Potter to become its greatest hero. Fate had other plans. When Bellatrix Black claims Harry as her own, she molds him into a weapon unlike anything the magical world has ever seen. As kingdoms fall and legends are rewritten, the boy who lived becomes the Prince of Darkness itself. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. After the nice dinner, they apparated back without problems and arrived both in Harry's room. What about the sleeping arrangements? Harry asked. What? Where did you sleep last night? She asked. I didn't. I had to try the potion 3 times and got it finally right as you were awakening, he answered and shrugged. You didn't sleep and all that for me. I would have helped nearly anyone, he stated as a matter of fact. Yeah, you would, she replied more for herself, but then she grinned. Your bed is a little bit small, but you could sleep with me in the bed, she said seductively. He blushed fiercely. I don't think that would be a good idea, he stammered. I would surely get, reactions, and that would be embarrassing for both of us. She smiled. He found her despite of her age enough to get reactions. She began to like this boy who was becoming a man too fast. I am flattered, she replied despite of her thoughts coolly as it was her normal demeanor. Well, you are wizard. Turn something into a bed, she snapped. She flicked her own wand and enlarged her bed a little bit and changed it to a better and more comfortable version. I am sorry, he said, startled from her cold tone. I didn't want to hurt you. He turned away from her and transfigured his stool into a small mattress on the ground and a simple sheet and a pillow. He couldn't see the look of regret that sneaked in her face. But she regained her cold facade in a matter of seconds. She looked at the teenager curiously. Why did he use such an uncomfortable solution? He was a wizard, for God's sake. And a rich one too. He was too modest for his own good. But she decided not to interfere. It was his life and he was mature enough to decide for himself. She gasped as he took off his t-shirt without hesitation, and his not large but well-defined muscles on his back flexed with the movements of his arms. Cute, she said with a devious grin. Harry shot around and blushed fiercely. That had the effect that she could take a good look at his front too. She whistled. Quidditch is clearly good for you, Harry, she said and licked her lips. What? He asked, confused. She began to laugh. I like your muscles, Harry, she explained, this time good-heartedly. Thanks, he muttered, still red as a tomato. Now we are nearly even. You took a look at me and I of you. Now I only have to take a look at your legs, she said and discarded her dress. Again he blushed and turned around like a tornado. She laughed again. There is nothing, what you didn't see already. Keep cool. Easy to say for you, he muttered. I am a bloody teenager and I do have hormones. Keep cool. Ha, impossible. She giggled this time and crawled under her bed sheet. You can look again, I am covered. You are so sweet, Harry. Such comments do wonder for a woman like me or my age. Thank you. He crawled in his bed as well. I was only stating the obvious, he said sincerely, and unseen from him she blushed slightly but turned quickly away. He is only a boy, for God's sake, she thought for herself, but a cute one, she added in her mind. As Bellatrix Black awoke on the next morning, she was alone in the room. Where the hell is this boy now? She muttered and took a look at the watch. It is only 10. As if he had heard her, he knocked at the door. She snickered to herself. You have to loosen up, sweetie. Louder she said, you can come in, I am covered. She thought to herself, maybe the next time I should lie on the bed while saying that and see if he get any reaction. Morning, Bella. Sorry, I forgot to take clean clothes with me, he said and went over to the closet to take out a t-shirt and some new black jeans from his shopping trip the day before. She stared at him with wide eyes. He was covered in sweat. What the hell have you done this morning? She asked. What I have been doing every morning since the beginning of the summer. I trained my body, he replied and winked at her. She decided to tease him again and licked her lips in a seductive manner. It is paying off. He left the room blushing and she laughed again. As he came back she was already dressed, but her long hair was messy as every morning. He was smiling. You have a nice laugh, Bella. You should do that more often, he said sincerely, but added, but not at my costs please. Now come down, breakfast is ready. She followed him and sat down on the kitchen table. That smells nice, she said as she observed the crumbled eggs, the fresh toast and the other things. You must have a dutiful house elf. Yeah sure. You are in a muggle house, Bella. My relatives hating all that has to do with magic, including me. So I am the house elf. He snorted. She stared at him incredulously. You are joking, right? Not even the Dark Lord would treat you like this. Maybe I should move to him then, he joked. That is not funny. Don't underestimate him, she snapped. I don't, he replied fiercely, but I don't fear him either. You are a foolish boy, she replied now angered. He was taken aback for a moment, but then he said quietly, you know, I hear that often but it doesn't matter to me. But to hear it from you, that hurts. He stood up and took his dishes away. Damn, why do you do this? She yelled, why? Why do you bear with me? I killed Sirius. I nearly killed you. And now, you, I don't know, care for me. You treat me like a friend. Why? I never had any friends. Why and why you? He turned around with an indifferent expression. Why did you protect the girl? She was thrown of her rant by the change of the topic. What? She reminded me of myself as I was young and innocent, she whispered. You are right. I do care for you. I would like to become friends with you. I do help you, because it is the right thing to do. You needed help, I helped you, he stated as a matter of fact, his eyes once again indifferent. She shook her head and said seriously, with that attitude you won't stand a chance against the Dark Lord. You have to be ruthless, merciless while dealing with Death Eaters. I already realized that. Don't underestimate me, Bella. I will do what I have to do. But leaving you there bleeding to your death belonged not to that. If I didn't have seen that you have a heart I would have killed you. But I didn't and I am glad about that. Great. I am still dead. They will hunt me down and kill me. She said despaired. No they won't. Harry said determined. But, they won't, if we hunt them and kill them first. And if Voldemort is dead, then you are free, he said and his voice was now underlaid with ice. You are crazy, you know that. You are nothing more than a foolish boy with a hero complex. She yelled. That was clearly the wrong thing to say because his face changed to a mask of fury. His eyes lit up in an inner fire, they were now the same green as the death curse and she shuddered. The raw power he was emitting now was frightening even her, a powerful dark and evil witch and she backed away from him as he strode over to her like a dementor, his eyes piercing her own. That, he said every word as cutting as his eyes were. I will kill Voldemort and everyone who stands between me and him even if it is you. He said with barely restrained rage. The china began to shake and small cracks appeared in every window. A breeze began to form around the teenager as he came to a stop only inches before her. For now I may be foolish to even begin such a task. But I will learn. And I will use what I learn. I asked you to help me with that. If you do that or not is your decision. Me. She regained her composure and straightened herself. A cold smile formed in her face. At least you are determined. Let's see what we can make of it. But now, I want to have acceptable clothes even if it has to be Muggle. To her surprise his demeanor changed as fast as hers and he became cool instantly. Do what you want. If you want to stay with me, you have to bear this house until my birthday. After that I am legible for my property and we can see if we find something more suitable. If you stay with me, I may have a surprise for you on my birthday but I don't know for sure. If it becomes reality it requires a great deal of trust to me. More I won't say for now. Can you cope alone in the Muggle world? What? Why? Don't you want to come along? She asked. Shopping with a girl. You are joking right? That comes close to a cruciatus, that much even I know about girls or women in your case. Besides I meant what I said. Now that I know that I can do magic, I have to learn and learn I will. She approved of his fierce determination and nodded, I will be all right. Good. Come with me, he ordered her. Irritated from the quick change of topic she followed him. He shoved her once again on her bed and grabbed the hairbrush. We have to make sure that you are presentable. Besides with a colorful Muggle outfit, nice hair and a smile on your lips, you could walk down Diagon Alley and nobody would recognize you. Her face was turned away from him so she allowed herself to smile sincerely. If she was honest to herself, she liked it very much to have someone who cared for her. As the day before, she enjoyed the soothing feeling of the moving brush. She visibly relaxed and unseen from her, Harry's lips formed also a sincere smile. As he was finished, he hugged her spontaneously around her petite waist and pulled her to him. To his surprise, she snuggled against him and sighed contentedly. He held her without any words for at least 10 minutes. She sighed again. I am going to help you, Harry. I will train you, but I am a demanding teacher and a cold-hearted one as well. I wouldn't have it any other way, Bella. What I intend to learn is dark or blackest powerful magic. Any small error could cause a catastrophe. We have neither time nor room for errors. And you were right, I have to become colder. I changed already after Sirius' death, and I am still changing. I was hurt, but the pain turned into something more powerful, hate and the thirst for revenge. You will help me to turn myself into the weapon necessary for my revenge. Harry was cold and sincere as he told her this self-analysis. She nodded and replied thoughtfully, you got that right. I already saw that you have changed as you engaged the Death Eaters in the park. You allowed yourself to feel hate and anger, but despite of it you kept your cool this time and acted properly. I don't think that we have to fuel your anger further. We only have to be sure that you aren't losing your head in a fight over your emotions, be it a physical fight with Death Eaters or political with Dumbledore, and you will have to mess around with the old fool, at least if you become a dark wizard. Alright, we need the books of the Blacks. Until now, we will learn and train normal dark magic, if there is such a thing. What are you going to learn while I am out there? Animagus. I am intended to find out your form, Bella. She smiled, you know the deal. I should go now. Yes. Here is some cash. There is a mall down the street, half a mile away. He handed her £500 in his cloak. Be careful. The house is most probably guarded by the Order. Take the back door. She nodded and stroked the shimmering material of the cloak. You do trust me too much, Harry, she stated. He only smiled. I think my trust is well placed for once. She put on the cloak and grinned inwardly, as she leaned over and placed a key through the fabric on his cheek. She whispered, thank you. With that she disappeared and grinned once again as she saw him blushing and stroking his cheek before she went away. She still had no clue what to make of this boy. As she came back nearly 4 hours later, she found Harry in their room. She froze amidst the step, as she saw that he was sitting in a lotus position on the floor surrounded by 5 candles. After the grade the candles were burnt down already. He had to have been for at least 3 hours in this state. She sat quietly down on the bed and watched him intently. Opposed to all she knew about this boy before, he was now sitting upright in a determined and confident way. The position was perfectly achieved from what she knew. She saw that his eyes were moving in a constant way. His breathing was slow and regular. It came deep down from his stomach and seemed to be intensive. She tried to remember how you could find out your form. There were some different ways to achieve that. Of course, at first you would have to find out if you had the ability in the first place, and that contained a complex potion which only masters could brew. Another potion was also one of the ways to find out your form, but this has to be freshly brewed, and that was a long process as well. Another way was a personality test and dream journals. An even longer and harder way. She tried to remember if meditation was a way. She needed a while before she could remember. Only the strongest wizards with a well-organized mind and powerful determination could find their inner animal this way. But if they achieved it that way, it would be the fastest way to achieve the actual transformation. If the trance was deep enough, you could learn anything you need about your inner animal and could instantly move forward to the practical part. As far as she knew, no wizard or witch had achieved it with the meditation in the last 2 centuries. He was smiling as he opened his eyes, and with a flick of his wand and again no incantation, the candles extinguished and disappeared. Hello, Bella. You are back to black, he stated. Do me a favor and stand up, he said without moving from his position. Curiously, she followed his wish. Turn around. She did that too and nearly felt how his intense green eyes were wandering over her body. He on the other hand took in her new clothes. She wore black and narrow jeans that were low-cut on her hip. She wore a silver chain instead of a common belt. Her belly was uncovered, and above hat she wore a black stretch top with short arms. On it was a blood-red rose printed directly above her beeps. Her silky hair swayed lightly as she turned around. The narrow jeans emphasized her long legs and her crisp butt. Her black top did the same for her other womanly features. Harry whistled with a devious grin. What are you, Bella? A gothic femme fatale or a seductive say goddess? She grinned happily. Thank you. I take it you like what you see. Maybe you will sleep sometimes together with me in my bed. She teased him. Without changing his nice expression he said, maybe. Now, I guess you were looking for your form. Where did you get the potion? What potion? He asked. The potion which determines if you have the ability. Ah, that potion. I didn't use it, he said smirking. What? Why not? She asked irritated. Why should I? My dad was an animagus and everybody goes on about how much I am like him. Everybody keeps telling me how powerful I am. I didn't bother. But I do believe that anything is possible with magic. You only need two things, enough determination to reach your goal and enough power. I was thinking a lot for the last weeks, a lot over my last years in the magical world. I tried to watch my actions and achievements objectively from a third-person view. I came to the closure that I am indeed somewhat powerful. Take the Dementors for instance. I was able to cast a corporeal Patronus with 13. One that was powerful enough to chase away 100 of the foul creatures. I was able to withstand an Imperius of the Dark Lord himself with 14. I deemed that enough for me to become an animagus. I see. I know it is not very probable, but did you find your form? Not only that, he answered solemnly and was finally getting up. What do you mean? I did not only find my form but I did learn all about it I need to know as well, he stated. Impossible. She gasped. As I said, nothing is impossible. All teachers told me it is impossible to block the killing curse. If it had been, I wouldn't stand here. All right, I don't argue with you about that. Spill it. No, you first, he said grinning. I am a black eagle owl. Harry nodded thoughtfully, studious and vicious. It is fitting for you, but I didn't know you like flying. I had not often the chance to, but I do. I like that. We could do this together, Bella. He said smiling. Now to you. How about you take a few guesses? All wizards think they know me and you are included. Show me what you know about me. He asked her. She became thoughtful. You like flying and you are a very good flyer as far as the intelligence of the Dark Lord says. I think you are a flying animal too. You are very powerful as you said. I mean, nobody found out his form the way you did for the last 2 centuries. They simply hadn't the power and you did it with the first try. You are brave, noble, courageous and righteous. You are a true Gryffindor. I would say you are a lion but they can't fly. If it would be possible to become a magical animal, you could be a griffin. But it isn't. So, how did I fare? She asked, sure of herself. Totally wrong except the first fact, he said with a slightly disappointed voice. You two judge me without knowing me as all the others do. How fits the evening of your rescue in that image? I killed and I tortured. She nodded thoughtfully. It doesn't fit very well. That was malicious and vicious, not treats of Gryffindor or a lion. Harry, I agree with you. I did judge you without knowing you. Please, tell me where I was wrong. I want to know the real you. She asked seriously. Well, I like flying. It is the only time when I feel truly free. It is as if I left all burdens on the ground. She smiled kindly at this. I am powerful, we covered that already. But I am not brave, I was simply foolish and stormed ahead without a plan in the past. But I won't do that anymore. I do what I have to, but in the past I was more foolish than brave. I still am in some ways noble, but I am not against my enemies, at least not anymore. While I would never hurt an innocent, I have no more hesitation to kill or even torture my enemies. That was also in the past. I am also no Gryffindor, Bella. That had wanted to place me in Slytherin. I convinced him otherwise. But why? Because I think I was manipulated. First I met Ron, who is a Gryffindor. Second I met Hagrid, who told me that all the bad wizards came from Slytherin, which isn't true by the way. Third I met Malfoy, who insulted my first friend. After that I decided that I didn't want to be in Slytherin. Now I agree with the hat. I would have done well in the S-house and would probably be more ready to fight than I am now. I can be cunning if I need to, and now it is time for that. I am now vicious and malicious against my enemies, and they all will feel my anger and my revenge, but I am still protecting of my true friends and family. And you were wrong in the last place. Nothing is impossible. What? Don't tell me. I am a magical animal. he interrupted her coolly, without gloating. It was only another fact for him. Okay, you win. Tell me, please, she begged, now fully intrigued with the young wizard in front of her. What do you know of wyvern, Bella? He asked with a devious glint in his eyes. A wyvern, she yelled. He nodded. Wow, if we hadn't known before, that you are truly powerful, we do it now. Let's see. They are related to dragons. They are nearly as resistant as them, more malicious or because they are far smaller. They are nevertheless nearly as dangerous. They reach a height of up to 2 meters and a length from head to tail end up to 4 meters. Their span width can go up to 6 meters. There are different kinds of them. Every kind can start another magical attack. The most common is fire breathing. Some breath ice, acid, or in rarer cases even lightning. Well, I was ever somewhat special, I would say. Lightning then? She asked, floored. He only nodded, and I am in such a dark gray, that it is nearly black. Besides the magical attack, you forgot their dangerous mouth with its large teeth and their extremely sharp claws. I think the tail of it is also very dangerous because it is pointed and looked armored to me. They are also faster and agiler flyers than dragons. I for my part can hardly wait to try it, he said and rubbed his hands together. And I am not sure if I even want to be near you, if you change for the first time. She shuddered. Well, then let's eat something and then let the fun begin. After that and until the time of his birthday, they trained nearly the whole day from early in the morning until late in the night. They were still nothing more than friends, maybe not even that. She still thought too often as foolish boy of him and told him so. He was either insulted and hurt because of that or enraged, and he showed her with no hesitation that to enrage him was not a good idea. One time, as she taunted him about it, he even showed her how well he was able to cast a cruciatus now. After that incident her respect of him grew and her taunting deceased nearly instantly. He on the other hand wanted nothing more than to gain her respect. He didn't even know why that was so important to him, but that's the way things were. He didn't give it much thought. But he did learn and put much effort in his training to please her, but that seemed to be impossible. He didn't know that she did respect him and simply still hadn't found his boundaries. So she pushed him farther and farther until exhaustion. Slowly her view of him changed form, that of a boy to that of a merciless but righteous young man. He was powerful and that was something she adored. She found him also despite his age, and if he returned that feeling, that was okay with her. So she did tease him more than once a day with his shyness. And made him blush. But from time to time he did it with her too, and they get better along as his birthday came nearer. Mostly she liked the feeling of security around him. Despite countless and loud rows and fights they had, he let her feel that he cared for her. He brushed her hair every morning and that was her favorite time of the day. For the first time in her life, she felt like an adored woman, not like a bitch who is there to please her husband in any way possible. So his birthday arrived at last. She had thought long about a present for him, but she could only come up with one, and she wasn't sure that it would go well for both of them. She wanted to give him the same feeling of care that he gave her, and she knew only one way. She sighed, as she got up for the day. Harry was awaiting her already with breakfast. Happy birthday. She nearly squealed and hugged the surprised boy fiercely. Thank you, he stammered, blushing. What have you planned for your special day? She asked excitedly. He cleared his throat and fixed her with a serious stare. Today, I have to know if you trust me with your life. She was taken aback by this question. I do trust you, Harry. What do you mean with my life? Well, better I explain something to you. I have been in contact with attorneys since my first visit in Diagon Alley this summer. What? Why? She got an uneasy feeling in her stomach. Because I intend to make that not a special day for me but for you. You told me that they don't have anything against you, what you would agree with under veritaserum. The lawyers looked carefully through all charges against you and they are fairly sure that they would win if you would agree to show up to a trial and make a statement under the serum. What? She was once again floored by this boy. When would it be? Today at 1 in the afternoon. I arranged a lunch with them so you could go through the charges to see if there is any concern. She looked frightened, ready to jump up and run. He laid his hand on hers and pressed as reassuringly. You are not alone in this, Bella. I will be with you all the time, and if worst is to come, we will flee. I have 2 special portkeys charmed for emergency. I will hold them while you are checked for any magical item and give one to you before the trial begins. You have given this much thought, haven't you? And since when you can make portkeys? For 5 days. I did independent studies, Bella. And yes, I have thought about it since you came here. Wow, it would nice to be free, but, are you sure? She asked hopefully. He nodded. After some seconds her eyes widened and she gasped, you would be with me. You will be recognized. No, I won't. I will be disguised as one of the assistants of Webster and Webster, a squib boy with brown hair, brown eyes, no scar, no glasses, you get the picture. I don't know what to say, Harry. Yes or no are your options. He replied with a sincere smile. I trust you, Harry. If you say, there is a chance, I am going to use it. But, won't the Dark Lord know about it? No, they only know in the ministry that there is a trial, not about whom. The only one who knows is the judge, Madam Bones. They are going to be surprised. Yeah, that alone is worth it. I want to see the look in Dumbledore's eyes. Harry said with a malicious grin. So she agreed. It was 1 in the afternoon as the judge announced the next trial. The ministry against Bellatrix Black, formerly Lestrange. Absolute silence reigned the great court of the wizard gamut as the door opened and 4 people flanked by 2 oars walked in. There she was, one of the most wanted witches in Europe. The black-haired woman held her head high and confident, and she glared viciously at the gathered crowd. Behind her were the 2 oars, and behind them were 2 elderly-looking men and a teenager who seemed to be in awe at the gathered crowd around them. He carried some papers with shaking hands and nervous eyes. Nobody knew that his hairs were colored with Muggle means or that he had colored contacts in his eyes. Nobody knew that he was inwardly absolutely calm and collected as he sat down between the wanted Death Eater and the well-known lawyers and handed them the files. Madam Bones, the judge spoke again. Miss Black has surrendered herself to the ministry today on her own free will. She claims that she has been under a magical binding marriage contract against her will with the now dead Rudolphus Lestrange. She will make a statement under the influence of Veritaserum also on her own free will. Because she is voluntary here, I grant the right to question her regarding the charges to her lawyers, Mr. and Mr. Webster. Nobody else is allowed to ask her questions as long as she is under the influence of the Veritaserum. The lawyers will address all the charges against Ms. Black. Murmurs ran throughout the hall but were instantly stopped by Madam Bones. Is the wizard gamut all right with that? She received a positive vote and went on. The serum was administered by an Auror and Mr. Webster began the interrogation. State your name. Bellatrix Stella Black. She answered in a monotone voice. Did you marry Rudolphus Lestrange on your own will? No. I was forced by my aunt. You are charged for torturing the Longbottoms to insanity. Did you cast any pain curse on them? No. The crowd gasped and yelled, but Madam Bones put simply a silencing charm up. Thank you, Madam Bones. Miss Black, why didn't you help them? The lawyer continued. I couldn't disobey him or hurt him in any way. I understand. You are here for murder on MacArthur. Did you commit that crime? No. So the questions continued for nearly an hour. The last charge is the murder of Sirius Black. Did you kill him intentionally? No. Did you kill him at all? I caused his death. How? I fired a stunner at him while dueling him in the chamber of death. He was hit and hurled through the veil of death. So it was an accident. Yes. Why did you duel him if he was a Death Eater? He wasn't. Again the crowd gasped, and this time the wizard gamut as well. Explain. He was framed by Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew is an animagus with a rat form. He accused my cousin of betraying the Potters. In truth he has been the secret keeper and he betrayed them to the Dark Lord. After that he cut a finger off and cast an exploding hex with his wand behind his back. He changed to his rat form and escaped through the sewers. He was the one who brought the Dark Lord back over 2 years ago. He is still alive and in the inner circle of the Dark Lord. Are there any other people in the inner circle? Yes, Lucius Malfoy, Theodore Nott. She called all the names except Snape because he wasn't quite in the inner circle. Now that you are free, do you support the Dark Lord in any way? No. I hate him and all his followers. She said truthfully. Thank you. With that the anti-serum was administered. Madam Bones took over. I have no further questions, Miss Black. An interrogation under Veritaserum is not to be questioned. She stated and shot a glance to the enraged Minister of Magic. I asked the wizard gamut to come to a verdict. She received the answer minutes later and read it to the audience. Miss Black is freed of all charges. She has to get a compensation for her wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban. As the last true Black besides of the head of the house, she has the right to live in the family home. Dumbledore gasped. At this while Bella and Harry smirked evilly. That much for the secret headquarters. I add to that decision, she continued, I declare Sirius Black posthum innocent. Here in this case his heir has to receive a compensation as well. It is to be divided evenly between Miss Black and the head of the house. The case is closed. A statement has to be printed in the press regarding your innocence, Miss Black. Thank you, she said, visibly shaken. She wanted nothing more than to jump up and hug her new friend silly, but she was well aware that this would compromise his security. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Madam Bones. Yes, Mr. Dumbledore. Could you tell me who the new head of the House Black is? No, that is not allowed to me. You will have to ask a Black for that information, and I don't know if Miss Black is informed about that because she wouldn't have much chances to get in contact with him. Miss Black, may I ask you? The old wizard turned to her. She grinned evilly. You may ask, but you won't get an answer. I know very well who is the new head of my family, and I know very well who is responsible for the whole mess in the department of the ministry in the first place. I think it is too much fun to see if you can find out that little bit of information. With that she stood up and followed her lawyers out of the courtroom while many pictures of her were taken, and with every picture her anger rose. As one of the reporters asked her, Miss Black, what do you do now? Have you a new lover? She snapped and grabbed her on her throat. Leave me alone, you bitch. If you ever come near me again, I will show you why I was one of the most feared Death Eaters. I may have a lover, but I wouldn't tell anyone about that. Now run or I show you the meaning of pain. A white witch stormed out of the hall. After that, they were left alone and Harry whispered, I should have known that kind of answer ages ago. She snickered as they got finally out of the building and she had her wand back. Thank you, Mr. and Mr. Webster, she said sincerely. Yeah, thanks. Harry added, your charges will be transferred as we agreed in this moment. Both nodded and disapparated. What cha? She asked, realizing the costs of such a well-known firm. But Harry disapparated with a smirk as well. He waited nearly a minute for her arrival in his bedroom. As soon as he heard the crack he found himself in a fierce hug, and even before he could respond in any way, he felt soft lips on his. He froze, startled to the bone, and needed nearly a half-minute to recover. But then he felt the key igniting his feelings and slowly he began to key her back. Finally he closed his arms around her and hugged her gently back. She broke away after another minute and grinned at his blushing face. You did truly deserve that key, she said happily, but now she froze as she saw his face changing from bliss to indifference. But she had become to know him and saw that he was not indifferent but slightly hurt, at least. What? Didn't you like it? She teased him. She became concerned as she saw that this comment only deepened his hurt. Yes, I did, he admitted, but, please, don't do it again. I don't want to be key-ed in that way, if there are no feelings behind it, he added quietly and turned away. Her eyes widened in realization. He had feelings for her. And she had hurt him, with her meaningless comments degrading the key to some kind of payment for his helping. But what brought her to key him in the first place? She asked herself. What did she feel for him? She cursed inwardly. Like him, she never learned the true meaning of love. But she knew for sure that she didn't want to hurt him. She hugged him gently from behind and leaned her head on his shoulder. I didn't want to hurt you, Harry. I really enjoyed this key. I understand what you are trying to say. Do you like me? Please, be honest. He only nodded. In that way, she had to be sure. Yes, came the whispered reply. Why? What do you see in me, Harry? I am nothing but a cruel Death Eater. You know very well that I only got luck today because they only questioned me about what I did while being controlled. You know that I, in fact, did some of these crimes intentionally. Why me? I don't know. I only know what I feel. I only truly discovered it just as you keyed me. It was as if you ignited some dynamite that destroyed the wall of pure stone surrounding my heart, he said quietly. She sighed and hugged him more firmly. He sighed as well and turned around. She raised her head and looked into his moist green eyes. I don't know where we will go from here, Harry. I don't know what I feel about you. I never learned to love or even to like someone. I can only assure you that this key was not without emotion. I do feel something for you, something nice, that I never felt before. I don't want to be without you anymore. I want to key you again, and I like it, when you hug me or even brush my hair. But is this love? He smiled, one of his rare, honest, and moving smiles. I don't know either, Bella. But it sounds very similar to what I feel about you. She sighed and leaned her head now on his shoulder. She was nearly as tall as him. I am also afraid about my age. What, if I find out that I do in fact love you? Aren't you worried that I am old enough to be your mother? Harry, you may not realize it, but you can get nearly any witch on this planet if you wanted to. You are a nice young man, and beyond that you are rich and powerful, but you are also caring and loving. You're what every witch wants in a wizard. What if someday you see some young chick and decide that I am too old for you? He hugged her. I am not that type of man, Bella. I said it before and I will say it again, you are a very beautiful witch, and as a witch can be. I don't care about immature giggling teenagers. They would never be able to truly be with me. They are kids with no concerns. I may be young in age, but I have a great burden on me. I have suffered and will continue to suffer even more. I have been hurt and I will be hurt again. I have already killed, even tortured, and I will do it again. I need a strong woman at my side, a woman who can bear what it means to be with me, not a girly teenager who only cares about makeup or spending my money. I also need someone who can take care of herself in case somebody attacks us. I need you as a friend, possibly more. Now I have poured my heart out to you. Now it only depends on you, he said seriously as he hugged her again and held her safely in his strong arms. She sighed. You know, you are a bad influence on me, Harry. I was never afraid of something and never insecure before, but now I am both. I like you, but I am afraid to admit it. I am afraid to take this into a serious relationship because you are the first person who truly has the power to hurt me. I'm insecure, and I'm also unsure how I should decide. Normally all of my decisions are made thinking with my head, which says that I should stay away from you. It says that you are too young for me. But my heart says otherwise. My heart truly agrees with you, that you need a woman and not a girl. My heart. She looked up, searching his eyes, and found her own feelings, insecurity, hope, despair, love, and attraction, reflected back. Then she found one more thing in his eyes that wasn't there before, determination. The determination to do the right thing, not the easy thing but the right one. Her eyes widened, as he was leaning forward and his lips touched hers. It was like a spark that flew between them. From her point of view, the first key was mostly to tease him, but also to thank him and show a little bit affection mixed with a curiosity as to what kind of a keyer he was. But now they both were fully aware of their feelings, however unclear they were before. Now this soft and gentle key was simply breathtaking. For her it was like a little spark that exploded into a huge bonfire. Now she was the one who was, for a second, afraid that the key was nothing but a tease. But this second was quickly over. She knew that he would never do such a thing, not to anyone and especially not to her. She didn't know how she knew that, but nonetheless she was sure of it. She gathered all her courage to give in to him and she did it. She finally opened her heart to him. She keyed him back and opened her lips slightly. He was inexperienced but he was passionate. He licked her lips gently with his tongue before he slipped it slightly into her mouth where her tongue was waiting for his. She touched his tongue gently with her own and the gentle key turned into one full of passion and emotion. As they separated both had a new fire in their eyes. Harry led her to the bed and sat down. She stood in front of him uncertainly but she relaxed as he pulled her down in his lap and she leaned into his hug. I think I like this new development a lot, Harry, she said, now more certain. I think I do too. We have to find out for ourselves if this is true love, but I am fairly optimistic about it. She grinned. You could be right for once. Then she became serious. Thank you for everything that you have done for me today, Harry. I don't think you will ever understand how much this has meant to me. I believe I can, Bella. Don't forget that I was a prisoner as well until this summer. She nodded. It was easy to overlook his true life if all you saw was such a gentle and caring person in front of you. But she would never make the mistake of overlooking it again. And above that, she was one of the few witnesses to his dark side that had come out this summer. She was willing to bet that not even his friends had known about this, and she was also sure that the incident in the park had only been the beginning. Her eyes widened. Harry. What will your friends say about us? She asked, full of concern. He shook his head disbelievingly. Bella. Please think about it and ask me that again. He laughed. You, one of the most powerful witches on this planet, not to mention a very dark one as well as a former Death Eater, are worried about the reaction of some students when they find out about us. She laughed as well. If you put it that way, no. Honestly, it only matters to me what you think about it. I know, and I don't care what they think. Frankly, I don't believe they can hurt me much more than they already have. I mean, I only got one letter from them. They had the guts to tell me they could not write me for security reasons. Nonsense. If that was the case, there are still telephones and Hermione is a Muggle-born witch. I remember. The little mudblood. Bella. While it may not matter to them how I feel, it does matter to me if someone insults them. At least as long as they are still officially my friends. So far they haven't done anything to me. Please do not sink to that level. You are too intelligent to truly believe in purebloods. If you think about it, wizards need muggles, be it for food or fresh blood. How many pure-blooded families are there? How many will be still there after the war? How long does it take for inbreeding to cause effects? Her eyes widened. Shit. You were right. That is the second time in one day. He tickled her. You're mean, he said while she laughed and twisted on his lap. Stop that, she said and slapped him slightly. Both yelped, stared at each other, and then laughed again. Yeah, I have to, otherwise you will get your proof that you are indeed as I claim you are, he said, only slightly blushing. Without hesitation she started to grind herself against him and put her hand down on his lap perfectly between his legs. He froze as she began to grope him gently. He became as red as a tomato but couldn't do anything to stop her. He also couldn't evade her hands since she still sat on his lap, effectively holding him in place. It wasn't long before he became hard and started to groan. Bella, he said sternly. She snickered. Your voice says you don't like it but your body disagrees. Which should I believe? You are evil. She shrugged. And you like me. He rolled his eyes and pulled her into another hug. He tried to key her but she pushed against his so that he fell flat on his back. She was on him a second later and keyed him again, this time full of lust. While she was keying him, she rubbed her against his. He began to groan again, this time not because of her teasing, but because of his own lust. Bella, what are you doing? He asked with a shaking voice. Why, I'm seducing you, of course, she replied amusedly and keyed him again. He pushed her gently away and looked deeply into her blue eyes. Are you sure about that? She smiled, one of her own rare but true smiles. As sure as I am about this relationship. We don't know if it is going to last but we agreed to try. Say as a part of a relationship and I for one am looking forward to doing it for the first time of my own free will. I want to be honest with you, Harry. I already thought about giving myself to you as kind of a birthday present but, at the same time, I was afraid you would reject me, and I was right about that by the way you rejected my key. He nodded. But it doesn't matter anymore. You nullified it as a present, but you made it mean so much more. I only want to do it now, because I want to do it. Wow, that sounded silly. Okay, in other words. I want you now, because I like you. What about you? Did I tell you that you are crazy? He asked, grinning. No, but I knew it anyway, she said and smirked. Well, that's a start at least. He joked, but then he became serious. Bella, I do like you, and I do find you attractive. If you want to do this, I want it too. But, she smiled as she saw how uncertain he suddenly was. The great Harry Potter is afraid because it's his first time. She teased him but then became a little bit more serious. Don't be, Harry. We will learn more about each other and our bodies together, okay? All you need to know is that I am safe for at least for the next 8 months because of a contraceptive potion. Now, where were we? She keyed him again and then started removing her clothes. He stared again at her as he saw her completely D for the first time. Gently he stroked her beak for the first time and whistled. You are truly beautiful, Bella, even more so than I had imagined. Thank you, but now it is time to show me how well built you are. What I just felt between your legs was promising, she teased him further. She pulled his shirt over his head and stroked over his lean and defined upper body. Nice, she said and licked her lips. Then she leaned down and began to key his nipples while her hand traveled further down and opened his pants. She removed it seconds later and began to stroke his manhood. It didn't take long until they became united for their first time and, certainly not the last time, on the night of his birthday. It was early in the morning that they finally snuggled up against each other to sleep. It didn't matter to Harry because he was up with the sun despite the long night. He was only glad that he didn't have any nightmares anymore. As he thought about it, he hadn't had any visions or nightmares since the Ministry incident. Maybe the moment he pushed Voldemort out of his head, he finally severed the connection. It wouldn't hurt to learn occlumency anyway. He would have to ask the black-haired angel, or more the devil, next to him when she was awake. He decided to skip the training for the day and enjoyed watching Bella sleep instead. As he moved an inch to get into a more comfortable position, she snuggled further against him and a faint smile graced her lips in her sleep. Nothing could have made him happier than that. She opened her eyes slowly half an hour later. "Hey, what are you doing in my bed?" she asked in a dangerous voice. His eyes widened in fear but she grinned. "Relax. I'm only teasing you." He let his breath out loudly. "That was really mean, Bella," he scolded her. "Relax. You hooked me and you won't get rid of me that fast." "Did you enjoy the last night?" "Of course. It was the best night ever." And you?" he asked hesitantly. "For me too. I mean I had say before but that was different, truly different." "You were right, to have something like that powered by emotions is much more enjoyable." "And you were great," she said sincerely. "Thank you," he said with a light blush. He looked a little bit uncertain in her eyes. Do you, want to?" She grinned, grabbed him and pulled him over to her. As she had hoped, he lost his balance and came to lie on top of her. "Yes," she nearly yelled and keyed him passionately. Some minutes later they continued what they began the night before. They didn't get down in time to eat breakfast so they started with lunch. Just as they began to eat, two owls and a black eagle swooped down to Harry and dropped off some letters before they left again. "Wow, letters," he said sarcastically. He performed some analysis charms on them but they were clean. "My owls," he said and noticed her concerned look. "What is it, Bella?" It was so nice to be with you that I didn't realize that you have to go back to Hogwarts." I didn't either." He mused, while he looked over his scores. "How did you do?" she asked. O+ in Dada, O's in Transfiguration, COMC, Wow, and Charms. E in Potions, I bet that caused Snape some nightmares even if I didn't meet his O level. A's in Herbology and Astronomy and AD in Divination and History. 12 owls. Congratulations. That's not bad at all. She added more quietly, I bet Sirius would have been proud and your parents as well. Harry smiled and shook his head. Sirius would have had a field day with my E in Potions and he would went on how much like my father and mother I was with my O's in Charms and Transfiguration. But he would also tease me about not having more fun and causing pranks. That sounds like something he would do. She sighed. I bet he is looking down on us and is proud of us both, now that he knows the real you. I bet he would even approve of me learning dark magic, from you, to kick Voldy's ass. She nodded. He knew quite a bit of the black magic himself. That reminds me of something. Harry grinned and picked the next letter up. As he had guessed, it was from his most favorite headmaster. He wants me to come over tomorrow evening. Of course I will be escorted. Her eyes widened now in terror. He laid his hand reassuringly on hers. Don't be afraid, Bella. I don't intend to leave you. But somehow I have to at least go for a visit because of the books. We will find a way. Now let's take a look at the last letter. There were two signet rings in there and a thick letter. One showed a dragon and a sword, that was the Black Seal. The other showed a striking griffin with unfurled wings, the seal of the Potters. He grinned and put them on. He received a tingle with both rings, showing that they were magical. He read the deeds over and grinned even more. Guess we should move out of here. What? Where? How about Gryffindor Manor? Harry asked. Her eyes widened for the third time that morning, but this time it was in shock and not in fear. Any other options? She asked, stunned. Yeah, a small ranch in Texas, a small cottage on Majorca, or a flat in New York. Okay, Gryffindor Manor. You do know that the home is legendary. You must be the heir of Gryffindor. Who cares? I am Harry, just Harry, and hopefully your boyfriend. She hugged him. Yes, you are my Harry. What about your invitation? Harry grinned, took the letter of the headmaster and turned it around. Of the empty backside he wrote 2 words, "No, thanks. We give it Hedwig before we move out." She nodded happily. "What about Hogwarts? How long do you estimate I need to become proficient enough with the black magic?" "At least a year." "Well, how about an apprenticeship for a year and then we can think about me going back for my 7th year. I mean that is where the action will be. Maybe we can work something out until then so that we can still be together, but I won't even think about leaving you now. I would be happy with that but only if you truly want that. I assure you, I am still a demanding teacher." "I hope so. Well then, I would be happy to stay together with you." "So it is decided then. Is there an official way to do this?" "There would be but I am not sure that it would be in your interest to let the old coot know that you are my apprentice." "That's true. Can I take my NEWTs independently at the ministry in the worst case?" "Yeah, that is possible." "Well, we could do that so Dumbledore doesn't get his weapon back. Care for some Dada training, charms and transfiguration as well." "Of course. You know by now that I was and still am a really studious type." He shuddered. "What? Don't like that?" she asked with an accusing glare. "Sure I like you. I only thought about Hermione. You know, she is also very studious. Who knows what would happen if she, someday on her own, delves into the dark arts, just because she wants to learn. I don't know if her mind is strong enough to resist the temptation that comes with the dark arts. She could maybe become nearly as powerful as you are." "Really?" Bella asked astounded. "Seems that the Dark Lord and a few other purebloods underestimated her." "They do. Now enough of that. We have to organize a moving and I want to get some keys in before that. Besides, as funny as it would be to see you torturing my relatives, it would be better if we were out of here before they come back." "Why would I torture them?" she asked. "Trust me, you would the moment they say their first words to me, or you. People like them are the reason why Riddle became Lord Voldemort. His father was like them. His hate made Riddle hate Muggles. The Dark Lord has a Muggle father. Don't say you didn't know you had the robe of a half-blood." Harry said, and as he saw the terror in her eyes, he began to laugh hard. She groaned, "Stop that already." "Or what? Or there will be no more keying and definitely no more say." "Oh, okay." He stopped his laughter and keyed her. She keyed him back but also groped his ass, which made him groan. "If you don't stop that we aren't going to get anywhere. You're no fun." She pouted. "And you have mood swings." He accused her and ran up to his room. She yelled, "I will show you mood swings, Potter," and ran after him. She reached him in his room and tackled him onto his bed. Bellatrix contemplated for a moment how to achieve her vengeance on him, and then smirked for a second. Then she keyed him and began again to rub her against his groin. As he started to groan, she got up and said coldly, "Get up. We have work to do." You, arg. "Vengeance is sweet, little Harry," she said teasingly and formed a key with her lips. "I second that," he said smiling. She watched him with wide eyes, as he flicked his wand sometimes, and only minutes later all their things were neatly packed, shrunken and placed in his trunk. He closed it, took it in her hand and asked, "Well, shall we?" "And you call me insane?" "No, I called you crazy, and I am not insane, that is reserved for Voldy." "Harry, don't make fun of him. He is dangerous," she reminded him sternly. "I know that, Bella," he reassured her. "Don't you want to leave them a note or something?" she asked. "Why? They won't even realize that I am not here. Or maybe they will, since they would miss their SLA. I don't really care. Come over here." The goblins said in the letter that my ring is also a portkey to the manor. She obeyed and took his hand. "You know, it is nice to simply hold your hand," she said sincerely. "I think, trying to find out if this relationship is going to work was one of your better ideas. Thank you, but to be honest, you were the one who started it. You keyed me before I found the courage to admit my feelings even to myself. The rest was the easy part." "It doesn't matter." "No," he answered, smiled, and they were whirled away as he activated the portkey. The same day an emergency order meeting was called in. They were still assembled in the most ancient and noble house of Black. "Albus, what's the matter?" Remus asked. "Harry," he said gravely and handed Remus the letter. "That's the letter you send him to inform him that he was coming over here." Remus stated as a matter of fact. "Turn it to the backside." Remus chuckled. "What did you expect? That he would be happy to come back here? The aging headmaster sent him a stern look while Molly asked, "What is it?" Harry politely declined to come here. Remus said, still grinning, and handed her the letter. "How can he do this?" she yelled. "Molly." Remus reprimanded her, "Even if you don't like it, Sirius was more family to him than you could ever be. It is only logical that he doesn't want to come here where he is reminded of him in every corner." She gasped but then looked down in shame. She remembered too well how she had treated Sirius, even in front of Harry. She regretted it very much. Even if Sirius wasn't very responsible, Harry did love him nearly as much as a father. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "It's okay, but don't ever behave like that in front of Harry. Trust me, you wouldn't like his reaction," Remus said seriously. "Why doesn't anyone go over there to look for him?" Hermione asked. "I was there, Miss Granger." Dumbledore said gravely, "There was nobody there. It seems to be that his relatives left suddenly on a holiday a few weeks ago. Arabella never did anything because he was there, at least most of the time, I think. He only moved away today." "You think? What about the tracking charm?" Snape spat. "What? You have a tracking charm on him?" Hermione asked, glaring at the headmaster. "That's an invasion of his privacy." "His privacy is of no concern, his health and well-being are much more important for us." "Yeah, but maybe not for him," she replied and crossed her arms. "It doesn't matter anyway because somehow he removed the charm and placed it on a chair in his room," Dumbledore explained. Ron laughed hard. "Yeah. Way to go, Harry. Did any of you inform him of his ability to practice magic?" Dumbledore asked accusingly. "No, but now it's one more reason for him to hate us." Hermione sighed. "Yeah, I've had enough of your manipulations to our friend, Headmaster, with all due respect, but I won't take it anymore. If we keep on like this, he won't be our friend for much longer," Ron stated firmly. Snape snorted. Hermione sighed and added quietly, "If it's not already too late." "You're both right," Remus said, "but have no fear. I will tell him how you stood up for him, even if it is a bit late. He's a forgiving person." Hermione didn't seem so sure about that. "Harry has changed over the last year. He's matured even more than in the previous years, and maybe the death of Sirius led him to think that he's on his own now. Your restriction of our mail to him would have made it only worse." The headmaster sighed. "Maybe it was another mistake of mine. There is only one thing to do now, to find him before Voldemort does. And he is looking for him," Snape added with a sneer, "besides the newest victim on his wanted list, of course." "And who is that?" Ron asked. "Bellatrix Black," Snape answered with a sneer. "She defied him after Rudolphus was killed." "Lestrange," Ron shouted while Remus seemed lost in thoughts. "Remus, was it?" Hermione asked curiously as she saw his lack of reaction. She claimed that Sirius' death was an accident. She only wanted to stun him. Remus answered. "She's a Death Eater if there ever was one." Ron yelled. "She is lying." "You can't lie under Veritaserum," Remus stated. "But it has to be taken voluntarily," Ron stammered, clearly surprised. "Exactly, that's what's bothering me. Why should she do that?" Remus asked. "What's even better is that she has the right to live here." Snape spat. "What?" Ron asked. "Yes, as the last true Black she does. And I still don't know who is the new head of the House of Black." Dumbledore growled. They heard a crack in the foyer and the painting started to scream. Even before they reached the door to see who was there, they heard a loud voice say, "Reducto Maximus," followed by a loud explosion. As they opened the door, there was silence in the entrance hall. They looked astounded at the big hole in the wall where Mrs. Black's painting once resided. In a cloud of dust stood a dark-haired teenager with black-rimmed glasses, and he was coughing. "Sorry about that, but I couldn't stand her," the teenager stated. "Reparo," he said, and the wall repaired itself, this time without the portrait. "Harry!" Hermione yelled and ran over to him. She promptly ran into a shield and fell on her bum. "What?" she asked, confused. "I only let my friends touch me, sorry," he said with a cold, accusing voice, then turned around and went up to the upper level without another glance. "Harry!" Ron screamed but ran also in the shield. Harry didn't even look at him. Remus chuckled. "Harry?" he asked. This time the teen stopped and turned around. "Hi Moony. What are you doing here?" "I mean, I just received your message." "Oh that. I'm only stopping by for a visit. Sirius left me something. I'm going to get it and be on my way. But you could stay." Remus suggested. No, you will stay. Dumbledore demanded sternly. Remus rolled his eyes and Harry saw it as well as the accusing glances of his former best friends. Harry smirked at the old man. Says who? He asked. I do and you will obey me. I only obey myself, old man. I will get my things and be on my way. Have a nice evening. He went further up the stairs while Ron coughed to hide his laugh. Hermione proved herself to be a friend to him by not reprimanding him for once. 10 minutes later, he was back with a charmed bag. Moony stopped him. So that you know it, Harry, your friends stood up for you. Okay, they only did it today but they did. Thank you, he said and looked down the stairs at his friends and said, maybe I will forgive them of their betrayal with time. They still let me down when I needed them most. That hurt me deeply and I am not as forgiving as I once was. Others will be soon feeling that too. His voice sounded of steel with the last sentence and even Remus shuddered. Now, I have to go. Be careful, Harry said with a smile and twinkling eyes and went downstairs. Naturally Dumbledore and Snape were awaiting him. Harry, please stay here. You are not safe on your own. Dumbledore tried the nice approach. No, thank you, Professor. Harry declined, keeping his voice as polite as the headmaster. His thoughts were another matter. He was beginning to get angry and had to remind himself to keep calm. You will stay, the headmaster demanded now with a hard voice. This impertinence was too much and the teenager had enough. Off. Harry said now enraged. All the others gasped at his tone as well as his power that was suddenly radiating off him. Snape had his wand out. You will not speak in this way to a professor. I think I just did. Harry stated unimpressed. We are out of school and he has nothing to say about me. Same goes for you of course. I won't let you out. Dumbledore's eyes lost their legendary twinkle. It isn't your house, Dumbledore. Harry replied still barely restrained. I still can put up wards to prevent you from leaving and apparating. Harry smirked. No you can't. At least not against the will of the head of the family. Without his consent only the owner is able to do that and Moony would never do this to me. Remus nodded but he was uncertain. See you guys, have fun. Harry said and wanted to go, but at that moment the door opened and a dark-haired woman with an evil grin marched in. As Remus saw the woman, he turned around quickly to restrain Harry but he was only looking curiously at the woman. Well, what do we have here? A gathering of some kind. This wouldn't by any chance be a meeting of the legendary Order of the Phoenix. Severus, what are you doing here? Does the Dark Lord know of your involvement in this? Oh, and little Potty is here too. She muttered in her teasing baby voice. But Harry grinned only coldly. You can stop your act, bitch. I have heard about your whining performance in the court. You aren't as tough as you made us think. The eyes of the woman narrowed dangerously. Care to prove that? She asked now coldly and flicked her wand out. All of Harry's friends watched in terror, because they thought he would enter this fight without thinking. But he didn't. Don't bother, Black. I was leaving anyway. We are going to meet again, maybe then I will take you on your offer. Bye and have fun with the gathering of the fried chicken. He disappeared without a sound in front of the unbelieving eyes of the headmaster. Ron couldn't help it, he chuckled and nodded to Hermione. He's definitively changed. The question is, to the better or the worse. She stated, he wasn't as rash but he was much colder. Hey, Lupin, you are the new owner, right? Bellatrix disrupted her musing. Yes. Where can I move in? All the occupants stared at the woman as if she was insane. Please, tell me you don't mean that. Remus groaned. Well, I don't want to hear an old fool stuttering all day so I won't stay here permanently. Besides it is not very healthy to be around a werewolf on certain days a month. But I want a room to stay in whenever I want. Remus sighed and nodded. If you give me some time, I'll figure something out. I just received the message of your new right to live here. But I warn you, any nonsense and I will kill you. Especially if it's against Harry. Nah, why would I want to hurt little ickle Harrykins? She said reverting back to her insane baby voice. Then she became more serious. I give you a week. After that, I may pay you a visit any time. Besides sometime I have to arrange a meeting with the new head. I am very interested to get to know him. And before I forget it, I want a large room with a nice queen-sized bed. I don't intend to stay alone for long. With that she disapparated. Bloody hell. Snape cursed, my security is in danger. Keep calm, Severus. Dumbledore pleaded, don't forget, she hates Voldemort. Albus, that woman is insane. We can't trust her on this. What should we do? How did she find us anyway? Dumbledore muttered. That is surely the black magic. Severus said quietly, they were an old family and had powerful magic. With her innocence proven in the divorce of her husband, she has been once again named a true black. That is clearly possible. Dumbledore muttered, maybe we should bring her into the order. No, I will not allow that insane woman to enter the order. Molly protested. Ask her and my whole family will quit. She may have been freed of charges, but she is still a dark witch. Well, it was only an idea. Dumbledore defended himself. Now we still have the problem of Harry. We have to find him. Ron, Remus and Hermione nodded to each other and went upstairs, without us. He was here, he was well, and he doesn't want to stay here. Mission over, Remus said, and was away before Dumbledore could shake himself out of his stupor to reply. That's insubordination, Snape bellowed. I'm too old for that. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, keep your eyes open and see if Voldemort has planned something for the boy. We will meet again tomorrow and talk again when all are cooled down. With that he disapparated. Harry was already placing books in bookshelves. He had gathered nearly 4 dozen books in the Black Secret Library after he got the directions from Bellatrix. He jumped up, his wand drawn as a silent crack was to hear behind him. He came face to face with a woman who was laughing like mad. Did you see their faces, Harry? She asked. He laughed as well and nodded his head. Dumbledore's face was priceless. Harry agreed and then laughed again, and snivellous. His face as you accused him of being a traitor. Yeah, that was my best one. And your coolness at the sight of me, that surely blew them off their hinges. She strolled over to him and grabbed him on his collar. But there is one thing bothering me, Mr. Potter. What? He asked and gulped. She had a clearly wicked expression in her eyes. You called me a bitch. His eyes widened. Bella. You called me a bitch. She stated and pulled him roughly to her. Her stern expression was suddenly replaced by a wicked grin, and she licked over his whole cheek with her tongue and snickered. As long as I am your bitch, you may call me that, but only if we are alone. Understood. Sure, he said. He was slowly becoming more confident in dealing with her and pulled her to him. With one hand he pulled her to him and with the other he grabbed her ass. Then he keyed her with heavy use of his tongue. Hey, you are becoming too bold. I'm going to have to show you your place, little Harry. She said and pushed him away slightly. Before he could react, she tore apart his shirt and opened his pants in a matter of a second. They did it right there in the library of the ancient manor which at one time belonged to Gryffindor himself. After they were finished, she took a look at his books. He had chosen a wide spectrum of the darkest of the dark, but nearly half of the books were on one topic only: necromancy. Bloody hell, Harry. I know it is a really black art and it is dangerous. But it's very powerful as well, and Voldemort does have an army, so we have to find one of our own. But nobody has mastered it in over 1,000 years, it was even before the founders. She gasped. Then it's time to do it again, he said, determined. She was once again astounded to see the raw magical power shining through these emerald green eyes. Slowly she nodded. You would have a real chance if you could really become a necromancer. I will help you as much as I can, but I don't have enough power to do it. He smiled and she could see that it didn't matter to him. He liked her for her and not because of her magical power. He had his own reasons. One of which was her trust in him, and she swore to herself here and now that she would never betray his trust. He smiled as if he had read her thoughts. Her eyes widened as he said, "Thank you. But I didn't say anything," she replied. "I know, but I could see it in your eyes," he said with a soothing voice. She gaped at him. What the hell? He shrugged. I don't know. I feel a bond developing between us. I also feel my power growing, Bella. It started shortly before my 16th birthday. No, it can't be possible. You're entering your magical puberty. And that means what? He asked. She rolled her eyes once more about his ignorance of the magical world, even if she knew it wasn't his failure but a failure or a manipulation of Dumbledore. Every wizard or witch at some time enters a magical puberty. Usually it is around 20 for witches and 22 for wizards, and the growth in the magical power develops between 6 months and a year. The sooner that happens, the greater will be the magical growth spurt. And even now you're very powerful. She gasped. Oh, That should be okay then, he stated coolly, and she gaped at him. Doesn't it, excite you or anything? No, why should it? I don't really care about power. In fact, I hate it that I stand out against all others. To me that little fact has only two positive meanings, Bella. Firstly, I know very well that you like power, and so I am happy that I have it for you so that I can keep you safe. The second reason is that it will help me against Voldemort. All other reasons to raise my power are not relevant. She hugged him. I appreciate that, Harry. I like power, but I don't like the consequences of power-raising rituals. That was what let the Dark Lord snap. I don't want you to become insane. She seemed to be in thought, and at last she nodded. The powerful wizards of old didn't use wands. They simply couldn't withstand the use of that much power. For things such as necromancy they used staffs. Staffs? I think I've heard of something like that. Harry mused. But there is no one who is powerful enough to create one anymore. It would be better for you to create your own anyway, so it would be better suited for you. I'll look into that, and together we can create one for you. You need to concentrate on learning the magic. He nodded and keyed her gently. A month later, a group of people cautiously entered the platform between tracks 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. They disappeared in a wall between the two tracks. On the other side, they immediately started looking for a friend of theirs. There were 3 significant people in this group, all teenagers: a red-haired witch, a brown-haired witch, and a red-headed wizard. Where is he? Hermione asked, clearly concerned. I told you he isn't going to come. The younger girl with the red hair muttered disappointedly, I feel it. Why shouldn't he come? Ron asked. He has to complete his education. Hermione snickered. I never thought you would say something like that. Gee, Garoff, he said, but laughed with the 2 girls. They still had to enter the train as the last signal sounded throughout the platform. Shit, he didn't come. Ron swore. They said goodbye to their parents, Remus and Tonks. Remus was concerned as looked over the platform. He'll be okay, Moony. Tonks whispered. I hope so, he said as the train started to move. The disappearance of their savior nearly caused a riot by the students of Hogwarts. Not all of them had liked him, but most were losing their hope now. Adding to that, there were more and more reports about Death Eater's activities, even if there weren't any murders yet. It seemed to the wizards that Voldemort was searching for his archenemy intensively. They all hoped that he would not find him so soon and keep himself busy with his search. 2 weeks later, a visibly stronger Harry Potter entered the study in Gryffindor Manor. His muscles had developed and seemed to come together with his magical puberty to complement the growth of his magical power. He also had a growth spurt over the last month. His girlfriend estimated he would reach the height of 6 feet within this year. Said girlfriend sat in the study with many open books, some wood, and other materials. The green eyes of the young man became hard, as he saw that she was clutching her left forearm, exactly where the dark mark was placed. Damn, he spat. She hadn't heard him come in and her head shot up. Shit, she cursed and took her hand away. He pierced her with an accusing stare. How long? He demanded with a cold voice. Since my trial, she said, and stared defiantly back at him. He nodded and accepted that she hadn't wanted him to be concerned on her behalf, or that she showed weaknesses in front of him, or whatever her reasons had been. But now he knew, and he was going to deal with it. He strode over to her and grasped her arm. His firm grip showed her that he would not accept any resistance, so she gave in. He had gained much more confidence since they were together. Once he set his mind on something, he wasn't swayed from it easily. They had more than one row during the time they were together, but in her mind it was worth it. He carefully looked over the black tattoo. The skin around it was deeply red and swollen. He closed his eyes, concentrated on the point in his forehead where his famous scar had been, and placed his right hand over the mark. Both gasped as hot stinging pain shot through them. Harry let himself feel the magic that was woven throughout the mark in her body. He was using his connection to the Dark Lord at the same time, and he knew the pain Voldemort felt at this moment was at least 10 times worse than what they endured together. The combination of his growing power and his unique connection allowed him to nearly see the strands of Voldemort's sickly green magic. He let his own dark red, nearly black magic flow throughout his girlfriend. His strands of magic were twice as thick as the green ones of Voldemort and wound around them. With a mental signal, his magic tore the green strands of Voldemort's apart. Bellatrix screamed in pain, but he kept a firm grip on her arm. He kept his grip until he had destroyed every single strand of foreign magic in her before he drew back his own. She had screamed the whole time and tears were rolling down her cheeks. He knew it had been hell, because his girl didn't scream lightly and nearly never allowed tears to flow. She had endured the cruciatus from Voldemort himself without screaming, but this had proven to be too much. He still had his hand above the tattoo. He smiled and muttered, "Now we need to remove this ugly tattoo from your beautiful body." "Let's see, the original incantation was Mors Madre, let's try this." "Erdomsrom. She yelped again and swayed visibly. A green glow was forming under his hand for a moment. As he took it away he smiled as he saw the red but unmarked skin on her arm. "I am sorry for the pain, honey," he said and hugged her fiercely. She leaned against his arms and sighed contentedly. She felt safe in his arms and the pain slowly drifted away. "Thank you, Harry. If I had known that you would be able to remove it, I would have told you about his torture long before." "I know. I wouldn't have been able to do it long before, so it doesn't matter. You are truly free now. That is the only thing that matters," he said and stroked her back. "I thought only the one who cast the mark in the first place can remove it," she said curiously. He smiled. "I know. But I am still connected to him. I activated the connection to access the mark. There is one other thing that came out of this." "What, besides the obvious?" she asked and looked in his amused green eyes. "Well, Voldemort was connected to you through it. It should have hurt him much more than it did to you." She laughed despite her pain and he laughed with her. "Now, how is the staff coming along?" he asked. "I know the needed spells and the most probable materials for you. The ones we selected yesterday." She nodded and began to explain the spells to him. "Do you have enough power to try it?" "I have to, honey." She rolled her eyes. "Don't call me that, Drake." He smiled. "No. What shall I call you then?" "Princess. Angel. Beauty. Bitch." She called him. "No. I only call you bitch if we are in bed or a similar situation." She slapped him and yelped, once again reminded of her oath. "Well, you are a beautiful but vicious eagle owl. So I think I'll call you Talon. How's that? Better. Don't kill me if I still use more lovely names for you, okay? We'll see. I make no promises," she said with a smirk and meaningfully played with her wand. "Anyway, I've learned a lot of spells, Talon. I can't go any further without practicing them." "Okay, let's try it." They got it right on the first try and the resulting staff was magnificent. It was made of the tree of life, tail hairs of a old and wise griffin, freely given, heartstrings of a black dragon, and scales of a wyvern, in this case, of Harry himself in his animagus form. There was a blood emerald the size of a golf ball embedded in a stylized claw of a dragon. A blood emerald was an emerald which wasn't green as usual but a dark glowing red. It pulsed lightly with the rhythm of his own heartbeat and he felt the power of it as he took it in his hands for the first time. He felt a wave of magical power washing through him and he felt something else. It was a new connection to his staff, he had bonded to it. They were truly and rightfully proud of their achievement and both relaxed that day and celebrated their success. After that, he studied the practical portion of necromancy with new vigor. And so the year flew by quickly after that. It was in June of the following year as the last meeting of the Order of the Phoenix happened. It was taking place within a secret room in the old castle of Hogwarts. As was usual by now, Ron and Hermione were there along with the core members. "We are here to discuss the security of the students while they travel back for the holidays." Dumbledore opened the meeting, "But firstly I want to know if there is anything new to discuss." "Nothing new about the suspected students, sir," Ron answered for once in a no-nonsense voice. "Anything new about Harry?" Hermione asked. The eyes of the headmaster were twinkling like mad, indeed. "What?" Molly nearly screamed. "It seems to me that little Harry has come to his senses. Just this morning I received a letter from him asking me to allow him back to his 7th year." "That's great," Ron shouted. "But what about all the lessons he missed?" Hermione asked concerned. "As far as he told me in his letter, he has been studying this last year and thinks he is up to it. And even if he isn't, I trust you to help your friend catch up." Dumbledore said with a small smile to Hermione. "Of course," she replied beaming. "What other news do we have?" Dumbledore asked. "There were some Death Eater raids during the last month," Snape stated. "What? Why didn't we hear anything about it in the press?" Ron asked. "Because not one of them was successful. They had been small raids to keep the Death Eaters satisfied. But not one of them came back, alive. What? There's somebody out there who is killing them? Remus asked, interested. It would appear that way. Some were simply hit with the death curse, it seemed. But clearly more had been mutilated. The torn apart bodies and all the remains had been sent to the secret hideout. Snape reported. This is disturbing news. Dumbledore stated gravely, there has to be a powerful dark wizard at work to achieve this. While it's good that he is ridding the world of Death Eaters, it is bad to have another dark wizard out there. Severus, do you know anything significant about these occurrences? There are rumors flying around that before any of this happened, a dark eagle owl was seen flying over the places where it happened, like a messenger of the impending death, if you will. That sounds more like a myth. Anything else? Not that I know of. The only thing bothering me is how he or she know of the raids. Snape mused. Is there another spy? Ron asked, intrigued. I don't believe so. None of the Death Eaters have enough brain or skill to pull that off. Snape said, sure of himself. Lucky guesses? Remus asked. Not possible. Then at least one of the raids would have been successful. Snape responded. Ron mused, it doesn't matter as long as the person is fighting on our side, even if it is a more final way of dealing with the bunch. I for one appreciate it. At least this way, there won't be any other escapes from Azkaban. Hermione scowled. I never thought I would say this, Ron, but you are right, from a logical point of view. But in my heart I can't condone such actions. We'll see if we can find out anything else about this stranger. Dumbledore concluded. Wait, one thing more. Snape interrupted, I have a feeling about this guy, Albus. Don't cross him. It seems to me that he is killing all who stand between him and his target. The Death Eaters are already terrified. For now, we aren't a target as far as we know, but if we ever try to stop him. Ron nodded, I hate to say it, but I second that. Snape smirked at the red-headed teenager but nodded, glad about the support even if it came from a Gryffindor. We shall deal with him carefully. Dumbledore decided. Now to the security of the students. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, I trust the DA is ready to protect the students. We did all we could, Professor. Hermione answered, they are proficient in Dada, but we don't know how they will fare in a fight. And without Harry as their leader, well, they didn't learn as enthusiastically as last year. Thank you. Remus, Tonks, and Shacklebolt shall accompany the train. Sadly to say I can't send Severus along because it could compromise him. The teenagers nodded. Molly seemed to be concerned. Do you really believe that an attack could happen? It's possible, Molly. We know now that Voldemort is becoming impatient and he isn't actively searching for Harry anymore either. When he strikes he will do it where it will hurt us the most. She nodded, agreeing. As the teenagers sat in their compartment some days later, they mused about the last school year. I wished Harry could be here. Ginny sighed. He will be next year, Ginny. Hermione reassured her. But we have learned so much in the DA alone. Won't he feel singled out? I don't think so. We know he's fine from the few letters he sent us, and we know he will be coming back for the next term. Then you can see him again and work on seducing him. Hermione teased her. Ginny blushed fiercely and Ron groaned, he better behave. Don't you dare to interfere, Ronald Weasley. Hermione scolded him, or I won't even key you anymore. That's not fair. He whined. What's he going to say about you two being together? Ginny asked. Hermione gulped and blanched visibly. We hope he will be all right with it. You didn't tell him. We still couldn't send him a letter. You know that. Ron said. Yes, you're right. But you should tell him as soon as you see him. We know now he isn't very forgiving anymore. Ginny reminded them, he still hasn't forgiven you, or me for that matter, for what we did to him last summer. Ron looked deep in thought as he stared out of the window. Oh shit, he muttered and blanched. What is it? Hermione asked, alarmed. There is a black eagle owl flying beside the train. Both girls looked out of the window and there was indeed an owl flying directly beside their window. She seemed to see them, screeched once and flew out of their sight. Do you believe the rumors could be true? Ginny asked, clearly frightened. It wouldn't hurt to alarm the DA. Ron stated as a matter of fact. Hermione nodded and activated the charmed coins. She put all members on a high alert. I hope it's a fluke. Ginny prayed. Her prayer wasn't heard. Not even 15 minutes later they heard an explosion and the train came to a halt with screeching brakes. As soon as it stopped, curses were impacting on their side of the train. The window in their compartment shattered and covered them in shards of glass. Luckily none of them were seriously injured. Ron was the only one, and he only suffered from some small cuts because he sat nearest to the window. Cautiously they looked out of the window and saw at least 20 Death Eaters out there, and they were getting closer. They fired curse after curse at the train, mostly exploding hexes or the cruciatus. Suddenly they heard the screech of the mysterious black owl. Ron nearly snickered, as the Death Eaters stopped their attack for a moment and looked to the sky more than a little frightened. But his smile froze on his face, as a black cloud appeared out of nowhere between the train and the Death Eaters. Darkness and evil were radiating from the black cloud until it disappeared. The students nearly became sick as the feeling ran through them. After the cloud disappeared, a tall athletic wizard stood before them. He wore a dark red, nearly black, cloak and had the hood up, which covered his hair and face. But the most significant feature was the staff he carried. It was 6 feet long and had a gleaming crystal of some kind on top of it. It pulsed in a dark red light. A staff? Who is powerful enough to use one? Hermione asked. This guy obviously. Ron said absently. They watched, as the guy didn't even wait or warn the enemies before beam after beam left his staff. They didn't even hear an incantation. The beams caused explosions and screams from the confused Death Eaters. The teenagers shuddered as he began to fire green beams between the Death Eaters. It was the same green color as the death curse. The only difference was that it was surrounded by a spiral of the same dark red light as the pulsing crystal. Death Eaters tried to cast shields, but the curses flew straight through them and killed them on impact. He's using the killing curse. Hermione stammered, frightened. They're beginning to reorganize themselves and fight back. Ron said, concerned. They saw, like in slow motion, how he raised his staff a foot in the air, the glow of the crystal intensified and he rammed it down on the ground. A red circular wave exploded over the ground and suddenly the stranger was surrounded by a circle of glowing red runes and a pentagram also encompassing runes. What is that? Ron asked his girlfriend. I don't know, Ron. It could be some kind of summoning ritual. The stranger began to chant in an old strange language and shudders of pure terror ran down their spines. That's sick. Ron stuttered as he began to feel a gut-wrenching feeling flowing through his body. Black magic, Hermione stated as a matter of fact. Suddenly the ground began to shake and the earth between the stranger and the Death Eaters was torn apart. Large chunks of earth were moving upwards as if something large was trying to break free from beneath. And it was. A huge skeleton broke out of the ground with a skull as large as a car, sharp menacing teeth, and glowing eyes in the color of the crystal. As it completely emerged out of the ground they could see that it has once been a huge dinosaur of some kind. A T-Rex. Hermione gasped. The animated skeleton began to move towards the now running and screaming Death Eaters and reached the first ones shortly after that. It tore them apart with its claws and teeth. They heard a strange laugh in a cold and foreboding manner. Now, you shall reap what you sow. He yelled over the noise and started to hurl dark curses over to the Death Eaters once again. Some of them started to fight back and fired curses of her own at him or the unholy creature. He only laughed and batted most of them away with a flick of his magnificent staff. Others, like the unblockable killing curse, he intercepted with an expertly levitated chunk of earth or a rock which exploded at the impact of the green light. He didn't even move once from where he stood. This guy is good, Ron said, impressed. But he is evil. Look at that monster. Ginny said, full of terror. He's a necromancer. Hermione stammered with a shaky voice. And, Ron asked. Ron, nobody was powerful enough to even try it in the last 1,000 years, not even Voldemort, she explained. Holy shit, Ron swore. More unholy, came Remus' voice from the compartment door as he came over to the window. Dumbledore has been informed and will be here soon. No matter how foul the magic is that he is using, he saved us. Remus said, shaken. You can say that again. He's dealing with them without mercy. He isn't here to take prisoners, he is out for the kill, exactly as Snape said. Ron whispered. 1 against 20 and he is laughing at them. Remus said and shuddered, even if he has his hands full with blocking now. But he has already cleared the lines of them and his monster is still killing, even if they did blast apart some bones. The girls clung to each other with shaking bodies. Dumbledore appeared just as the stranger blew apart the last 3 Death Eaters with an empowered reductor curse. The old wizard visibly blanched as he saw the still moving skeleton of the haunting dinosaur. Great Merlin, he gasped. Not exactly, the stranger replied with a magically altered deep and reverberating voice. He once again rammed the end of his staff into the ground, and with a red flash the skeleton, the rips in the ground, and the symbols surrounding him disappeared. The mysterious eagle owl swooped down with a screech and landed on his right shoulder. Who are you then? Dumbledore asked. None of your concern. Why did you help us? The headmaster asked. I didn't. But you did. No, I was here to kill Riddle's minions. It was your luck that I stood between them and you. Why are you killing them? That's simple. I want to kill Riddle himself, and I will kill anyone who stands between me and him. Don't even think about crossing me, because for me it is no difference between you and them. There are only two things that matter, me and Riddle, and one of us is going to die a painful death. But Dumbledore gulped, we could work together. No, we can't. Why? Because I said so. The stranger replied coldly, you got your first and only warning, fool. Stay out of my way or bear the consequences. With that he and the owl disappeared in a black cloud. They were still shaken as they arrived, with 2 hours delay, at Grimmauld Place. Remus opened the door to his home and had his wand out within a second. What? Ron asked and took out his. Somebody's here, Remus stated quietly and pointed with his wand to the burning fire in the fireplace and the light in the house. They cautiously moved in and throughout the house until they stood before the library door and heard someone moving around inside. Remus kicked the door open and the group sent a series of stunning curses into the library. They were very surprised as they saw a tall black-haired teenager sitting there on a desk, not even moving as the curses missed him widely. He coolly looked up and watched them with cold green eyes. Nice welcoming, he muttered and looked back down to his book. The teenagers, Remus, Tonks, and Molly looked questioningly at each other. Only Ginny kept her eyes on the dark-haired, green-eyed young man in front of her. Molly asked, who is that? Ginny's eyes widened and she whispered, Harry. Before she ran over to him. Harry. Ron and Hermione simultaneously shouted before they ran over to the young man. But once again they all ran into a shield. Shit. Ron swore. Remus only chuckled. Harry looked him in the eyes and stated annoyed, in the past the library was a quiet place without such disturbing pests. And why did you want to curse me? Pests. Ron yelled insulted. But he was thrown off as Harry simply ignored him. I am sorry, but we didn't expect you. As we saw that there had to be someone in here, well, we were cautious. Yeah, sure. You were idiots. What did you expect? Thieves. Death Eaters. Who can even find this house, you morons? He spat. Remus nodded and put his wand away. Sorry. You were right, of course. I think I better leave. Harry muttered and placed the book back in the bookshelves. No. Please stay. Hermione pleaded with her former best friend. We're sorry for how we treated you, really. Really? Harry repeated in an unbelieving sarcastic voice. Hermione looked as if tears would start to fall soon. Harry groaned and rolled his eyes. Don't you dare to start wailing. His friends gasped. Harry, what happened to you? Ron asked, shocked. Nothing. I only realized that I am better off on my own. He went past them, but Remus stepped in the way. Harry, please. Stay with us for the summer. Harry sighed. Why? Because you were once like a son to me, even if you didn't know it. I want to have you back. I want to be it like the old times. It will never be that way again, Moony. I changed. I know. But at least we can be friends again, he pleaded with the young man. All right, but I have a few conditions. I want a room for my own. My privacy will not be invaded, be it Dumbledore, you, or the morons behind me. And I warn you all not to annoy me. No problem. Remus hesitated, I would like to give you Sirius old room. I think he would have liked that. Harry simply nodded, all right with me. Someone tapped Harry on his left shoulder. He turned around like a flash and had his wand pointed between the eyes of a shocked Hermione. Shit, don't do that, Harry cursed. She gulped but stayed firm. Harry, could we please talk to you? He looked at all the faces. What is the matter with you? You look all as if you have seen a ghost. No wait, that's normal for you. Anyway, you get the picture. We did see something like that. Ron stammered. To be precise, we saw an animated skeleton of a long-dead Tyrannosaurus which was summoned by a necromancer, who killed 20 Death Eaters that were attacking our train. Hermione said in a fast way. Don't forget to breathe. Harry replied grinning, well, sounds good to me. No reason to freak out. They all stared at him disbelievingly. How can you take this so coolly? Ginny asked. He shrugged. Why shouldn't I? One wizard more on our side. Nothing more matters. But he's a dark and evil wizard. Hermione said sternly. Who cares as long as Voldemort and his minions are the ones getting killed? You're frightening me, Hermione said quietly. Now, that's not my problem. You wanted to talk to me. Would you like to sit down with us in the kitchen? Molly asked hesitantly. Not preferably, but I don't think I have much choice, He smirked and went down, passing a disturbed but lightly chuckling Remus. This isn't going to be easy. Hermione sighed. As they sat some minutes later in the kitchen, Harry looked at them questioningly. Well, he asked. We wanted to say that we are sorry. Hermione began. You already did upstairs. Harry replied unimpressed. Well, how are you? Fine. Hermione sighed. We're fine too, if you're interested. Fine. Arg. Harry. She groaned and she got finally a reaction of him. He grinned. Well, what else? Harry asked, now more relaxed. Ron and I, we're dating. Hermione said quietly. Fine. Harry replied in the same curt tone as before. Are you okay with that? She asked, surprised. Why shouldn't I? I am not interested in girls who put the idiotic ideas of a senile old man before the well-being of a so-called good friend. Hermione's eyes became moist and Ron supported her. Harry. We already said we're sorry. We know that we made a mistake. Please, don't take it out on her. If you have to pick me. As you wish. Harry stated coldly and instantly had his wand pointed between Ron's eyes. He didn't move an inch or show any fear. I should curse you. Although it would be a waste of magic. Harry stated coldly and put his wand away. But then he looked over Ron and nodded. Well, at least you are standing up for your friends now. I'm impressed. Ginny gathered her courage and asked, how have you really been over the last year, Harry? Wasn't it lonely? No, he stated, but then sighed. I have learned a lot during the year. I set myself a hard schedule and was preparing myself for the war, and I am still doing that. I missed you, she said and blushed. I mean, we missed you, she added quickly. Harry sent her a smile and asked, you still have a crush on me then? I thought you were over it. She blushed even more but nodded. Ginny, that what you dream of is not going to happen. Please, I don't want you to get false hopes. I like you as a friend, maybe even family, but not as girlfriend. I'm sorry, but that's the hard truth. She looked at him horrified and her eyes got moist. Her mother moved to her and hugged her while Ron sent Harry an accusing glare. Harry only raised an eyebrow at him. What? You hurt her? Maybe, but it is better to clear that up now than later, Ron. I actually did it to lessen her pain, not to hurt her intentionally. It simply is as it is. I don't think of her that way. You're right, Harry. Hermione supported him. It was better to get it out of the way now. She will get over it with time and won't dwell on pointless hopes forever. She sent Ginny a look which said that she was sorry but being serious, and she nodded back. Ginny gathered her courage and said, thank you, Harry, for being honest with me. He smiled, his first true smile since he was back. So, Mr. Potter, do you have a girlfriend? Hermione asked with a devious grin. Harry betrayed no emotion. That is none of your concern. Hermione pouted. I thought we were beyond that. Harry grinned evilly. We may even be, but I won't share all my secrets with you anyway. Okay. Where were you? She asked. I would like to know that too, came a well-known voice from the doorway. Harry turned his head to the headmaster. Well, if isn't that the manipulating old man himself? Hermione gasped but kept her mouth shut like the last time. Are you finally done with using my friends against me? Harry asked with a smirk that would have had made Snape proud. Dumbledore gaped at the young man. Harry, that's Mr. Potter to you. Harry interrupted him. What? Dumbledore asked, clearly blown off his track. Well, Mr. Potter, where have you been? Here and there. It's none of your concern. I have to know. Why? Harry asked. Again Dumbledore was thrown off his track for a second. Because I only care for you, he said with twinkling eyes. Since when? Harry asked, seemingly surprised. Was it before or after you forbid my friends to be there for me as I needed them? Or was it, as you shared your damn prophecy with me? No, I don't think that was then, because it was just half an hour after I saw my godfather die. Maybe it was, as you left me with my loving relatives. No, strike that. They were abusive, beating me and locking me away in a cupboard. I'm sorry, but I don't remember a single moment where you cared about me. His friends stared at him in shock and shot the headmaster accusing glares. They beat you? Molly asked enraged. He had known the prophecy the whole time, and didn't tell you. Remus asked shocked. Dumbledore was now shaken and looked from one accusing wizard to another. Only Harry was smirking evilly. Why did you do that? He asked finally the young man. Harry only shrugged, because it was the truth. Albus, I would prefer it if you would leave for now. Remus said with barely restrained rage. But we have to talk about his training. What if I don't want to? Harry asked. But you must. Dumbledore insisted. For 5 years you had your chance to help me and didn't. Now you're only a waste of my time. Bye, bye, Harry said and turned to Remus. You know, as owner of this place, you can order the magic of the very house to kick him out. Really? Remus asked with a marauder-like grin. How do you know about that? Harry grinned like a marauder himself and held his left hand up where 2 signet rings glittered in the light. Well, that's what I thought. Who else would Sirius have named as the new head? Remus said with an evil grin to Dumbledore, who blanched once again. I asked you peacefully but you didn't go. Now out with you. Dumbledore disappeared with a blue crack, visibly forced, because his last look was one of shock. Where is he now? Hermione asked curiously. Don't know for sure, probably where he came from in the first place. Harry said, shrugging. He couldn't know it, but dear old Dumbledore had landed in Antarctica and had to charm a piece of ice with shaking hands into a long-range portkey. Now, where have you been? Molly asked. Concerned. Home, he said with a smile. Home, Remus asked. Gryffindor Manor. Bloody hell. Ron gasped. I thought it was only a legend. No, it isn't. It is real, ancient, and nice, if too large for one man alone. Harry said, shrugging. So that was how you disappeared last time. Hermione mused. Surely it's unplottable. To find it, you would have had to have a portkey, and as you disappeared without a sound, you used it. Clever like ever. Harry stated with a grin. When are you going to invite us to see it? Ron asked eagerly. I didn't say I would. Harry said, as a matter of fact, no one will get to go there, at least until the war is over. But we're your friends. Ron whined with a hint of jealousy. Yeah, I thought that too for a time and I was wrong. Harry said, think of it as payback, for keeping the information from me that I could do magic. Ron blanched. Okay, you win. How did you find out anyway? Hermione asked. Well, my other aunt was there, and after 3 days of constant insulting of me and my parents, I snapped. She called my mother a whore. His friends gasped and Remus growled in rage, and I cursed her. Harry finished. After that I obliviated them all and sent them on a trip. Well done. Ron shouted. What curse did you use? Remus asked. Oh, you don't want to know that. Harry said in a voice that wouldn't tolerate any resistance. Remus looked questioningly but then shrugged. All right, what do we do now? Remus asked. I will go up to Sirius' room to get comfortable. After that, I will leave the house for a while. Don't expect me back before late in the evening. What? You can't. It's too dangerous. Molly yelled. Harry sent her a piercing glare and growled. Don't make the same mistake as Dumbledore. I can and will do what I want and when I want. Is that clear? She was taken aback by his cold and cutting voice. Otherwise, I will simply stay away again. Harry finished with a smirk. But, Harry, I'm only worried. He just glared at her. All right, but please tell us when you are back. I can do that, but don't treat me like a child. I've had enough of that from the old coot. I know perfectly well what I am doing. He snapped. With that he disapparated, and minutes later, they heard a second crack from upstairs, indicating that he left. Where the hell is he going? Ron asked, disappointed. I would say that Hermione may have been right. Remus said with a smile. How? She asked Remus. He's exactly like James was. I would bet he, indeed, has a girlfriend. But why didn't he bring her with him? Ginny asked. Remus shrugged. Who knows? There could be many reasons. Maybe he wants to protect her, and as long nobody knows her, she'll be safe. Maybe he has other reasons. Yeah, maybe she is ugly. Ron snickered. Hermione rolled her eyes. I doubt that that would be the reason, Ron, honestly. Which girl was he after in Hogwarts? Cho. And, was she ugly? No, she was beautiful. Hermione scowled at him and he blanched. not as beautiful as you of course. But Hermione didn't buy it for a second. Remus and Ginny laughed. Anyway, Harry has a good taste at least for the outer attributes. I only hope he has a better taste of character now. Hermione stated. He has matured quite a bit, Hermione. I am sure, he does. And no offense to you, Ginny, but he needs a woman who is very mature too, not a girl like you. You should realize something, before he comes back. What? Hermione asked. Harry has changed a lot. He intends to stay on his own now. Even if he did talk with you again, he won't share everything with you anymore, and he will get nasty if you try to force him. Keep that in mind and give him room. Give him a lot of room. Remus said. Seriously. Molly nodded. As much as it hurts me to admit it, Remus is right. Talk with him, be there for him, but stay out of his way. The three teenagers nodded and went in the girls' room to chat a little bit more about the new cold Harry Potter who was once their best friend. The aforementioned friend had arrived a few minutes before in his home where he was awaited by his love. She took one look at his face and snickered. It didn't go well then. Bloody childish idiots. How am I supposed to live with them for a year? He growled. At least I hope I got through Ginny's thick skull that I never was, and never will be, interested in her. I would hope so too. She scowled at him. He strode over to her with a fierce glare and a shudder went down her spine. She had recognized on a few occasions now that he could be more frightening than the Dark Lord is. But she didn't back away because she knew he would never hurt her, at least not intentionally. He grabbed her by her collar and pulled her roughly to him. She found herself in a rough but intense key. After a few hot minutes he separated from her and grinned wickedly, question answered. I'm still not sure. Let's try it again. She replied in her own wicked way and pulled him into another hard passionate key. Okay, I believe you this time. She pulled him onto the couch and pushed him down. She sat down behind him and laid her arms around him in a rare show of comfort and affection. He snuggled against her and sighed. You don't really need them anymore, Drake. You're far beyond them, and not only in maturity. I know you still care about them and that is okay with me. But don't let them bug you. Anyways, you have me now. She added with an unusually soft and caring voice, for her at least. He turned slightly around and keyed her gently. Thank you. Now, how did it go? She asked. It was okay. I tried to show them that I need space, and I think that at least Moony got it. They'll behave. But the old coot showed up. He did. I bet he wanted to get you under his thumb again. Yeah, he did. I told him to sod off. I even got Moony to kick him out with the black magic. He added with a snicker. You're a bad boy, Harry. I am, he said with puppy dog eyes. Yes, and I think I need to show you what I do with bad boys like you. She said and rolled him over so that he was above her on the couch. Strike that, I would only do this to you. She added with a wicked grin and tore his shirt apart. He groaned. If you don't stop that, we're going to have to go shopping again. She shrugged and keyed him. Aw, come on. I know you like it. Besides, you're a wizard, you can fix it. He grinned. You know me too well. Now, where were we? They made love until early morning before they both finally fell asleep. Harry showed up in Grimmauld Place at 9 in the morning. The others were in the kitchen and eating breakfast. They were all startled as he appeared in the middle of the kitchen with a loud crack. Harry, Ron said as he got out of his shock, you nearly gave us a heart attack. Sorry, he said, sat down, and conjured up a coffee. By the way, I'm here. What? Ginny asked. Molly said I should tell you, when I am back. Well, I am. He said with a mischievous spark in his emerald eyes. I told you he has a girlfriend. Remus teased him. Harry, you haven't been sleeping with her, have you? Molly asked outraged. I'll tell you this now for the last time. Harry growled. What I do or who I do is none of your concern. She visibly gulped. Please be careful, Harry. I only mean well. What do you think I am? An irresponsible child. Harry snapped. I know very well what I am doing. If I ever slept plus with a girl, I would be responsible enough to take measures for prevention or otherwise bear the consequences. You could clearly see how she kept her legendary temper in rein. She had to swallow her pride as she was spoken to in this way. You're right. You aren't my child and I have no say in this matter. She said in a disappointed voice. With all due respect and without the intention to hurt you, you're right about that. Harry replied firmly, "You don't even know me enough to judge me or my deeds. Even if it is about a girlfriend." She sighed, "I understand and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, Harry." Apology accepted. "Harry, where are your glasses?" Hermione asked. "For that matter, where the hell is your scar?" "What?" Molly bellowed again and looked more closely at the young man. He only laughed. "I thought that you all would have asked about that yesterday." "Well, I knew something was off when I first saw you. I just couldn't place what had changed." Hermione admitted, "I mean, you have changed quite a bit. You've grown and developed muscles. We were too busy processing those details to take notice of the smaller ones." "What happened?" "I had both issues fixed by an acquaintance." "By who?" Remus asked, interested. "Let me put it this way, sometimes it pays off to treat other creatures with respect," Harry said with a grin. "A creature, which has powerful and nearly unknown magic?" Remus asked. "Like a house elf," Hermione stated, smiling. "In this case, a goblin." "You let a goblin hex you?" Ron asked, outraged. "That's exactly what I meant." Harry snapped again. "Wizards are so narrow-minded and arrogant that I truly wonder why they still even exist. They couldn't heal my eyes or my scar." He did it with a snap of his fingers. End of discussion. Ron raised his hands. "Calm down." "I am calm. You haven't seen me when I'm not," Harry said with a truly evil look. Ron shuddered. "I don't think I want to." Harry smirked. "But you will, and it will be an interesting experience." Then he relaxed a bit. "Well, enough of that nonsense. I've changed, all right. Get over it. What do you have planned for the day?" Ron and Hermione shared a glance and Ron nodded. "Well, we wanted to do some more work on our animagus studies." His eyes lit up. "Have you already found your forms?" "No, we're still working on that." "Which way did you choose to find it?" Harry asked, clearly interested. He had gained the attention of everyone in the room now. "You know about the 2 ways?" Hermione asked. "2. There are 3, maybe even more." Harry smirked again. "The potion, the personality test, and the best way." "I didn't know there was a 3rd way." "What is it?" Hermione was hooked. "Meditation," Harry answered shortly. "Nobody has found their form that way for the last 2 centuries." Remus stated. Harry coolly raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Remus groaned. "Don't tell me you did." "As you wish." "What?" Remus asked, irritated. "You said I shouldn't tell you, so I won't." "Arg. Harry. Did you do it that way or not? And forget my earlier statement." "Well, I don't know if I can trust you," Harry said indifferently. Hermione sighed. "Harry, I swear that I won't betray you again." "You do. Have you mastered occlumency?" Her eyes widened and she shook her head. "So, I cannot trust you," Harry stated as a matter of fact. "Well," Hermione sighed again, "at least I wouldn't tell anyone." "I wouldn't either," Ron and Ginny said at the same time. "Me neither," Remus said. "I won't either," Molly promised. "All right, I did it the short way," Harry said, grinning. "What form do you have?" Ron asked. "I won't share that information with anyone who can't protect it." "Sorry. I can live with that," Hermione said deeply in thought. "Tell, as if it is a cool form at least," Ron pleaded. "It can be useful," Harry said with a mischievous smirk. "Why didn't anyone choose this way, Remus?" Hermione asked. "Well, it happens to be the shortest way but also the hardest. It doesn't take as long as the personality test or the potion takes to brew. But it can only be achieved by extremely powerful wizards." "Oh." She was clearly disappointed but then smiled at Harry. "I knew from the beginning that you would become a great wizard." He rolled his eyes and groaned. "Fine, you go studying your forms, I have to find out how to kill Voldemort." "What?" came the triple scream from Molly, Hermione, and Ron. "Didn't the old coot tell you the prophecy? At least he allowed me that privacy." "Well, it says, I have to kill him or he will kill me." "Oh dear." Molly nearly sobbed, as did Hermione and Ginny. Can I help you?" Hermione asked, despaired. "No, I don't think so. But thank you. But, trust me, the kind of research I'm doing is nothing that you can do, Hermione," Harry said with an honest smile. She nodded and Ron hugged her with a thankful look to Harry. "Then you are truly on your own at this point," Ron stated as a matter of fact, "but up to the point where you're going to face him, we'll be with you. We'll stand beside you." "I am not so sure about that," Harry said with a faraway look, then his eyes refocused on Ron, "but thanks anyway." This behavior continued for the next 2 days. They all would talk a little while Harry would still be distant to his former friends. In the evening he would disappear to Bella's and spend quality time with her. He would learn most of the day, but unknown to the others, he wouldn't study defense against the dark arts. No, he was studying the blackest arts he found in the vast library of the Blacks. But on the third day it happened. Harry was drinking a cup of coffee in the kitchen while reading a book about fatal spells. It was a dark book but not really black magic. Hermione sat down beside him but kept her distance. The door opened and a very hyper Bellatrix entered the kitchen. "Well, if it isn't Potty and the little know-it-all," she taunted them. Hermione kept a careful eye on Harry, but to her surprise he didn't even look up to her. "Are you now mute or deaf, Potty?" she teased him. "Hey, are you drinking coffee? I could drink one too," she said with a wicked grin. Without looking up, Harry conjured a cup of coffee with a flick of his wand and shoved the cup over to her. "Now keep quiet, Black," he hissed. "Whatcha reading? What? Hey, those are dark arts," she squealed and clapped her hands excitedly. Hermione just blanched as she read the title. "Harry, what are you doing?" she whispered. "Learning," he answered shortly. "Hey Potty, I could teach you the ways of the dark," Bella said. Harry looked up to her, and to Hermione's shock he seemed really to think about it. "Please don't," Hermione begged him. He looked annoyed at her. "Keep out of it." But he turned his look again to Bellatrix and only she recognized the amused glint in his emerald eyes. "Well, I don't think that would be advisable, Black. My little friend here would worry about me," he answered her. "Too bad. I could teach you much more than magic, little Harry," she said in a seductive voice. "Really?" he asked again, seemingly interested. Hermione gasped, shocked to the bone. "Yes, I'm a grown-up girl, Harry. And it's been far too long since I've had say," she said and winked at him with her beautiful black eyelashes. He laughed. "Yes, I can see that. But I am afraid I'll have to decline." "What?" she screamed insanely. "Nothing personal, really. But I'm already in love with someone," he said sincerely. "Love?" she asked, surprised. There was nothing but sincerity when she looked into his green eyes. "Yes, I do love her. She's beautiful, has an angelic expression when she is sleeping, and she has a body that most girls can only dream of. And she has the same wicked sense of humor as me," he said with a true smile. "Little Potty's in love," she teased him, though he still caught the slight shaking in her voice. Hermione watched him with a curious look in her eyes. Unseen by Hermione, Bellatrix mouthed a key to him and said, "Well, I'm in my room. I had a long night. Bye kids, and behave." With that Hermione and Harry were left alone. "Harry," she shouted at him. "What?" he asked. "Why did you tell her that you're in love but not us, and I could tell you were telling the truth?" He looked into her disappointed brown eyes and grinned. "I didn't tell you, because it annoyed you and gave you an impression how I felt when you told me nothing, and I told her, well, because it annoyed her." "You're mean. What else is new?" asked and looked again in his book. They were startled by the sound of curses and other commotion in the entrance hall. Harry growled and stormed out of the room with Hermione directly behind him. Harry took one look around and flicked out his wand. Snape and Bellatrix were standing across each other, wands out and curse marks already on the floor and the walls behind them. Other occupants like Remus, Ginny, Tonks and Ron came as well. "Oh, is Sevy afraid of me?" Bellatrix teased him. "I only said I can't trust you not to sell me out and I have to do something about it," Snape bellowed and flicked his wand again, but he did never finish his spell. "Operor non vulnero meus prosopia," Harry bellowed and a sickly black beam flew from his wand and into Snape. The potion's master screamed in pain and fell to his knees in cramps. After it was over, Harry strode over to him. They all could feel the rage that was radiating of the teenager as he went. He stopped directly in front of the man who had just stood up and snarled, "If you ever try to curse a member of my family again, I will kill you." With that he punched the older, taller, man in his face so that he was thrown back to the ground. Without even looking at the man he swirled around and pointed his finger on an astounded Bellatrix. "You. Keep in mind that we Blacks mean business. We don't bother with teasing. If someone engages you in a fight, deal with him quickly, don't hesitate. Kill him, punish him, or do whatever you think reasonable, but do it instantly." "Got it. Yes sir," she answered, totally taken aback. "Keep in mind that it was similar actions that got your cousin killed." She blanched and nodded. "Good." Harry said and put his wand away. Harry, why were you defending her? Ron yelled. That was dark magic. Hermione gasped at the same time. Harry's eyes flared up again in rage and he turned to Ron. She is now a member of my family and it is my responsibility as head of the family to protect her. Not to mention that I simply hate the greasy git. And you'd do well to remember to stay out of my business. Then he turned around to Hermione, and it wasn't just dark magic, it was black magic. Black, as in black and white, as well as in the Black family. He said with a smirk. Hermione now seemed terrified and she ran over to Ron and clung to him. Even Remus looked disapprovingly at him this time. What did that hex do, beside cause him pain? Ron asked, clearly interested. Harry smirked again and whirled around to face Snape, who was getting up again. It wasn't a hex, Ron, it was a curse, a real curse, speciality of the Blacks. I'm also betting that we'll find out exactly what the curse did in a few seconds. Dumbledore apparated in, just as Snape raised his wand at Harry and shouted, "Cruck! Triple A arg!" He stopped the curse mid-sentence and fell, screaming, to his knees. What? Dumbledore asked as he reached out to help Snape up. That brat cursed me. He used dark magic. Snape spat. What? How could you? Dumbledore asked. Are you really that senile, old man? You stand there and berate me on the suspicion of using dark magic when you walk in on your pet Death Eater casting an unforgivable at me. Oh, I forgot, it doesn't matter how your lapdog treats me. Well, he attacked a member of my family and I dealt with it. I had to make sure that he would never do it again, and he won't. Harry said with a smirk, but then his eyes became hard, and now I have to punish him for casting an unforgivable on me. No. Dumbledore tried to interfere, but Harry had his wand out faster than anyone thought possible and hissed coldly, "Flipendo!" A bright golden beam raced towards Snape. He was hit with the bludgeoning curse directly in the stomach. His body crumpled as he hit the wall and slid down the wall unconscious. And now, out with him! Harry bellowed and Snape disappeared with a crack. Harry, he'll die. Dumbledore berated him. Is that his problem or mine? Harry asked the headmaster. Harry, when did you become so uncaring and cold? The headmaster asked gravely. Offhand, I'd say around 16 years ago when you left me on the doorstep of my relatives. He spat the last word out like it was Malfoy's name. Or how about, when you told me that you kept the prophecy from me? How about, pick a point in a history when you interfered with my life and that should answer your question. But, I have no time for this. Do you know where you sent him? No, but I have an idea that you'll tell me anyway. To Antarctica. He'll freeze to death. Dumbledore accused him. If that's the case, it's his own fault. He attacked a member of my family and he attacked me. You would do well to look at the whole story instead of picking and choosing what to address. Well, do you want to help him? Harry asked. Surely. Then, Harry grinned, out with him. Dumbledore disappeared and left two smirking members of the Black family and some other stunned people behind. Harry. Hermione nearly sobbed again. While I can understand why you attacked him, I can't condone how. You're turning into a dark wizard. You're using dark magic. Oh no. Hermione doesn't approve of my actions. Whatever shall I do? He spoke theatrically. There is no dark or light magic, there is only magic. Harry said coldly, besides, how should I kill Voldemort in another way? With a stunner. But dark magic is only used to hurt people. She insisted. You can also hurt or even kill people with so-called light charms. Think about it. What happens if you levitate someone 50 feet into the air and end the charm? And to give you an opposite example, the cruciatus was developed for medicinal purposes. With a well-placed cruciatus you can wake people from a deep coma. You could use the act for defense purposes. The so-called dark magic becomes evil only if the wizard is giving in to the temptation of power that comes with it and uses it for his own evil purposes. Now, I would prefer if you would leave me alone to finish my studies. Bellatrix, I think you were heading to your room. With that he turned around and went back into the kitchen while everyone else stood rooted to the floor in the hallway. Miss Black. Hermione asked hesitantly, why did you obey him? I mean, you used to want to kill him, or worse. What? The little know-it-all doesn't know all. She was back in teasing mode. You're a mudblood, you won't understand if you don't know about our culture. He's the head of the Blacks. He has at least some authority over me. But mostly, I have to admit that, I was stunned that he stood up for me. It was really impressive. Now shoo. With that she disapparated to her room snickering. Harry had just sat down at the table when the door opened allowing Remus and Tonks to walk in together. "Harry, you shouldn't mess around with dark magic." Remus scolded him. "Stop it, Moony. Don't even bother me with this." Harry growled. "Harry." Tonks yelled but froze as his green eyes pierced hers. "Stop it, Tonks. You may be a far part of my family, but you still are a part of it. You will not question me. Is that understood?" "What? How dare you?" Harry flicked his wand and put a silencing charm on her before turning to Remus. "Anything to add?" Tonks stormed out of the room angrily. Remus sighed and sat down beside Harry. "I don't mean to bother you, Harry. I only worry about you. I know that. Otherwise you would be in Antarctica too." Remus smirked. "You can't. I'm the owner of this house." Harry grinned. "I still could do it without the magic of the house, but it would be more difficult." "Do you really think it's necessary to learn dark magic?" Remus asked concerned. "I know it is. You should realize something, Remus. I have accepted my fate. As hard as it may be, I have accepted it. I have decided that all of my burden and all my suffering comes down to two people. Voldemort is obviously one of them and the other is Dumbledore. I will do anything to stop and kill the first, and I won't hesitate to deal with the second if he's standing in my way." Remus looked at the teenager and saw only hate and determination. "You may be powerful, but you are not almighty," he pointed out. "I know that. I don't care anymore, Remus. If I die, then I die. But I will sow everything I can to take him with me. Before last summer I cared about what other people would think, what my friends would think, or how they would live if I lost against Voldemort, but I don't anymore. They dropped the ball one too many times now. Now I don't care what happens to them if I lose. It isn't about protecting or saving the wizarding world anymore, it's only about revenge." "You don't care anymore about anyone?" Remus asked, surprised. There is one person I do care about, but she can look after herself. And then there's you. I'm, neutral at the moment about you, but I know, you can also look after yourself. The rest of them don't matter anymore." "Who is she?" Remus asked curiously. Harry scrutinized him for a moment but then smiled. "You'll never guess it and I won't tell. Besides, I don't even know if it is going to last. She's stubborn and independent. The same goes for me. I do love her, but we've had some fierce rows already, and that's just about small disagreements." Remus only laughed. "Sounds like some other people I knew." "Who?" "Your parents. Both, Lily and James, were stubborn to no end, but their love was stronger and they did end up together. I may not know her, but if you truly love her, then she must be worth it. You'll end up the same." Harry smirked. "I never said that you didn't know her." "I do." "That's interesting. Any more hints?" "Well, she's beautiful, about my height, and mature enough to be with and understand me. She is also hot-tempered, feisty, and as quick with her wand as she is with her tongue. She's highly intelligent and very studious. And not to forget, she's damn hot," he added with a devious spark in his eyes. "That reminds me." He disapparated in front of a laughing Remus. "He's worse than serious." "Who is?" Ginny and Hermione asked from the door. "Harry. I asked him about his girlfriend. He described her and ended with, 'She's damn hot. That reminds me.' And with that he disappeared." "What? Do you think they're going to?" Hermione asked, blushing while Ginny looked clearly jealous. "I bet. Little Harry has become a man," Remus said, still laughing. "What did he say about her?" Hermione asked, already in research mode. "That she's beautiful, feisty, hot-tempered, quick with her wand and her tongue, intelligent, studious, and hot. She should be around his height and, yeah, mature as I said she would be. That's too inaccurate to find out who she is. No hair color, eye color, age, or anything like that." Hermione asked, disappointed. "No, but it sounds like a grown-up mixture of the two of you." Remus replied with a grin. "Ginny is hot-tempered and feisty, you both are stubborn and intelligent, and Hermione is studious. You both are around his height and you both are beautiful." Both girls blushed. Ginny's eyes became determined. "We'll find out who she is." Hermione nodded, but Remus shook his head. "No, you won't. Not until he tells you. He may have become uncaring and cold, but he is very protective of her. It may very well be that you'll only find out when the war's over." Unbeknownst to them, Harry wasn't that far away. He had reappeared with a soft pop directly behind Bella in her room. she yelped, as he hugged her from behind. Harry, what are you doing here? What if somebody finds out? She hissed. He keyed at her, do you actually care? At least it would be worth it to see the looks on their faces. She snickered, yeah, it would be funny. And to be honest, I don't care. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but you could. They might shun you or whatever. And, do you think I care more about them or you? They can go to hell. Why are you here? She asked smiling. Remus asked me about you, as in my girlfriend. I described you to him and got hot, that's why. He said and shoved her on her huge double bed. As he knelt above her and began to remove her clothes she asked, what did you tell him about me? He answered with every piece of clothing he removed, I said you are beautiful, intelligent, studious, hot-tempered, feisty, stubborn, and damn hot. With that he placed his hands between her bare thighs and began to stimulate her. Thank you, she whispered between her groans. Ron was very surprised to hear groans coming out of her room as he passed it on his way downstairs. He hurried down to the kitchen and burst in the room. Ron, what's wrong? Are you sick? Hermione asked worried. Ron made retching sounds, I might as well be. I heard groans coming out of the bitch's room. Groans out of lust. Remus, Ginny and Hermione shared a surprised look. You don't think he's, Hermione began. With the bitch. The monster that killed his godfather. She is much too old for him and she's insane. Why would he go for someone like her? Ginny said. Remus nodded but thought otherwise in his mind. He thought it would be very possible and in addition it would explain his new knowledge about the dark arts and the Black family magic. But he wouldn't point out that to his former friends. What did you mean? Ron asked. Nothing. Only Harry disappeared a few minutes ago to his girlfriend to, Hermione stammered but Ginny finished this sentence without qualms, to shag. They're shagging already? Ron asked jealously. Then he realized what they had implied, nah. Harry would never go for that bitch. She's an old insane hag, he paused, and she murdered Sirius. Remus twitched but reminded them, she claimed it was an accident while under Veritaserum. It still wouldn't be easy for him to forgive her for that, but it would at least be possible. Ron shrugged, she's still not his type. She could be his mother. He shuddered, it made me nearly sick too. Even think about her having say. It's even worse thinking about him with her. Ginny shuddered too, right you are. But Hermione had her own thoughts and felt supported in them as she took a look at Remus who curiously looked at her. She nodded slightly in an asking manner and Remus shrugged barely visible. The teenagers stayed in the kitchen while Remus got up and went after Tonks to calm her down. She could be as hot-tempered as the rest of the Blacks were. He met Harry again in the kitchen later that day. Bellatrix sat on the other end of the table reading a book like Harry was doing. They didn't even look at each other. But Remus sniffed audibly as he passed her and again as he sat down beside Harry. Remus groaned in realization causing Harry to catch on and without even looking up from his book muttered, bloody werewolf and his cursed-enhanced senses. If you even think about telling anyone, I'll kill you. Remus shuddered, his cold voice made perfectly clear that this was no joke and that his former friendship wouldn't save him. You truly are turning dark and dangerous. Remus said. No, I already am. Harry responded and looked up at him, so. I'll keep it to myself. I have my own thoughts about your girlfriend, and some concerns. With that he looked over to Bellatrix. That had clearly been an error because her former curious eyes narrowed dangerously and promised pain, at least. But it's your decision. You may have a point, that she is one of the few who could be with you and understand you, at least as long she isn't as insane as she made us believe. Harry growled, if you ever say something like that about her again, you will not live long enough to regret it. Remus gulped as he saw the fire burning in Harry's intense green eyes. Bellatrix snickered, but I'm not sane. Harry turned his head to her and grinned, I never said you were. She struck her tongue out to him and he laughed but then said seriously to Remus, but I am the only one allowed to call her that. Remus nodded and watched the two people who seemed so much different at first look, but if you thought about it, he would have to keep an eye on Bellatrix Black and get to know her for real. How did you two end up together? He asked. He saved me from Death Eaters while I was protecting a child, she nearly whispered. For once she was seriously and honestly thankful. Remus was gaping at her, totally surprised. Bellatrix Black, the most feared Death Eater, was protecting a child. Remember the raid on Surrey? Allegedly stopped by the Aurors? Harry asked. Don't tell me that was you. Remus sighed. I stumbled over them. Bella was protecting a girl and I was already enraged because of my aunt. I decided to help Bella first and kill her later after some questions got answered. She made it clear that Sirius' death was an accident. She was also wounded, so I healed her and took her in. And he helped to clear my name. Bella added with a smile. That was you. Holy shit. We wondered who was behind it. What happened to the Death Eaters? The press wasn't very clear about it. Remus asked. Doesn't surprise me. We killed him, Harry said coldly. Remus blanched. Is that when you started turning dark? Harry shrugged. It was actually when I cursed my aunt. After that, it became clear that in the end it has to be me or them, in a final way. If we arrest them, they get out again. If we kill them, they don't. Besides, some people may think twice before signing up now. And as I already said, it doesn't matter anymore. Harry suddenly smiled as he felt a jolt of positive and supporting emotions coming from Bella. The bond between the two had deepened a lot since his 16th birthday. His eyes began to gleam as she got up and strolled over to him, making her movement as seductive as possible. Remus couldn't help but stare, as she leaned down to the, at least 13 years, younger man and keyed him in a more than passionate way. And not only that, Harry was keying her back the same way, at least. When did he become so confident with girls, women? Remus asked himself. Finally he groaned and averted his eyes, which caused a snicker from both Bella and Harry. She strolled back to her seat, just as the door opened and Hermione with Ron in tow came in. She looked questioningly at Bellatrix and Harry, but both had a cool, indifferent expression on their faces. Only Remus still had an expression of slight surprise in his face, causing Hermione to look at him sternly before his face became indifferent too. Hey, Harry, how about a game of chess? Ron asked cheerfully. Harry looked up coldly and asked, why should I even bother? You'd beat me anyway. I also don't have enough time for such trivial things. I have to learn. With that he looked down on his book again. Ron stared wide-eyed at his former best friend. He was clearly disappointed. Bella squealed suddenly, I haven't had a proper chess game in ages. Care to play against me? Ron looked shocked at the weird woman. Oh, little Ronnikins is afraid of the big bad girl. She taunted him. I am not. Hermione rolled her eyes. What should I do? Ron asked Hermione. Harry groaned. For God's sake, Ron, go and play with her. She won't kill you, he said. At least I don't think she will, he muttered under his breath. Ron blanched, causing both Bellatrix and Harry laughed. But then Harry became cold again. But if you continue to bother me, I will. So shoo. Ron shuddered at the coldness of Harry's voice. Come on, Ron, I will keep an eye on you both, Remus said and got up. Oh, the big bad werewolf is protecting the little boy. I'm so afraid. Bella teased both of them. Harry only smiled and shook his head. Crazy folks, he muttered and went back to his book. As the three headed out of the kitchen, Hermione studied Harry for a while. She couldn't imagine him going out with Bellatrix Black of all people. And up to now, she hadn't the least hint that it was remotely possible. Still, he was too cool around her. The Harry she knew wouldn't hesitate to get into a fight with the woman who killed his godfather. The new Harry may be colder and harder, but still, she couldn't believe he wouldn't start a fight with her. She cleared her throat. Harry, can I ask you a question? You just did. Harry growled. She gulped. I was just wondering, about you and Bellatrix. Is she maybe? Harry stopped her with a piercing glare. Keep your nose out of my business. It's the last time I'll tell you. Next time the only thing I will say is the hex that is going to hit you. Is that understood? She blanched and looked at him with moist eyes. You have changed. With that she ran out of the kitchen. Finally, Harry muttered and started to read this chapter again, for the third time that day. He was interrupted again as a steaming Tonks entered the kitchen. What have you done now? She yelled. Harry groaned and looked up again. The same, I'll do with everyone. I told her not to stick her nose in my business. And I told her the next time I would hex her. Same for you, and everyone else. With that he began to read again. Since he had started studying and practicing necromancy, he had learned how to feel the magic flowing around him. It was essential to find corpses or skeletons beneath the earth so he could summon them. It was the same way he had found the skeleton of the T-Rex near the attack of the Hogwarts Express. And now he was feeling the magic that was building up very fast and coming from the young Auror opposite him. He could feel the curse start flying towards him, and he concentrated fully and was able to feel the direction and speed of the curse heading towards him. It was heading directly towards his head. He wasn't able to recognize the kind of the curse, but that didn't really matter. She wouldn't seriously hurt him. He leaned slightly to the side and the curse whirled past his head and missed him by only inches. Finished? He asked coldly. Just so you know, it's illegal for Aurors to curse innocent students. And let me tell you something. This first one was free. If you ever do that again, I will defend myself, and more likely than not that's going to hurt. Now stop your childish behavior and grow up. She gaped at him. How did you do that? I cast it silently and you didn't even look at me. None of your business. Harry answered coldly and groaned. Can I finally start to study now? Tonks was too stunned to do anything more to this confident and cold teenager. It was 30 minutes later when he had finally managed to finish this chapter. As he started to read the next chapter, Ron burst in and yelled. That bitch. He didn't even see the curse that hit him and flung him to the wall. Remus came in laughing hard, followed by a grinning Bellatrix. She beat him 2 times. Remus laughed but became concerned when he saw Ron holding his stomach and getting up. What happened? He asked. He came in yelling, that bitch, and Harry cursed him. Tonks explained, more than slightly surprised. Oh, okay, Remus said and sat down beside Tonks. Okay. Tonks nearly yelled, how can that be okay? Remus shrugged. Harry warned us against calling her a bitch. Something about his responsibility for his family or something like that. Exactly. Besides, he disturbed me, again, while I was studying. Harry said, grinning. Ron growled but kept his temper in check. This Harry was simply not one who you would cross if you could avoid it. Anything else I should know about you and this, woman? Ron growled. Just stay away from her or treat her with respect. She's a member of my family and she was declared innocent. Don't judge anybody without knowing them. And don't bother me, Harry said with a hard voice. He was now really to start getting annoyed. But she killed Sirius, he stammered. Harry's eyes lit up with inner fire and the room became silent instantly. Even Bella stopped snickering and looked concerned and guiltily over to Harry. Harry only whispered, I know that, you insensitive bastard. But she didn't mean to. She only wanted to stun him. With that he disapparated. Well done, Ron, Remus growled. Even Tonks looked disapprovingly at him and he blanched. As he looked frightfully to Bellatrix, his eyes widened. She had disappeared too. Where'd she go? He asked. Remus and Tonks looked as surprised as him. What? Why? Tonks asked, stunned. I think you may have hurt her as well, Ron. Maybe she really did care about Sirius. They were really close as kids. Maybe she truly didn't want to kill him. Maybe you just fueled her guilt. Maybe you should start to think before you say anything. How could you do this to Harry? How could you say that of all things to him? Remus growled. Hermione came in just at this moment. What happened? She asked. Ron was as insensitive as ever and hurt Harry and seemingly Bellatrix as well with a comment about how she killed Sirius. Tonks quietly explained, and now they've both left. Why? Hermione asked her friend and disappointedly. He looked down ashamed. I don't know. I can't understand why he's standing up for this foul woman. I can't understand him anymore. I know we made serious mistakes. But how he's treating us is too much. And maybe I was angry because I lost to her, he added almost to himself. Oper non vulnero meus prosopia means do not hurt my family. I hope that wherever he is there's someone helping him. Tonks said and surprised them all. They knew how angry she had been about the way he had treated her. I don't know, Remus said, clearly concerned. You know something, don't you? Hermione asked. Maybe, but it isn't my place to tell you, he replied apologetically. We know he has someone who cares about him or even loves him. Ron stated. But why wouldn't she be able to help him with this? Hermione asked. She looked deep in thought and her eyes widened. Oh shit. Remus glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. She has a few issues about it herself. She whispered to him so that the others didn't grab it. Maybe, Remus replied. Harry was sitting on his bed in Gryffindor Manor with tears rolling down his cheeks. It's been over a year but he still felt the pain of his godfather's death. It didn't hurt him too often but in moments like this, the reminders were too much. Bella silently opened the door and stepped over to him. Concerned, and disturbed, herself she sat down next to him while resting an arm around him. I'm sorry, she whispered. For what? He asked quietly. For killing him, she answered, her usually cold eyes becoming moist. He hugged her back. I know that you're sorry about it, Bella. I meant it when I told you that I don't hold it against you. It was a serious fight and his death was an accident. It was just too much to hear that idiot accusing you. It wasn't anything you did. I love you and nothing will change that. Thank you, Drake, she said sincerely. She showed off a bit of her feelings by calling him by his special name, in honor of the Marauders. Do you think that anyone else knows about us? She asked after a while. I think Hermione suspects something now, but that doesn't matter. She won't tell anyone, he said. Did you mean it when you said nothing matters to you anymore? She asked concerned. He looked at her and sighed. I don't know, Bella. You're my anchor, my friend, lover, the only one I really care for anymore. With the exception of you, nothing else does matter. I know now that I love you. I'm afraid that it's not strong enough to keep me alive or sane for that matter. The burden is too much. She snuggled against him. I love you too, Harry. If there's anyone who's strong enough to deal with the bastard, then it's you, and I will stand by your side, whatever you do. I know, he said and keyed her. They didn't do anything passionate that evening. They simply went to bed early and snuggled against each other, trying to help each other over the pain they felt. But they both knew, despite their momentarily weakness, somebody was going to pay for it soon. The following weeks nobody saw anything from Harry, at least no one from the Order. Instead there was an increase in the amount of ambushes on suspected Death Eaters. The attacks were bolder and more daring. They were no longer counterattacks. Whoever was attacking was going after them in broad daylight while they were on their way to work or shopping. Every time a Death Eater was killed, a Black Owl was reported to be in the area. Naturally, the Order was looking for Harry again, but they couldn't find him. Even if they had guessed that he was probably in his manor, nobody knew where it was. So they concentrated on discerning the identity of the man who was out attacking the Death Eaters. Bellatrix popped randomly in, if only to taunt and tease the inhabitants of Grimmauld Place. Molly was more and more agitated about the woman, but with Harry's threats she was forced to do nothing about it. Remus was the only one to act civil towards Bella, and that was just to see what Harry saw in her. Bella noticed his interest in her and toyed with him because of it. One day, the day before Harry's birthday, he cornered her in the drawing room. They were alone in the room, but unbeknownst to them, Hermione spied at the door. Nobody else was in the house at that point, since most of the Order members were either at work or on mission. Ron and Ginny, being the only other occupants of Grimmauld Place, were in Diagon Alley working for the twins. Bellatrix, could we talk seriously for once? He asked her. No, she answered and snickered. Even Hermione rolled her eyes outside the room. Fine. Could you answer me at least one question? I know, Harry has something against calling you insane. I want to know if you are in fact insane or if it is just an act. She grinned, but to his surprise, she became serious shortly afterwards. I may not be sane, but who is? She said and winked at him, but I'm relatively sane and not as crazy as you think I am. I know that you worry about Harry, but you don't need to. He's fine and can take care of himself. I know that. I just wish that incident with Ron had never happened. Wouldn't we all? She asked quietly. How's he dealing with it? And how are you dealing with it? I could see that you were nearly as affected as he was. Bella looked surprised at the werewolf and allowed herself a little smile, which in turn surprised Remus. I can see what he sees in you, Bellatrix. Remus said sincerely. If you would, maybe wear a nice dress, some decent makeup, and wear that sincere smile, nobody would recognize you. Bellatrix laughed, not in her usual wicked way for once, but a true laugh. Harry said the same. It was shortly before I hurt him because of it. She said, grinning. He did make me wear a dress. No, he didn't. Remus said incredulously. Yes he did. She said with a scowl, but then smiled. He took me out for a dinner in a fancy restaurant. At the time we weren't even friends, but he didn't care about that. He saved me, he took me in, and I don't know, he simply bought me some clothes and took me for a dinner. He said he was too tired from his shopping to cook. Nobody has done anything like that for me, she added quietly. Remus smiled. That's just Harry. But I still don't understand how you two could end up with each other. Oh well. It started as teasing between the two of us. I was unconscious when he brought me to his house and he had to remove my robe because it was full of blood. When I woke up the next day, I couldn't clearly remember the night before. He teased me, he said that he was hurt that I couldn't remember our first night together. I was shocked, and let me tell you that that doesn't happen very often. I looked underneath the sheets and saw that I was indeed in my underwear. I decided revenge is sweet and began to tease him back. We slept in the same room, his excuse of a bedroom, of course, so I naturally got a look at least on his developing upper body. I teased him about it, but at the same time I found him very cute. I was aware that he was only a boy at this time, but nonetheless, he cared for me. You know what I like the most? She asked dreamingly. He shook his head, still intrigued by the story. He brushed my hair, even though at the time it had little to do with affection. He said he simply liked it to care for somebody. I liked it, because nobody has ever done anything like it, not since Sissa got married. I think that was the point, when I started feeling something for him. The next day I agreed to teach him, and I also took a witch's oath to never betray his trust. He was hurt because he could not trust anyone. Even serious death paled in comparison to the hurt that caused. His own friends, and people he once considered family, betrayed him. Dumbledore was still manipulating him and pulling the strings on everyone else, but the betrayal struck him the hardest. I saw that he was in a nearly similar situation to me. Did you know that he was the one that freed me from my husband? It happened during the fight in Surrey. He still didn't know if he should hurt me or kill me. I told him that I had done most of my crimes because I was forced to, and explained that I hated Rudolphus. I mean, he even stood there by laughing, as his Death Eater friends beeped me. She added ashamed, but what did Harry do? He simply asked which one of them my husband was and killed him without hesitation. He did what? Remus asked, shocked. He didn't use the killing curse, he didn't even use a dark curse, but he did it, and he did it for me, the woman who killed his godfather. She sighed. Anyway, I knew, I liked him, but I wasn't sure how much. I never learned to love or even to like anybody. My whole life, until then, consisted of pain, mistrust, and hate. I was afraid because I realized, after nearly a month, that if I would ever give in to my feelings, he would be the only one who could truly hurt me. I didn't even know how he felt. I simply could never imagine that he would feel anything for me. We had some rows about why he even was helping me, a former Death Eater and a dark witch to the bone. He said it didn't matter to him. He said, he did it, because he could trust me and it was the right thing to do. It's a difficult situation. Remus agreed. It's more than that. Then his birthday came, but he intended to make it not his special day, but mine. Unbeknownst to me, he had arranged for the trial and freed me. He told the attorneys he would arrange their payment and then simply disapparated. Until then I hadn't thought about the money. Those two nearly famous wizards would charge a fortune. So I was stunned. When I apparated back to him, I was so happy and nearly in bliss. I simply key-ed him. At first, he was shocked. I admit, I was too. Then he key-ed back, but after that I made a serious mistake. I made it sound as it was some kind of payment and he was hurt by that. He told me that he didn't want to be key-ed in that way, if there weren't any feelings behind it. That's when I realized that he truly felt something for me. Again, I couldn't find any reason for that. We talked about it and about our feelings. We were both very insecure about it. In the end it was up to him. He decided to give it a try. I tell you, he had some serious convincing to do, to make it clear that he didn't care about my age, on the contrary. He wanted a mature woman who could deal with his problems. Remus finished the sentence quietly. And a woman who could defend herself if worse would come to worse. Right. Let me tell you, you both are the most unlikely couple I would ever have imagined to come together. But well, it is how it is. I only have one question. Do you love him? She nodded without hesitation. I do. Remus smiled. Well, I don't like the path that Harry has chosen. I don't like that he is learning the dark arts. But I can see that he isn't becoming evil or insane because of it. I think, after this talk, the same goes for you. I don't like his new cold attitude, but maybe we have truly earned that behavior. She nodded. You hurt him a lot and he decided that he is better off on his own. As a result, he's pushing you away. Maybe if he would only have to deal with you, he would open up a bit. It's his friends that he has problems with. They're too immature to understand why he's doing what he has to. I know. I may have problems with him learning the dark arts, but it may help him against Voldemort, so I can accept that. It's necessary to be able to deal with the Dark Lord. Do you think that he has a better chance now? Remus asked silently. Oh, you've only witnessed the tip of the iceberg, Remus. He's more powerful than you can imagine. I truly believe that he is more powerful than even the Dark Lord, but he still can't match his experience and his ruthlessness. He has learned a lot more than you think he has. Trust me on this. Remus' eyes widened and he nodded. That could very well be possible. He suddenly whispered, you don't know by any chance an unregistered animagus with the form of a black eagle owl, do you? Her eyes widened ever so slightly. He knew and nodded. That would explain many things. She scrutinized him. I trust you because Sirius trusted you, Remus. If you betray this trust, I will show you how dark I truly am. Why were you whispering? Because Hermione's listening at the door. Bellatrix groaned. Come in, know-it-all, she said, and indeed, the bushy-haired girl was coming in, but she was sobbing. What's wrong with you? Bellatrix snarled. I'm so sorry about what happened. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for Harry, and I'm sorry for what happened to you. Bella raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Well, I'll tell him that. Hermione gathered her courage and looked the witch in the eyes. I'm happy that he has found somebody to love and someone that loves him in return. May I ask you a question? Bella nodded. Why did he trust you after he was betrayed by us? Oh, there is a reason for that. I pled a witch's oath to him that I would never betray him, hurt him, or kill him, she said curtly. Hermione's eyes widened. A witch's oath. I've read about them. They require a light blood ritual and they're forbidden. You truly are as intelligent and studious as he claims you are. Bella grinned, but don't you think that the word, forbidden, means anything to me other than making it more interesting? No, not really. Same goes for Harry, now anyways. Bella said smirking. I can imagine. Please do me a favor, even if you think I am a worthless mudblood. Oh, but I don't think you are. Harry's positively influenced me. I don't mean it anymore, even if I use it to annoy you, she said grinning. Hermione groaned. Now I know that you both belong together. Please, look after him. Even if we won't be best friends anymore, that doesn't mean I want him killed or hurt. I do care for him. I can see that. Maybe I'll talk to him about you. But don't even think about telling anyone about all this, and that includes your red-headed boyfriend. I meant when I said that I love Harry. Of course I'll look after him, and for him, she added with a wink to Remus. His eyes widened, as he thought why there was an eagle owl scene before every attack. She was his scout, but how did she tell him about her observations? Just then Dumbledore appeared with a pop, and he did not look very pleased. In fact, he looked annoyed and determined. Without even so much as a warning, he drew his wand, pointed it towards Bellatrix, and muttered, Incarcerus. Before she even had a chance to react, she was bound by magical ropes and glaring at the headmaster. Now, you will tell me what you know about Harry's hiding place. I don't know how you two are involved, but you seem to be here, whenever he is, and he's the head of the Black family. Nobody knows anything, but it's obvious that you do. Tell me where he is. She snorted and, to Remus and Hermione's surprise, she closed her eyes and seemed to concentrate. After a few seconds she opened her eyes and snorted. I won't say anything, but I will charge you with assault and kidnapping. You think that bothers me, do you? When I am through with you, I'll simply obliviate you. I don't believe that the head of the Blacks will be very pleased about that, even if he doesn't like me. Bella said coldly. I don't care, the old man responded amusedly. But I do. Flippendo. Harry's chilling voice said from the doorway. The old man was fast and erected a shield, but was surprised, as the curse shattered his shield and hit him in the stomach. Like Snape, he was thrown roughly against a wall, but he kept his consciousness. The shield had protected him, at least somewhat, from the impact. With only a flick of his wand, Harry had freed Bellatrix of her ropes. Are you all right? He asked. She nodded and he nodded back while he put his wand away. Do what you want with him, Bellatrix. It was you that he attacked. If you think he should be tortured or killed, well, I won't hold it against you, for this time. He got a warning and ignored it. Deal with him as you like. You have turned dark. Dumbledore accused him. Harry raised only an eyebrow and wanted to say something, but Bella was faster, and muttered, Sterepto. Dumbledore winced in pain. It was only a mild pain curse. Don't you dare accuse the head of the Blacks of anything, you fool. She hissed. Dumbledore looked at her with wide eyes that changed to a determined look before raising his wand. But this time she was ready and only muttered, Expelliarmus forte. Dumbledore was, again, thrown into the wall as the overpowered disarming spell hit him. His wand flew over to Bellatrix, who caught it with a smirk. The hard and fast training sessions with Harry had definitely improved even her performance. Harry grinned, you have the nerve to accuse me of turning dark. Weren't you the one who just attacked an innocent? I've never done such a thing and you're calling me dark. Dumbledore growled. Where have you been? He asked after he calmed himself down and got up. That's not your concern, Harry. It's Mr. Potter to you. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, as you wish. But I still have to know. Why? You aren't my guardian or even a relative. So sod off. Harry calmly stated. It's too dangerous. Dumbledore insisted. Even if I were in danger, it still is not your concern. Harry stated. I only want to protect you. I'm going to say this for the last time, keep your nose out of my business, Dumbledore. Harry roared before turning to Bellatrix, well, what are you waiting for? Bellatrix smirked and flicked her wand. She bound him the same way she had been bound by him. After that she calmly walked over to the fireplace and called the Aurors. It was a visibly irritated Kingsley Shacklebolt, accompanied by an unknown Auror of about the same age, which answered the call. What's Albus? But before he even could free the old mage, Harry stopped him. Hold it, Harry said coldly, he attacked an innocent witch. I wish to charge him with assault, attempted kidnapping, blackmail, and threatened to obliviate her in front of witnesses too. Ah yes, and be sure to add trespassing. He was not invited into this home and simply apparated in. What? Surely you're joking, Shacklebolt said. Oh, I assure you, I do mean it. Harry said with a cold glare, take him into custody or the press will print tomorrow that you are not taking your job seriously and are, in fact, not even working for the ministry. The other Auror didn't hesitate and took a hold on Dumbledore. Kingsley shot an accusing glare at Harry which only caused him to smirk. Don't look at me like that. It is not my fault that he attacked a member of my family. As the head of my family I have to protect her even if I don't particularly enjoy her company. Shacklebolt sighed and nodded. They left and took Dumbledore, and his wand with them. Once they were alone Harry turned back to Bella and he did not appear very pleased. The two others were shocked. Now that they both knew of the relationship, they were somewhat surprised to see the anger in Harry's eyes. Lovers didn't look at each other like that. What now? Bella asked in a manner that showed her annoyance. She knew that look. With his new confidence came a new form of criticism along with it. Nobody had ever dared to correct her before, but it was something that Harry had no qualms about. If he thought she had done something wrong, he told her so in a really disappointed and accusing manner. She knew he only did it because he wanted to know that she could look after herself, but it still enraged her. The most annoying thing was that he did, in fact, find some quite serious mistakes when she was dueling or dealing with problems. It was only with that criticism that she had truly learned to improve her capabilities. Harry looked around and probed Hermione and Remus with his legilimency. Then he looked at Bella accusingly. You slipped. I have no problem with you telling Moony, but it was foolish to forget to put up privacy charms. She growled, but nodded. He was right, again. And how could you let such an old fool bind you? He may be more powerful but you're faster than him. You weren't alert. You should know that he could have apparated in at any time. She narrowed her eyes at him. She didn't have enough time to react but he was right nonetheless. She had let her defenses down. Are you finished? She asked annoyed. He may have been right but she still hated to get reprimanded, especially in front of witnesses. Not quite, Harry said and turned to Remus. I trust you to protect my secret. You're too trusting. Keep up your occlumency shields. Dumbledore may be but he's no fool. He'll test you next time he meets you. Then he turned around to Hermione. Your next research project will be occlumency. If you even show a hint that you know something about me and Bellatrix then you'll wish you never had the ears to eavesdrop with. Hermione blanched but nodded. Then Harry smiled, went over to Bellatrix, sat down and pulled her into his lap where he kissed her passionately. Hermione gasped and Remus groaned. Without even looking up or saying something, Harry flicked his wand and locked the door and put up privacy charms. He's worse than moody. Constant vigilance. Remus grinned. Hermione snickered but then said, well, in his case it's necessary. Stop it already. Remus shouted at the two lovebirds. Harry and Bellatrix separated and grinned towards Hermione. May I introduce you to the love of my life? Bella, Hermione, Hermione Bella. I never thought I'd say this to a dark witch, especially you, but it's nice to meet you. Hermione said with a grin. Touché. Bellatrix snickered, well, I think the more I get to know you, the more my respect of you grows. But you still betrayed my Harry. She added more seriously. Hermione nodded understandingly. Well, now she has the opportunity to prove herself to me again. Harry stated with an honest smile. Hermione was happy. It was the first time this year that he had smiled to her, and nodded eagerly. Well, can you help me learn to shield my mind? No, I think Bella is better suited. I don't have enough time. Harry said, and when she isn't available, Remus can help you. Hermione looked uncertainly at the dark witch while Bella just clapped her hands and grinned, wicked. Now I can find out for myself if you're as brilliant as Harry keeps telling me. He claims you're as studious as I am. Hermione's eyes widened as she recalled what she knew about Bellatrix Black. She was said to be highly intelligent and allegedly had a vast knowledge about nearly everything but mostly about the darkest arts. Oh shit, she groaned. Remus grinned. A study session between the two of you would be fun to watch, Hermione against Bellatrix. You know, in the old days as we were going to school, young Bella was a know-it-all worse than you ever were. She could keep up with us in most classes even if she was years younger than us. Remus was hit with a tickling curse combined with a hair-coloring curse from Bellatrix who had a stern look. Don't call me that. Harry laughed and Hermione joined him after a few seconds. Dumbledore's imprisonment caused an uproar in the press, especially since it was the hero of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, who had him imprisoned. Naturally, Dumbledore had been set free after a trial before the whole Wizengamot. They weighed the charges, which weren't really evil crimes, against his many achievements. He had to pay a fine to Bellatrix Black after making a public apology to her. Rita Skeeter had a field day with that, especially since Harry, for once, gave her an exclusive interview. Dumbledore was, furthermore, stripped of his title as Supreme Mugwump of the Wizengamot since, with this crime in his file, he wasn't suited for the position anymore. Fudge was happy on one hand because Dumbledore was publicly punished, on the other hand, it was Harry who was responsible for it, and that didn't suit the minister very much. He had been on the receiving end of Harry's comments in his interview just as much as Dumbledore had been. Harry's interview sparked a massive public outcry since he had claimed that both Dumbledore and Fudge were indirectly helping Lord Voldemort through their inaction. It was a shame that Harry was the head of the Blacks but Remus the owner of Grimmauld Place. Remus was still too much under Dumbledore's influence, and as such, the meetings continued in the house. Naturally, Harry wasn't allowed into the meetings and didn't get any information from anyone, but that didn't disturb him. He had Bella. She was out scouting the known meeting places in her owl form. As the meetings happened usually during the night, her black feathers were the perfect disguise. If she caught some Death Eaters on her flights, she would send an emotional impulse to Harry. He would find her in a matter of seconds using his dark teleportation. This special form of wizard transportation could only be achieved by the most powerful dark wizards, and it enabled him to avoid all anti-apparition or anti-portkey wards. The reason for the need of a powerful dark wizard was simple: the transport took a shortcut through the underworld. If the wizard wasn't strong enough, he would get stuck in the underworld and join the tormented souls in hell. He would physically die, but in his studies he had found out that every wizard who mastered necromancy was able to perform the teleportation, so he had learned it too. It had one disadvantage though: it was detectable with simple dark magic detectors. However, this wasn't a major problem as the wizards he hunted wouldn't use such devices since they used dark magic themselves. One of the main advantages, besides the avoidance of any wards, was that he could take up to 2 people with him, even if it wasn't a nice experience for any light wizard. But he didn't care anymore about that. If they didn't disturb any meetings, they hunted the known Death Eaters in their homes or at their work and killed them mercilessly and always avoided leaving any traces. They had thought about creating their own mark, but decided against it. They didn't want to form an organization or get famous. They only wanted to get this bloody war over with, and furthermore didn't want to be hunted by the ministry. Their methods weren't exactly approved by the ministry. By August 28, the day Harry and his friends went to Diagon Alley under the guard of Moony, and Tonks, Harry and Bella had managed to kill off half of Voldemort's inner circle in their raids. Even with the increased activity, Dumbledore wasn't any closer to discovering the identity of the Dark Avenger, as Harry was now being called in the press and by the Order. Despite the revelation of his relationship to Hermione and Remus, Harry still kept his distance from his friends. He had managed to push them away and he wasn't going to lose that advantage. He only needed his anchor now, and that was Bella, but she couldn't be with him today. It would cause too many questions. They headed down Diagon Alley. Hermione had her arm locked around Ron's and chatted happily with him and Ginny. Harry always stayed a few steps ahead of them and never really joined in on any of the conversations. "Hey, Harry, wait for us," Ron yelled to him as he swept past the Quidditch store without so much as looking into the window. Even Hermione was shocked at that. That wasn't the Harry she knew. In the past he wasn't as obsessed with Quidditch as Ron, but he still used every opportunity to look in the Quidditch shops. "Why didn't you want to go into quality Quidditch supplies?" Ron asked. Harry turned back to them and scowled. "You don't buy anything anyway. Why even bother?" With that he swept around again and hurried further down the alley to the bookstore. "What? Arg, Harry!" Ron yelled but followed him anyway. He knew Harry was right. He couldn't afford anything in there, but he didn't have to be so cruel about it. In the bookshop Harry found his books faster than everyone else, Hermione included, and he had even picked out more books than her. Harry had definitely changed. First, ignoring the Quidditch shop, and now, buying more books than Hermione. "Where next to?" Hermione asked. "I already have my potion ingredients and new robes," Harry explained, "but I still have to buy one more thing." "You guys. Well, I don't need to get potion stuff, but I don't have my robes yet," Hermione said. Ron shrugged. "I got the robes from Fred and George and Mum already bought my potion ingredients." "Same here," Ginny said. "Good. You guys go with Hermione and I'll meet you guys at Fortesque's for ice cream in about 20 minutes. We can walk part of the way together since I'm going that way anyways," Harry declared. "What? We aren't letting you go anywhere by yourself, Harry," Hermione said sternly. Harry only smirked. "We shall see. Now come on." Harry, once again, led the way. With his new and improved height also came a longer stride. His longer stride caused the others to struggle to keep up. The girls had to jog to keep up with him and Ron, and they all nearly ran into him when he suddenly stopped. "What? Oh no, you don't. You're not going down there," Hermione scolded him, when she saw where he had stopped to go. Harry was looking directly to the dark entrance of Nocturne Alley. "Well, it's your decision if you want to follow me, but I wouldn't recommend it. You would be a welcome target for the hags and other shady folks that linger down there," Harry stated coldly and pulled up the hood of his coal-black cloak. His friends gasped when they saw him in that clothing. He looked just like a Death Eater without the mask. Without hesitation he stepped into the dark narrow alley. They followed him for a few steps until they saw the shady creatures in there. Suddenly, as if a switch was activated, Harry was emitting an aura of truly dark power, causing them to shudder. Incredulously, they watched as all inhabitants of the alley fled away and avoided him at all costs. Harry only laughed in a chilling voice that made his friends slowly retreat. "What now?" Ron asked. "We wait here. Where are the guards when you need them?" Hermione asked. "Bloody hell. Where are they anyway?" Ginny cursed and looked around through the alley. "We're right here," Remus said as he joined them at the junction. "We couldn't keep up with his fast pace, at least not without giving ourselves away." "He didn't go in there, did he?" Remus asked, shocked. "Yes," Ron said disgustedly. "Damn, how could he walk into that rat's nest?" Remus cursed. Hermione looked grimly but said, "He is fine, Remus. He scared the shit out of this scum." "You're right about that." Ron scowled, "but not only out of them. He has turned dark. Maybe, but he is not evil. There is a difference, Ron. And he has to kill Voldemort. How can he achieve that with light magic?" Hermione asked. Ron nodded. "You were right, as always. But I still don't have to like it. What, if he becomes the next Dark Lord?" "He wouldn't," Ginny said fiercely. "He would never hurt an innocent." Ron contemplated that and nodded. "Right. But who is guilty in his eyes?" Everyone who is a threat to the people he cares about and everyone who stands in his way. Remus said with a faraway look. And does he care about us? Ron sighed. Not anymore. Hermione whispered in a guilty voice, maybe about Remus and maybe about us again if we continue to stay on his side. We can only hope. Well, do we stand up for him? Ron asked seriously. Yes. Hermione, Ginny and Remus answered at once. Ron nodded, so it is decided. We help him and stand up against all others. Why do you ask us that in such a serious manner? Ginny asked him. Because we will have serious problems. He is dark and all students will shun him and accuse him of siding with you-know-who. Furthermore, he is much more powerful now and Dumbledore is going to try to get some control over him. He won't allow that a wizard more powerful than him is running around freely, especially if it is a dark wizard. Ron said in a no-nonsense voice. You are right about that. Remus mused, let's keep it low against Dumbledore and spy for Harry on him but stand up against the students. So Harry sees that you are loyal to him. Hermione nodded, we have to be careful, very careful. Screams suddenly echoed from the walls of the houses. Death Eaters. Instantly, Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Remus turned around. Oh shit. Ron cursed. There were at least 20 Death Eaters closing in on their position. They fired Cruciatus curses everywhere and at every witch or wizard in their way. At least they're not killing. Hermione muttered. Not killing them. Being Harry's friends, we may not be so fortunate. Ron said before yelling, stupefy. A red beam flew out of his wand towards the closest Death Eater, but he blocked him with a fast, Protega. Order members of the Guard were coming from other directions, but even with them the group was still outnumbered 9 to 20 and the Death Eaters were good enough to block their stunners. Enough of this. Reducto. Ron yelled as his temper flared. The golden beam struck at the feet of 3 Death Eaters and the following explosion hurled them away. Even with the 3 of them out of the fight they were still losing. They had to find cover, because the Death Eaters were beginning to use more harmful spells even if they hadn't started with the killing curse yet. Where's Potter? Tell us and we might let you all go. One of the Death Eaters yelled. Dolohov. Hermione cursed, Inflammus. A white-hot fireball seared towards the Death Eater but he just laughed and dispelled it with a stream of water. A chilling voice came from the left, at the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Are you looking for me? The voice asked. The Death Eaters stopped and stared at the tall, black-cloaked figure. He still had his hood up and his face was covered in shadows. Potter. Dolohov gasped. Harry removed his hood and his piercing green eyes locked with Dolohov's. You're the bastard who hurt my friend at the ministry. He asked coolly. The mudblood bitch. Of course I did, and I'll have my fun again once we're through with you. Dolohov sneered and laughed. I think not. Harry said in a harsh whisper, but it still reached the ears of the others and its cold final tone made them shudder and forget that he still was only a teenager. Fast as lightning he had his wand in his hand and gave it a short jab and muttered, Defindo. Dolohov seemed to want to scream but only bloody foam and a gargle came out of his mouth. His hand flew to his throat and pressed against it but they all saw the blood leaking out of the large gash directly across throat. Seconds later his lifeless body sunk to the ground. Everyone was gaping at the black-haired teenager whose eyes were seemingly made of steel. Another flick of his wand with a loud, Reducto Maximus, brought the fighters of the light out of their stupor but dismembered some of the Death Eaters. He took advantage of their momentary confusion and fired several fireball, exploding, and bludgeoning hexes. All of them were effectively disabling the Death Eaters despite the fact that he had yet to cast a dark curse. It wasn't long before every Death Eater was unconscious or dead. All that remained was a large cloud of dust and smoke, lifeless bodies in black robes with white masks, and gaping audience who all looked disbelievingly at the black-haired teenager responsible for ending the raid. Nobody had a chance to say anything as seconds after the fight ended Dumbledore himself apparated into the alley along with some Aurors and reporters. Who's responsible for this? The head Auror bellowed. Harry shrugged and put his wand away. I guess that would be me, he said coolly. Dumbledore looked extremely disappointed. Harry, you Aaron. I still haven't given you permission to call me by my first name, old man. Harry cut in. Mr. Potter. The use of the dark arts is not something that will be tolerated by me or the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said without the usual twinkle in his eyes. First, I never used dark spells during this battle. Second, the Ministry approved the use of any means necessary to deal with Voldemort and the Death Eaters. And third, you have no authority outside the walls of your school. You're no longer the supreme mugwump. You're on the same level as me, authority-wise, outside the walls of Hogwarts. Harry said, smirking. He's right. Shacklebolt admitted grudgingly. Fudge issued the decree last year. Then he turned to the witnesses. Did he use any dark magic? No, he didn't. He only used light spells. Remus said as a matter of fact. The Aurors examined the bodies and bound the ones that were still alive. Shacklebolt. Dollahov's here. One of the Aurors yelled. What? Bind him and take him to the Ministry for interrogation. Shacklebolt ordered. I can't, sir. He's dead. It appears he died from extreme blood loss. His throat was cut open. Dumbledore whirled on Harry. Huh. Mr. Potter, did you do that? Yes, he said resolutely. He was the one who hurt Hermione at the Ministry. I don't appreciate it when Death Eaters attack people close to me. A simple, diffindo, took care of that. Harry said easily before he shrugged and turned to Hermione. Are you okay? She nodded and muttered, thank you. No problem. Harry said and winked at her. Ha, Mr. Potter. I cannot condone such heartless behavior. Dumbledore bellowed. Harry growled and then made a wide arc with his arm to the gathered reporters. Did you hear that? He's scolding me because I defended myself and my friends. He scolded me because I did something against the scum that is terrorizing the wizarding world. You there, is that the right thing to do? He pointed at a random reporter. No, sir. Did I do something wrong? No, sir. If you ask me, he can invite them for tea and biscuits if he wants, but I will fight them when I see them. And I do seriously ask myself which side he stands for if he is scolding me because I fight them. That is active support of the dark forces, and you may quote me here. Dumbledore gasped, how could you? Harry smirked, me. You were the one who wanted to punish me, because I defended myself. I think that question should be redirected, how could you? Then he turned to the white-faced Auror, do you need us anymore? No. Harry turned to his friends, you wanted to buy something, didn't you? Then let's go. I have everything I need. He went visibly slower this time so his friends could easily follow him. But they were still too stunned to say anything, instead they focused on finishing their shopping quickly and without any more distractions. They didn't even stop at the Fortescues as they had planned. Harry and his friends were brought home to Grimmauld Place by the order. Of course, Harry excused himself after a few minutes and disapparated. Where's he going now? Ron growled. To his girlfriend, Ginny muttered, obviously still jealous of this mystery girl. She glared at Remus, I bet you know by now who she is. He shrugged, even if I did, I wouldn't betray his trust again. Remus, who is she? Ron begged. I said no. Remus groaned. Ginny turned to Hermione accusingly, and why are you so quiet? Hermione gulped. What? Ron bellowed, you know too. And Hermione, I'm your boyfriend. You have to tell me. She gulped nervously before her eyes gained a determined glint. No, I don't. Harry asked me to keep it quiet and I won't disappoint him again. But he's my best friend and you're my girlfriend. Ron whined. No, you aren't his best friend anymore, neither am I. He didn't tell me anyways, he caught me eavesdropping. She admitted and pleaded with Ron, and yes, I'm your girlfriend, but I promised him. Please, don't make me choose between you. He blanched. Maybe he was a little thick with girls and all around, but he did love her and he did realize that she wouldn't budge on this matter. If he forced her he would lose her. All right, you're right. If he trusts you to keep it secret, then you should do it, he sighed. Hermione smiled and hugged him fiercely, thank you Ron. I love you, but I won't betray his trust in me again. He nodded and smiled, I know. Ginny growled before storming off. Poor Ginny. Hermione sighed. Why? Ron asked. Because she's in love with him and doesn't realize that she's far from the level of Harry's girlfriend by many means. Remus stated as a matter of fact. Now Ron growled, Ginny's a nice girl and she beautiful too. What does his girlfriend have that she doesn't? Hermione smiled, we know that, but Harry needs a girl who can protect herself and assist him on his task, and his task has become dark, bloody, and dangerous. Ron nodded and sighed, we'll be there for her. Maybe she'll understand if we explain it to her. I hope so. Hermione sighed. Harry was surprised that Bellatrix was not at his manor when he arrived, but he wasn't worried. He closed his eyes and examined his bond with her. She was calm but far away. She sent him an impulse that told him everything was all right with her. Knowing she was safe, he decided to finish up, so he unpacked his things. He had bought some dark arts books in Nocturne Alley. He unshrunk them and placed them in a secret compartment of his new trunk. Nobody but him could access to this trunk. It was after sunset when he received a distress call from Bella. Cursing inwardly, he concentrated on their connection to get her location before switching his concentration to his staff, which instantly appeared out of nowhere and landed in his hands. His staff had become so much a part of him that he could summon it at will no matter where it was. He waved it one time and he was in his dragonhide trousers, dragonhide vest, and his dark red cloak with the face shadowing charm. He concentrated once again on their bond to make sure she hadn't left again before he left. He found the signal and muttered, "Ut Barithram." The Dark Avenger disappeared in a black swirling cloud before he reappeared 1 second later in a dark corner in a suburb of Manor. The Black Owl swept down to him and changed back to Bella. "What's up?" he asked, concerned. "I followed a Death Eater for half the day. He met with some of his friends, and I overheard them talking about an attack." "A special target?" Harry asked. "The Grangers." "Shit. Yes. They want to lure you or the Order out, I think, or they simply want to hurt you." "How many?" 10 for now. They're attacking in a minute. We have to hurry." "All right. Change and show me the way. I love you." She gave him a peck on his lips and changed. She jumped into the sky and led him to a house not even 100 meters away. John and Catherine Granger just sat down in the kitchen to eat their dinner together. Suddenly they heard an explosion from the front door. The door was shattered and the pieces were hurled into the house. "What?" John stammered. 10 black-robed figures burst into the house. They had their faces covered with white masks. "What do you want?" John asked and stood protectively between his wife and the intruders. Catherine cowered behind the kitchen counter, shaking. The figures emanated terror and cruelty. Both muggles were eyeing the wands in the hands of the intruders warily. "Not much. We know that your daughter's a mudblood witch." She also sided with Potter and Dumbledore. "Since we can't get to them directly, we figured we may as well attack them by attacking people close to them. We'll kill you and that'll break their spirit, at least Potter's." What are you talking about?" "Ah, your little daughter didn't explain the war that's brewing on the horizon in the wizarding world. Teased a Death Eater, our master, the Dark Lord, is coming and he'll clean the world of all mudbloods and muggles like you. Enough of this. Time for a little fun." Another Death Eater said and brandished his wand at John, Crucio. John had never felt such pain in his life and fell to his knees screaming. Another Death Eater fired a hex at the desk and it shattered into 1,000 pieces, some of them hit John and Catherine causing small wounds. "Crucio," the Death Eater said in a cold voice so that Catherine was now screaming along with her husband. The 2 Death Eaters stopped after a few seconds. "Bastards," muttered John, still on his knees and breathing heavily. Suddenly the ear-piercing screech of an owl sounded throughout the house and the Death Eaters looked around nervously. John and Catherine jumped away to the walls of the kitchen as a black cloud formed in the middle of it. They shuddered because the cloud was reeking of evil and darkness, much worse than the Death Eaters. A tall wizard appeared, covered in a dark red cloak, and he had a magnificent staff with a blood-red crystal embedded on the top. The crystal was pulsing like an evil heart. "The Dark Avenger." One of the Death Eaters muttered in fear. "If that's what you're calling me these days," a deep reverberating voice said. Then he waved his staff once and a whip of pure darkness came sprouting out of the crystal and it seemed to be underlain with a dark red tinge. He flicked his staff expertly and the dark whip was searing through the air. It drew a circle around the wizard in the air and with minimal movements of his wrist it branded forcefully down on the 10 frozen dark wizards. As they were hit, they began to scream 10 times worse than John and Catherine had. Before he finished his first attack he had dark tendrils come from the whip and wrap around the wand hands of all 10 Death Eaters. With a thought the tendrils collapsed, severing their hands from their bodies, causing the wands to clatter to the ground. The stranger muttered, "Verbero of Flamma," and the whip of darkness was covered in red flames. As the dark wizards were hit now, the whip sliced through anything, including their bodies. It wasn't even half a minute after he had appeared in the kitchen of the Grangers and all 10 Death Eaters were nothing more than 10 mutilated and lifeless bodies lying on the floor in a large pool of blood. With a wave of the staff the whip disappeared. The stranger turned around. Where his face should be, there was only black shadow, but for a moment, 2 green piercing eyes seemed to light up in the shadows. A black eagle owl seared through the shattered door and landed on the shoulder of the wizard. Mr. Dark Avenger. John stammered once more. He stood protectively between his wife and the stranger. The stranger laughed. That's not my name, Drive Granger, but I'm afraid I cannot reveal my real name. You sound fairly young, John remarked. The green eyes of the stranger lit up dangerously, causing John to shudder. It would have been better if you hadn't noticed that, the wizard stated in an icy voice. I'm sorry. I won't tell it to anyone. John stammered, afraid. The stranger may have saved them, but he was surely not one to cross, and if he deemed his identity important, he doubted that he would hesitate to protect himself. In a final way, John realized. No, you won't, and that especially includes the old fool. What old fool? Catherine asked. Dumbledore. The stranger sneered. Now, on to more important matters. Are you hurt, besides the after effects of the curse? Just a few cuts and scrapes. Nothing that can't be taken care of. Well, I think it would be better if you went to a more secure place. I am going to take you to the secret hideout where your daughter is. Do you agree to go? Yes, they both answered simultaneously. I warn you, it won't be a pleasant experience, the stranger stated. Because of the nature of the protection there, we will have to take a path that bypasses the wards. How do we do that? John asked, interested. Again the green eyes lit up. The easiest way is to take a detour through the underworld. What? Catherine screamed. Well, I think you will feel a little bit sick for a short time afterwards, but it's the only way, the stranger explained. All right, we'll do it, John said firmly and helped his wife up. The cloaked wizards grabbed the hands of the 2 muggles and turned his head to his owl. Talon, you know the way. We'll meet later. The owl took flight after rubbing her black feathered head on his for a moment and disappeared, with a screech, into the night. Then the Grangers felt a gut-wrenching jolt of fear and evil as they disappeared in a dark cloud. Remus and Hermione were just coming down the stairs and entering the entrance hall. They were discussing the death of Voldemort's supporters and Harry's actions in Diagon Alley. They stopped. Amidst the steps as a familiar, yet unwelcome, dark cloud appeared and radiated darkness. They shuddered but had their wands out instantly. What the hell? This time not 1 but 3 people appeared out of the cloud and Hermione gaped. Mom, Dad, she whispered. The aforementioned people let go of the stranger's hands and threw up on the floor. What happened? What's wrong? Hermione nearly sobbed. There's nothing to be afraid of. The shallow voice of the stranger reassured her. That comes with the method of traveling. With that he disappeared, but this time with a crack. Unknown to them he appeared in the same house but in Sirius' room. His reappearance masked by the silencing charms he had placed on the room earlier in the summer. He took off his cloak and banished it and his staff back to his trunk. He got down to the others and played the surprised teenager when he saw Hermione, hugging 2 white-faced strangers, sobbing. What's up? Harry asked Remus to keep up appearances. They were brought in by the Dark Avenger. Remus answered, regarding him with a raised eyebrow and a knowing glint in his brown eyes. How did he come through the wards and how did he know about this place? Harry asked as Dumbledore and Snape appeared. Hermione, there's been an attack. Oh. Dumbledore stopped, clearly surprised. I know that already, she yelled. Ron, Ginny, and Molly came into the hall, alarmed by the ruckus. And you didn't deem it necessary to protect them. I warned you that this would happen but you did nothing, she yelled to the frozen headmaster. Miss Granger, please, calm down, he said in a soothing voice. Calm down. Are you insane? My parents were tortured with the Cruciatus curse and nearly killed by 10 Death Eaters and you think I should calm down? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Never ask me for help again. You didn't help me, and I won't help you. We're finished. You could have simply protected them with a Fidelius charm but you did nothing. If it weren't for that strange wizard, the Dark Avenger, or whatever you call him, they would be dead. With that the angered young witch turned around and hugged her parents. Harry poked Remus with his elbow and he jumped. Remus cleared his throat. You both are welcome to stay here. I assure you that it is safe. Thank you, John said. I could protect your home, Harry said coolly. You are nothing but an overconfident teenager. Snape sneered. Hey, greasy git, what are you doing here? You should know by now that you aren't welcome here anymore. Harry said, smirking, and looked questioningly to Remus. Albus, is there a meeting now? No, why? The old wizard asked. Severus, I ask you to leave instantly. You are only welcome here if there is a meeting, Remus said with a sickly sweet voice. Severus growled but disapparated. Albus began, but Harry interrupted him. Have you cleaned up at the Grangers already? Harry asked. Albus nodded. The corpses were taken away and the damage is repaired. Mr. and Miss Granger, I could prot, but Harry strode over to the Grangers. He looked John deep in the eyes and saw satisfied that his eyes widened in recognition. He winked at him and turned to Hermione. Hermione, I know we had a hard time in the last months, but I assure you, I have learned a lot. Do you trust me to protect them? She looked to her parents and they nodded reassuringly. Hermione straightened herself and nodded. I do. Will you help us? Of course. Then he turned around to face Dumbledore. I already said this once in regards to my own safety, you had your chance. Now the time of waiting is over and the time of action is coming. Thank you for your help, and have a good evening, Professor, he said in a dismissing voice. But, Mr. Potter, there are complex charms necessary to protect the house. Trust me, I know what I am going to do. Harry said. Remus, bring Drive and Dr. Granger to the guest room. Sure. Would you follow me? Dumbledore sent Harry a disappointed glare and disapparated. Harry, what do you have in mind for the house? Hermione asked. Fidelius, anti-apparition, anti-portkey wards for the basics. And then I have some surprises ready from the black magic combined with the Potter magic, he replied, grinning, interested to watch me. Hermione's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Then I trust that you know where the house is. Apparate. They disappeared with a crack and left two disappointed redheads behind. Do you really think he can do that? Ginny asked disbelievingly. I'm beginning to think he can do a lot more than that, and if he really uses the Black family magic, we should pity every Death Eater who comes near the Grangers again. Unbeknownst to them, Harry had called for additional help, and it was him together with Bellatrix who put up some of the more ingenious wards around the house. To Hermione's surprise, it was Harry who cast the more complex and most powerful wards. Bella apparated to the Black House 10 minutes before the other two. As Harry and Hermione appeared with a loud crack in the center of the living room, both parents of her started. Hermione nearly jumped up and down with excitement. She hugged them both and said with a proud look to Harry, something like that will never happen again, Mum and Dad. Why? What have you done? Dr. Granger asked. Me. Nothing. It was all Harry's and, Talon's work. Both parents shared a knowing look but said nothing. Harry, dear, what have you done? Catherine asked. Well, your house is protected against apparition and portkeys. And ask yourselves, where is your house? Harry said, grinning. What the hell? John, no cursing. Catherine reprimanded him. Ron only laughed and Molly looked with a proud smile to Harry. You've already mastered the Fidelius. Yep. Who's the secret keeper? She asked. Harry looked all gathered people in the eyes and finally to Hermione and shrugged. Your decision. Harry, I trust them. As for the secret itself, only tell my parents. Sure, I'm the secret keeper, Harry said easily and gave the Grangers a note with the address. Read it. It will burn itself when you are ready, Harry explained. Some seconds later, the two notes went up in cold blue flames. Those were the most important defensive charms, but there are some more offensive too. You felt the pain of the Cruciatus. If there any wizard with the dark mark comes near the house, he will feel the same, and if he should come in the house by any means whatsoever, let's say, he won't live long enough to feel any pain. Harry explained in a voice of steel. Molly gasped, but that's dark magic. Sure, Harry said coolly, but the Grangers are safe, that is the only thing that matters. Hermione nodded supporting. We're at war, Molly, Harry declared, and I for my part don't have any problems beating them with their own weapons. Then he turned around to the Grangers and handed them both a simple bracelet made out of silver. If you're ever in danger, say, Sirius is watching over us and you both will instantly be brought here. I charmed them to work simultaneously, that way neither of you gets left behind. Are you okay with that? Both nodded. Thank you, for everything you've done today. Harry smiled, for once, a real honest smile. No problem. Even if I have problems with my friends at the moment, I do watch out for them. Remember your promise. Now, if you will excuse me, there's someone waiting for me, he said and winked at his friends. He disappeared with a crack. Who's waiting for him? Asked Catherine Granger. His girlfriend, replied Hermione with a smile. Oh, he should use his last 2 days then. John said grinning. He won't have problems with him being at school, I think. Hermione said grinning. He isn't a marauder for nothing. Hey, does he already have a name? Remus asked. Sure. His girlfriend slipped, again, she said with a wink to Remus. Poor dear. I bet she got an earful again, he sighed. You can bet on that. But she gives more than she got. She's a hard teacher, I tell you, she said with a groan as she remembered her own lessons in occlumency with the Dark Witch. She was truly at least as intelligent and studious as herself, but she was a hard and nearly cruel teacher, more so than even Snape, but at least, she could really teach and she was fair. Hermione couldn't imagine that she had ever anything learned faster than with her. I can imagine. Now, spill it, Remus demanded. All right, I have clearance for that from Harry. His name is Drake, but don't ask me which form he has. I don't know that. Drake. Not bad and it suits him. Remus said grinning. Hermione dear, do you know who his mysterious girlfriend is? Molly asked interested. Yes I do and Remus does too. But we promised them not to reveal it, she said, her voice laced with determination. Molly nodded. I suppose it would be best not to lose his trust again. Thank you. Mum, Dad, the house is safe again. You could get back now, but I would appreciate it if you could stay here for the last 2 days, she said hopefully. Sure thing, dear. Now let's relax. It's been a hard day for us. She smiled and hugged her parents once again. September 1st was hectic as ever. Harry was the only one to have everything packed and ready to go, but he was also still at his manor house enjoying breakfast with his girlfriend. It was made by the nearly 20 house elves that were busy at the large ancient manor. I'm going to miss you, Talon. Harry sighed. I know and I'm going to miss you too. But I won't be too far away. The house we found in Hogsmeade is close enough, she said with her typically wicked grin. Do you reckon that the wards we set up around the house will be enough? Harry asked. Stop worrying, Drake. We placed all the wards around it we know. Not even Dumbledore and Voldemort together could bring them down, she said sure of their work. I am only worried about you, he said and keyed her. You don't need to be. If anything goes wrong I'll send you an impulse. You should be able to bypass the wards of Hogwarts with your eerie way of traveling, she said and shuddered. Even she didn't like the way through the underworld. I hope so. And even if not, I can change and could be there within minutes by flying. Just remember a few things. First, someone would actually have to know that I was staying in a cottage in Hogsmeade, she said, and as far as we know, nobody does. I also won't be walking up and using the front door either. I'll only apparate in and out or use my animagus form. I doubt that anyone will ever know that I ever lived there. And second, don't forget that I'm nobody to mess with. Harry nodded and smiled. Well, we did all we could to bring you near me. And I hope for your sake, that you visit me often. I've grown accustomed to sleeping with you. Don't you dare make me sleep alone too much. I wouldn't dare, honey. Hey, no sweet names, Drake, she scolded him, causing him to laugh. She keyed him passionately. It's time to leave, Drake. I know. If I only hadn't agreed to take the train with the children, he sighed and Bella grinned, but you did. Now you have to. Endure it. Furthermore it shows your goodwill to the old fool. We'll see. And don't forget our well-planned pranks. I want to hear about how much spoiled brat of a nephew and dear old Snivellus are suffering, she said with a devious grin in her eyes. I think I'll give some hints to Colin. Then you can get some pictures too. They keyed once more and Harry looked deep into her blue eyes with a light purple streak and whispered, I love you. Never forget that. Never, in my entire life, did I ever think that I would ever say these words to another human being, but, I love you too, Harry, be careful. You now have many enemies out there. But do try and trust your friends again. They've decided to side with you even with your new dark side, she advised him. We'll see, he said and keyed her again, bye. With that he disapparated. He appeared in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place. Chaos reigned supreme around him and only Moody stood calmly at the door, letting his eye rotate at high speeds. Harry strode over to him and leaned against the wall. They still aren't ready? He asked. No. But this time we have calculated it in our time frame, the old Orr said with a grin. Bloody idiots, Harry muttered, they could simply pack the day before and get up on time. You said it, lad. Ready to wreak havoc in Hogwarts again. I've heard you learned quite a bit during your absence. Albus is still fuming about you protecting the Granger residence. He still couldn't find an error. You mean, he still couldn't find the house? Harry grinned. Right. Maybe I should tell Snape where it is so I could see if the wards are functioning. They're activated by a wizard who bears the dark mark, he said with a smirk. Ingenious. Tell me, what would happen if he or another Death Eater would activate the wards? That depends. If he's only near the house then he'd feel the equivalent of the Cruciatus. If he somehow managed to gain access to the house, well, good riddance, Harry stated coldly. Bloody hell. How did you manage that? The old Auror asked astounded. He now had both his eyes on Harry. Black family magic, Harry said with a satisfied smirk, combined with some of the Potter magic. I found books about all of it at my new house. I say it again. Bloody hell. The Potters only used light magic but the Blacks, well, black and dark magic. Doesn't this cause any problems? No, not if you carefully combine the right spells. For instance, the dark mark detection of the Potters is activator with the more offensive wards of the Blacks. I believe Albus doesn't give you enough credit. Not for your cleverness, intelligence, or for your power. No, he doesn't. But it is better this way. As long as he underestimates me, he can't control me. You're right about that. I try to keep him in check but I can only do so much. I know and I appreciate it. Now, enough with this folk, said Moody and turned to the wild running around Weasleys. Are you finally ready? He roared. 5 minutes later they were finally gathered in the entrance hall where they noticed Harry standing there and waiting. They greeted him cheerfully before they finally went to the station by way of a few ministry cars. Hermione and Ron walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 like usual. Remus and Molly followed quickly after them. That left Ginny and Harry bringing up the rear. Harry's clothing instantly changed as they left the Muggle world. Beforehand everyone saw him wearing a form-fitting black t-shirt and a pair of black trousers. Now he was wearing black dragon hide trousers, black boots also made of finest dragon hide, a dark red shirt, that would match his Avenger cloak, and a coal-black cloak. Hermione and Ron gasped as they saw him entering the magical platform 9 3/4. Bloody hell. Ron swore. Ginny looked at Harry as she heard that and stopped amidst a step. Harry, she asked. He stopped as well and turned back to her. Yes. What happened to you? She asked. He grinned. My normal clothing. Why? Don't you like it? Sure I like it. It is cool like hell. But how? A little illusion charm combined with a Muggle detection charm. As long as Muggles can see me, it's Muggle clothing. But why wasn't it this way at Grimmauld Place? The Grangers, now, are you coming? He asked with a smirk. She strode up to him and they continued the way together. The students all gaped at Harry. Between the cold and murderous look in his green eyes and the new clothing, everyone made way for him and Ginny to pass through the crowd. Remus smirked and winked to Harry as they passed him, just like Sirius or James for that matter. Grand entrance and a beautiful girl at his side, he joked. Just remember, she isn't really my girl, Harry reminded him with a grin. Unfortunately, Ginny sighed. I hope you understand, Ginny. I didn't want to hurt you, and that's all that I would have done if I hadn't been honest about my relationship. I am in love with my girlfriend and I have no plans on leaving her. Harry warned her. She scrutinized him and for the first time he saw acceptance in her eyes. It'll take some time to get over you, but I will, she said quietly. She groaned as they made their way towards the red steam engine. Now everyone's going to think that I'm with you or that I'm still interested in you. And even if not, nobody would dare to ask me out with such an intimidating friend watching over me. As if Ron weren't enough. Harry laughed. Well, maybe I should help you a little bit. How so? She asked interested. For instance, some hot clothing. We'll make you hot enough that they'll forget their fears of me. And if someone asks you, you already know one thing about him. And that is, she asked with a glint in her eyes. He's courageous, Harry said and laughed again. She laughed with him. I'll take you up on your offer. Maybe I can get my girlfriend to join us. She could help us if you're really over me. We'll see. His cloak billowed in a fashion that Snape would never achieve as they walked to the entrance to the train. After Ron and Hermione got back, they all chatted happily about the new year at Hogwarts. Well, everyone except Harry, that is. He sat quietly in his seat reading a book for once about defense. "Harry, aren't you looking forward to your last year at Hogwarts?" Hermione asked excitedly. "What's there to look forward to? To a whole year without my girlfriend, but being forced to be surrounded with a lot of idiots who are going to bother me and adults that will try to treat me like a kid or control me." "No, not really," he muttered. Hermione was stunned for a second, as were Neville and Luna. "Then why even bother coming back?" Neville asked. "Two reasons. The first is obvious, I need my newts. Second, Voldemort will attack Hogwarts, and as I'm going to kill him, I have to be here," Harry stated as a matter of fact. Nobody said a word after this, and Harry rolled his eyes. "Hey, Hermione. Did you make head girl?" She blushed and nodded. Harry faked being wounded, "And you didn't deem it necessary to inform me of that little fact. Nice friends you are. Who's head boy?" Hermione looked ashamed. "Terry Boots' head boy." She gulped. "I thought it would hurt you. We all know that normally you should have been prefect in 5th year if it hadn't been for Dumbledore and his machinations. And as studious as you are now and with your born leadership, you would have been head boy like your dad." Harry nodded. "That may be true, but it's only adding to my dislike of the old coot. But that has nothing to do with you. In the end, I didn't want to become head girl," he said, grinning, "and I'm proud of you." She smiled. "Thank you. I'm sorry that we didn't tell you. Ron wanted to tell you. I was the one that had problems with that." "It's okay. My girl advised me to loosen up a bit towards you. The attack on your parents proved that regardless of how far away I push you all, you'll still be targets," Harry admitted. Hermione gaped at him. She said that?" Harry snickered. "Yeah, she did. She also told me to test your occlumency skills during the year, so constant vigilance." Hermione's eyes widened. "Oh shit. I'm in trouble now. She said that you could be stronger than the Dark Lord at Legilimency if you would just put all your power into it." "What are you talking about?" Ron asked, stunned. "Well, I caught her eavesdropping. She found out my little secret and I forced her to learn occlumency. With a combined effort between Remus and my girlfriend, they were able to teach her," Harry explained. "Oh, that's all right," Ron said coolly, "but maybe I would have wanted to learn it as well. I mean, as long as the teacher's not as bad as Snape." "But she was." Hermione groaned. "Not possible," Ron said disbelievingly. "You were right, Ron. She's not as bad as Snape. She's 10 times worse," Harry said with a grin, and Ron blanched. "But the only difference is that she can teach and she explains to you what you have to know. But she's really demanding, and as far as I have heard, she can even give Hermione a run for her money. Can you imagine a teacher who actually is demanding for Hermione? Now tell me again that you wanted to learn from her." Ron gulped. "Well, probably not then." Then he turned to Hermione. "But you mastered it." She nodded proudly. He hugged her. "Well done, honey. Care to teach me?" She nodded a bit hesitantly and looked questioningly to Harry. "I'll see if I have time to help you with the practical testing. I'm guessing that the 3 of you will want to learn too." Neville and Luna nodded together with Ginny. "Now you've done it, Hermione," he said, grinning. A moment later the door flew open and there stood Malfoy and his goons. He sneered at Harry and his friends. "Well, if it isn't the Mudblood, the Weasels, Dumbhead and Potty." Harry only raised an eyebrow. "Greetings to you as well, bouncing ferret, and greetings from your lovely aunt." Malfoy looked like a fish. "You know where the traitor is?" "I do, and I have a message for your father." "What?" "Tell him, the next time I see him, he's going to share the fate of Rudolphus as one of the bastards who beat her. Same goes of course for your half-blood loser of a lord. Of course he couldn't get up his thingy if he would take Viagra. But who cares?" Ron, Ginny and Neville gaped at Harry, but Luna snickered. "Oh, I forgot, that is of course, if the Dark Avenger doesn't get to them first," Harry said, smirking. Malfoy blanched. You. I. Harry asked and laughed. "You'll pay for that," Malfoy yelled. "No, I won't," Harry said, and quick as lightning he had his wand out and pointed at Malfoy. With a single swish he changed Malfoy into a white ferret, and with a flick it shot out of the compartment and down the carriage. He looked intently at Crabbe and Goyle. "Well, don't you have to catch a ferret or something?" They hurried after Malfoy and Harry closed the door with another flick of his wand. His friends were laughing hard and not even Hermione was able to reprimand him. But after Ron caught himself he asked seriously, "She was beaten by Malfoy?" "Yes, by Lucius and a few other Death Eaters," as her husband stood nearby. And laughed. "That's why I killed him," Harry stated coldly. "What? You killed him?" asked Ron and Neville together. "Sure. You know the raid in Surrey last year wasn't stopped by Aurors. They were stopped by me and Bellatrix. She protected a little girl and I helped her. We killed the entire bunch." "Why did you help her?" Neville asked indifferently. "At first I didn't help her but the girl she was protecting, and second, I was killing the Death Eaters with her without her being there. I interrogated her afterwards, of course. As she said, he beat her. Well, it added to the rage I was already feeling and killed him. And Neville, she didn't take part in torturing your parents. It was just Rudolphus. She couldn't do anything to stop him because of her binding marriage contract." His eyes widened. "So the rumors about that are true?" Harry nodded. "Well, thank you for telling me. And thank you, for Rudolphus." "No problem. He got what he deserved." "So, who's this Dark Avenger?" Neville asked. "He's a strange dark wizard, a dark or even a black wizard." Ron explained. "He's very powerful and he's a necromancer." Hermione added. "How's that possible? There hasn't been a strong enough wizard to become a necromancer for the last 1,000 years, Neville gasped. "Aren't you guys worried that he'll be the next Dark Lord?" "I don't think so. He saved my parents from a Death Eater attack and up until now he's only attacked Death Eaters. Sure, he does kill them mercilessly and he threatened to kill anyone who stands in his way, but still, I don't believe he is evil." Hermione said. "What about you, Harry?" Neville asked. Harry shrugged. "I haven't met him. But so far all he's done is help me in my task, so I like him for now." "You three are normally well informed about anything regarding the war. Don't you have a clue as to who he is?" Neville asked. Luna scrutinized Harry and smiled a serene smile. He scrutinized her carefully but she shook her head ever so slightly. "No, we don't know anything. He's wearing a dark red cloak and has his hood up every time. His face is covered in shadows and he's using a staff. There's usually a black eagle owl accompanying him. It's seen shortly before the attacks. He always appears in a dark cloud and the cloud gives you the creeps. It's radiating darkness and evil." Hermione explained. "Yeah, it makes you really sick." Ron added and Ginny nodded. "Sounds like a really cool guy," Harry interrupted with a grin. "Hey Harry, how about a game of chess?" Ron asked. "No, you'd beat me anyway. You should have played more against Bellatrix." "You played against her?" Neville asked incredulously. "Yeah, but only once because she beat him twice," Harry said and laughed. Neville was still indifferent regarding her, but Harry could understand it. They arrived a short time later in Hogsmeade and caught a carriage to the ancient castle. The one who has the power has awakened. His burden and fate he grudgingly accepted. But there is a new threat to the dark. So do not cross the Avengers' path. The evilness is now fought by dark and light. And both fight for the victory of the right. But if the leader of light doesn't stop to support the dark, the righteous fight for the good will be too hard. The Sorting Hat continued on with its description of the four founders and their houses. If anyone were to watch Dumbledore, they would have seen him indeed though at the head table. He knew, as well as all involved in the fight against Voldemort, who the hat meant when it said the leader of the light. He had been warned before by Moody and even by Harry to stop meddling. He contemplated his actions and came to the conclusion that he had, in a way, supported the dark, as he continued to scold and restrain Harry. He sighed and decided not to interfere in Harry's actions anymore. He had realized earlier that Harry had slipped out of his control. He had thought about gaining the control back by any means but the hat convinced him otherwise. He would wait and watch for now. He would be there if Harry wanted help but somehow he knew that he didn't need it anymore. He looked seriously to Harry and sent him an understanding look. Harry was mildly surprised but nodded in understanding. They both came to a truce that evening but despite this, he, Ron, and Hermione were still called up to the headmaster's office after the feast. Harry looked at him curiously before turning the same look on Snape who also sat in the office. Mr. Potter. After thinking through the Sorting Hat's warning I must concede that I have indeed been hindering the war effort. From this point on, I will make a conscious effort to not interfere with your plans. Thank you. I also want to ask you, and not force you, mind you, if you need any special training. As you know by now, Hermione and Ron were taught to become animagi. I would also suggest that the three of you learn and master occlumency. May I ask, if you've had any visions that year? No, I haven't since the ministry. I have also mastered occlumency already. Harry explained. I have too. Hermione said. Harry helped me train. Snape sneered. How could that incompetent boy help you? Harry smirked. Headmaster, I ask you to control your teachers. If he insults me one more time, I will send a petition to the Board of Governors. Albus' eyes twinkled. Somehow I knew you would say that. Severus, you heard him. I suggest you apologize to Mr. Potter. Never. Harry shrugged. Headmaster, may I prove that I am up to the task of helping Hermione? Dumbledore regarded him curiously and nodded. Harry turned to Snape. Care to prove your accusation and give me a go on your shields? Do your best, Potter. Harry didn't even use his wand. Only his eyes lit suddenly up and the office was filled with an aura of pure raw magic as his emerald eyes pierced Snape's black ones. Snape winced, as Harry attacked his shields and groaned as the shields began to shatter. But suddenly, his eyes widened as Harry invaded his mind while his shields were still intact. Stop! He yelled as memories of meetings with the Dark Lord were brought up. But Harry didn't stop. He found something and stopped his direct attacks and concentrated on his sneak attack. After nearly 10 minutes he stopped his intrusion and Snape shrank back into his seat. Severus, what is it? Dumbledore asked concerned. Snape needed a few minutes to compose himself before he answered. I don't know how he did it, Albus. He attacked my shields with a power that outranks the Dark Lord himself. They began to give in but he invaded my mind even as the shields were still up. How did you do that? That is the true art of legilimency, Snape. Harry said smirking. It isn't about attacks. It is about sneaky intrusions to find secrets out without the other realizing that. Something that Voldemort accomplished too. Then he turned to Dumbledore. Even if Snape is on your side he still betrayed secrets to him. Voldemort knows very well that he's a spy. He invaded his mind at nearly every meeting. Dumbledore gasped as did Snape. Severus, I am afraid you can't go to any meetings anymore. Snape nodded. He too had witnessed the memories where Voldemort had avoided his occlumency shields. How did you learn that? He asked Harry dejectedly. I had a demanding teacher, a competent one this time, he said seriously. Then he scrutinized Snape. You know, once Voldemort finds out about your betrayal, he will torture you. Threw out your mark. What? Snape asked with wide eyes. He did the same with Bellatrix. He tortured her Trophet and it became worse from day to day. Harry explained. Did you find a solution to help her? Dumbledore asked concerned. Why should he care about that hag? Snape sneered. Harry looked him in his eyes and launched an concentrated mind attack at him. His shield shattered at once and he let out a scream. Ron winced in sympathy. He had learned the hard way not to insult her. You should keep your tongue around Harry or her, Professor, the redhead said. Harry grinned at Ron. You have learned. Sure. If I'm blown into a wall, even I learn quickly. Well, Dumbledore asked. Ah, yes. The solution was quite simple, at least the concept of it. The execution itself is painful for all three involved parties. It's very difficult and draining. Harry explained with a wicked glint in his green eyes. What's the solution? Dumbledore asked with twinkling eyes. Simple. I removed the mark. Dumbledore lost his twinkle instantly. Impossible. Snape gasped. No it's not. Ask Bellatrix. Harry said. Why three involved parties? Hermione asked curiously. Well, Bellatrix, me, and the insane idiot who cast the mark in the first place of course. Harry said with an evil grin, and as far as I got to know through my connection with him, he suffered even worse than Bellatrix. Ron laughed at this. Way to go. But how? Snape asked hopefully. I mean, I thought only the caster can remove the mark. That may be true, but I am connected to S face, through the scar and also in blood. So I used my connection and removed it. It seems simple as that but it's still difficult to accomplish. And it hurt me like hell too, he said and shuddered. Well done, huh, Mr. Potter. I see, you have indeed learned a lot during your absence. Would you be so kind and remove it from Professor Snape as well? Dumbledore asked with twinkling eyes. Harry laughed. Go through your question word by word, Professor, and you already have your answer." Dumbledore was taken aback but did it nonetheless. He couldn't come up with the answer. "What do you mean? Why should I be kind to him? He treated me like shit the first 5 years of my school. Hell, he even deducted points from me for breathing too loud. Furthermore, he didn't teach me anything about occlumency. In the opposite, he weakened my defenses. He is constantly insulting me, my parents, my friends, and Sirius. Why the hell should I even think about helping him? Just minutes before he called me an incompetent child. 2 months ago, he tried to cast the Cruciatus on me. And finally, as I said before, it hurts me as well. Why should I suffer for a bastard like him?" Dumbledore sighed. "I understand your position, Mr. Potter." He regarded Snape with an accusing look. "You alone are responsible for that, Severus." Snape sunk back in his chair defeated. "But you have also done a lot for us," Dumbledore said to his potions teacher and turned back to Harry. "Please, Mr. Potter, I beg you to help him. I know that he has done many things that may even be unforgivable. I know that I have also damaged our relationship in the ways that I've treated you in the past. But please, don't hold a grudge against us, help him. No, isn't there anything, what we could do for you in exchange?" Dumbledore pleaded. "As I said, there may be a lot that you could teach me, but nearly nothing would really help me in the fight. But he would surely agree to help you to catch up in potions. He didn't teach me anything in my first 5 years. Any student, who is not in Slytherin, can tell you that. He may be a potions master, but he is an incompetent and biased teacher. And if you even dare to bring the Wolfsbane potion in this argument, I will leave the school. Besides, I already know an accomplished potions brewer, no make that too," he added with a smile to Hermione, who blushed. "But, please, think about it. You've always done the right thing, why not now? Because, thanks to you, I became a merciless and heartless bastard who's not forgiving anymore," Harry said with a smirk, "and you're all going to feel that." Harry scrutinized the potions master. "Well, I'll make you an offer. I will think about it, without any promises of course, if you are going to apologize to me in front of the whole school in the Great Hall," Harry said in a final tone. Snape glared hatefully at him. "Never." "As you wish," Harry said in a cheery voice, "less pain for me then." Dumbledore snickered. "That is a fair trade, Mr. Potter. Thank you very much." Even Hermione grinned while Ron had to restrain his laughter. "I wanted to ask you to continue the DA," Dumbledore said. "Sure thing," Hermione said. "I don't believe I'm suited for that anymore," Harry said seriously. "What? Why not?" Ron asked. Dumbledore looked concerned at the dark-haired teenager. "Well, I learned more the opposite of the purpose of the club." "Dark arts," said Snape with a hint of acknowledgement. "Among other things," Harry replied. "But Harry, couldn't you at least help us?" Hermione pleaded. "I can promise you nothing," Harry said. "Don't forget, there's a black-haired beauty waiting for me who doesn't like to sleep alone," he added with a grin. Hermione snorted. "Why am I not surprised about that answer? Because you know me too well. There's a girl who wants to be with Potter." Snape sneered. "I wouldn't be caught saying something like that when she's around," Hermione said with a devious glint in her eyes. "What?" Snape asked, surprised about the look in her face. "She doesn't like you. What's worse is that she hates it even more when people talk badly about Harry in her presence. And I'll tell you, she'd even curse you to hell," Hermione said, convinced. "Pa, no girl is powerful enough to beat me," Snape sneered. "I wouldn't be so sure of that," Hermione said. Even Ron said, "Well, I don't know her, but I for one don't have any doubts about that. Harry would never be with a girl that couldn't look after herself." "All right, I'll come to some of the sessions, but not to all of them, and it remains under your tutelage. I will only help but not teach them all," Harry said in a final voice. "I have to keep up my own training anyways." "Sure, and thanks," Hermione said. "All right, that's all for now," Dumbledore said. They left Snape and Dumbledore alone. It wasn't long before the former started to become enraged. "Why didn't you force him?" Snape said hatefully. "Because I can't. He's confident now and he has more power over us than either one of us is willing to admit. He's already stripped me of my post in the Wizengamot. He has no qualms about fighting dirty anymore, and don't forget, he's right about you. I told you the whole time to stop your childish grudge. He has never done anything to you." Besides, I meant it when I said that I won't stand in his way anymore. The hat was right, I did stand against him and that is wrong. He may be dark, but he's still on our side. I'll support him. It's his fight now. And you're going to help us. I beg you to heed his demand, Severus. I don't want you to suffer because of your pride. We both know how that will hurt you. You're like a son to me, Severus. Please, swallow your pride only this one time. Never, Albus, I'll help you, and if you think it is the only way to win this war, I won't do anything against him, but I will never apologize to him. We'll see. Do you know anything about his girlfriend? Severus asked, lightly concerned. Ah, are you afraid of her reaction? Dumbledore asked with twinkling eyes. Normally not, but Granger, I didn't like the look in her face. If even she thinks that girl could beat me, well, I'm concerned. I think you're right about that. I know nothing about her. Harry protects his secrets very well now. I believe Hermione and Remus know who she is, but both are very vigilant now and don't slip anymore. I am interested to get her to know too, but I won't pry in his privacy anymore. That is a start to keeping his help, Severus, and I advise you to leave him alone as well. Severus nodded. I don't enjoy it to get Hexter waking up in Antarctica. Dumbledore snickered. Well, I don't either. He has surely some effective tricks up his sleeve now. And I am afraid we'll meet new marauders this year as well. Merlin, beware, Snape pleaded. The next day began fairly normally for Hogwarts. The students got their schedules and McGonagall had some concerns in regards to Harry's as she handed him his. Are you sure you can keep up with your classmates? She asked. I mean, you could have come back as 6th year. It's all right, Professor. I had a very competent and demanding teacher. Oh, I can second that. Hermione groaned. What? Who was he? McGonagall asked, interested. I'm sorry, Professor, I can't reveal that information. Hermione said sheepishly. I think we'll see how I fare. We have your class next. Harry said, smiling. After McGonagall was finished questioning him, his other classmates started to bombard him with questions. Harry, where the hell have you been? Seamus asked. Home, was his curt answer. What? I thought you hated your relatives. Dean asked. I never said I was with my relatives. I went to my ancestral home. Oh, that's good then. Sure, you're sure talkative. Seamus snorted. Harry only grinned. You better get used to it. Ron groaned. He is in a talkative mood compared to the beginning of the summer. The only things he said at that point were, fine, don't bother me, or in the cases where you didn't listen to him, you heard him saying the hex that was going to hit you. Harry smirked. Lavender winked seductively to the very good-looking Harry. What a naughty boy you are. You have no idea. Harry said with a grin, but don't get your knickers in a twist. Lavender was taken aback by both comments. Don't tell me you have a girlfriend. She said, looking imploringly at Ginny. Ginny only grinned in response. Harry turned very serious and glared at Lavender. She shuddered as the piercing green eyes locked with hers. Two things. First, don't even think about creating rumors about Ginny and me. She's like a sister to me. Second, keep your nose out of my business. That's advice that all of you should heed. Ask my friends what happens if you don't. His friends turned serious as well and gulped. He's joking, right? Seamus asked nervously. No, I assure you, he's not. Everything that's he said and everything we've told you is absolutely the truth. Ron said. A few minutes later they got up. He absently noted the 7th and 6th year girls admiring him even more as he turned smoothly, causing his black silk robe to billow in a very elegant manner behind him. Snape growled as he saw that, while Moody, the current teacher, laughed at his look. They arrived in time for the lessons and Harry sat next to Hermione and Ron. Welcome to your last and surely hardest year at Transfiguration. McGonagall began. At the end of last year, we began with Conjuration. We will deepen our knowledge in this field of Transfiguration, and if we get that down quick enough, we'll start on Human Transfiguration, even though I've heard that some can at least transfigure other humans already. She shot Harry a look while Ron laughed. That was you? Seamus asked and laughed as well as nearly all the Gryffindors. Stop it this instant. You are not allowed to transfigure other students outside of this classroom. McGonagall bellowed, you're only lucky that there's no evidence. Now, Mr. Potter, let's see if you learned something worthwhile last year. Could you conjure a goblet for us? Sure, why not? He asked and flicked his wand with only a muttered incantation. A beautiful crystal goblet appeared. He tapped his wand on it and it filled with a blood-red liquid. He sniffed at it and held it against the light. He gave it to McGonagall and she looked astounded at him and sniffed as well. A red wine, she gasped. Yeah, but I can't get the flavor right. But the taste is quite good, just like the Cabernet Sauvignon I came to like. Test it, he suggested. She nodded and took a sip. Very good, Mr. Potter, the taste is excellent. Regarding to the flavor, you should give your wand a light swirl while tapping the glass. That should take care of the flavor. Thank you. How long does the goblet last? McGonagall asked curiously. Why? Harry asked. The amount of time a conjured item stays in existence is directly proportional to the caster's strength. If I were to conjure something like that, it would hold up to half a day. McGonagall explained. Well, I never thought about that. Harry admitted sheepishly, but as I conjured once a cup for coffee, the cup was still there after 2 days. Then I banished it. McGonagall gaped at him while, next to him Hermione gasped and muttered, mine only lasts an hour. McGonagall nodded, smiling proudly, we could test it. I'll place it here on this board. We'll see then how long it is going to last. She did as she said and placed the cleaned and emptied goblet on a board behind her desk. Nobody knew it that day, but the goblet would still be there when McGonagall retired from her teaching career many years later, long after Harry and his friends had left the school, and it reminded her fondly of the black-haired student every time she took a look at it. The rest of the day passed quickly with all the work they had to do. Before they could even think about it, dinner was over and they were gathered in the common room. Before anyone could say something, Harry had already started his homework. Hermione sat down next to him and began to work as well. Hey Harry, care for a game? Ron asked. No, I'm going to finish my homework first. And then, well, we'll see. He was finished after a busy hour and gathered his things. You're already finished? Hermione asked. Sure, take a look. He said and handed her his work. She read over it and nodded proudly, nice work. You could have used more diagrams, but it's all right. Thanks. He got his work back and packed it in his bag. Ron had begun his own homework grudgingly and was still at work. What are you going to do now? Hermione asked. I think I'll relax a bit. He said and got up. He left the room and went to the astronomy tower. When he saw that nobody was there, he changed and spread his magnificent wings. Then he took flight with a powerful flap of the large leathery wings and disappeared into the night. Unbeknownst to him, Ginny had followed him, curious about what he was up to. She waited at the entrance of the tower for nearly half an hour before she decided to follow him on the platform. She gaped as she saw that it was empty. She hurried back to the common room. Has Harry come back? She asked out of breath. No, Ron stated. Why do you ask? Hermione questioned her. Because, she looked sheepishly to the floor, I followed him to the astronomy tower. I got tired of waiting and wanted to join him at the platform, but it was empty. Hermione shook her head. Give him his space, Ginny. I bet he's gone to his girlfriend. But how? Don't know. He's probably mastered his form already, and if I should take a guess, he has a flying form. Hermione said with a smile. That would make sense. Ginny said and sighed. I hope he keeps his promise. What promise? Hermione asked. Ginny grinned. He said if the boys are too scared to ask me out because of him and Ron, then he would make me so hot that they would overcome their fear of them both. Sounds like a whole shopping day. Hermione said with a smile. Ron gaped at her. You wouldn't do that, would you? Don't you dare interfere, Ron. If I can't have him, I have to look for another boy. And if Harry wants to go shopping with me, I will take him up on his offer. Ron gulped and remembered the naughty hexes his little sister knew and the new attitude of his best friend and decided to surrender. All right, I care for my health, he said grudgingly, but don't overdo it or Mum will have my head. Mum has been telling me for the whole last year to loosen up a bit but couldn't give me money for the shopping. Now I have the chance and I'm going to use it, Ginny said happily. They talked for a while about the DA and went to bed early. Harry landed at the top of the astronomy tower early in the morning. It was still dark outside as he snuck back to his dorm. He didn't go to bed. He had slept enough in Hogsmeade after a very hot night with his love. He was somewhat surprised to see that Hermione was already up and taking notes in some kind of journal. Have a pleasant night, she asked sincerely. Yup, he replied grinning. What about you? Why are you up so early? I woke up a few minutes ago. I'm writing my dream journal. Trying to find your form. May I take a look at it? He asked. Hermione hesitated. These are very personal, Harry. I know. You should know by now that I would never betray your secrets. He said honestly. I know. She sighed and handed her journal over. He grinned. I trust you kept your dreams about a certain red-headed boy out of that. She blushed but nodded. He skimmed through the neatly written pages and nodded sometimes. It's too bad that you hate flying. You would make a nice owl with your intelligence and cunning. He said absently. She became curious when she saw that he had his first impressions about a possible form already after a third of her book. He began muttering, you have affection for cats, and it's very probable that you're a feline creature. You're very curious, that would suit any feline as well. Here's some dream about you protecting your children and you're really hurting your opponents while you're at it. It's similar to what female feline predators would do. Hermione's heart began to beat faster when she heard that. She didn't have any idea about her form, but what Harry said made sense. Wow, you're running after a deer. Not a small cat then. That definitely narrows it down to larger felines. But what kind? You're brave but not proud or strong enough to be a lioness. They also aren't very curious. He skimmed some more pages until he gasped and grinned, that's it. Rocky mountains with trees, bushes and such things. Hermione, do you like wandering in the mountains? Very much so. I feel free there. Nothing really matters if you're high in the mountains. There's only me and nature. She said with an absent smile. Well, I know only two feline hunters who stalk in the mountains. The lynx and the cougar. But a lynx would hardly hunt a fully grown deer. Furthermore, the cougar would match your hair with his brown fur. So, that is my conclusion. A female cougar which combines the cunning mind of a lynx with the protectiveness of a lion and likes mountains. It's also between the lynx and the lion in size. Harry said grinning, what do you think? She only gaped at him, that's it. There's no other option. I liked to watch them as kid in the zoo and instantly felt attracted to them. But I never would have guessed it myself. I don't see myself as a fighter. But what you said makes sense. She said stunned. May I remind you of certain adventures with me, where you did fight against grown-up evil wizards and who outnumbered us as well. She blushed and nodded, all right. I'll study the cougar further. Then I'll see if it truly matches my personality. Oh, thank you so much. She said happily. It was a pleasure. I can hardly wait to see you changed. Harry said smiling as he handed her the journal back. He suddenly grinned mischievously and said, there's at least another hour before the students get up. How about you join me for a little prank? She looked incredulously at him. Harry. I'm head girl. Your point is? Harry asked with a smirk. I don't prank other students, she said determined. I didn't say anything about students, dear Hermione. No, you wouldn't. Of course I would. Well, loosen up a little bit, Hermione. Nobody will catch us. And you don't have to sign with your real name, you know. Who do you want to prank and do you have an idea for a name? She asked curiously. Curious like the cat you are. He teased her, how about Velvet Paw and I intend to prank Snape. The name's nice. She said smiling, all right. What do you have in mind? Nothing difficult for now, only a little visit to the kitchen. You'll divert the attention of the elves and I'll charm his dish a little bit. You're a marauder. Sure, but we also need to do a little charm work for our signature. She nodded, I'll leave it to you for this time. Well, thanks Velvet. Then let's hurry. I won't get any keys tonight if I don't prank the greasy git. Bella didn't like it when I told her about yesterday. I can imagine. Then let's make sure you get another pleasant night, dear Drake. Hermione said with a grin. They got up and disappeared from the common room. They met a good hour later with their friends in the common room to head out to the Great Hall. As they sat down at the table, they took care to make sure they had a nice view at the teacher's table. Hermione, don't you usually sit on the other side? Ginny asked. Yeah, but, I think for today it would be better to have a good look at the teachers, she answered. And why's that? Ginny asked. Now that would be telling. Harry said and winked at her. You didn't. Be quiet and watch, Harry said quietly. How'd you activate it? Hermione whispered, all the teachers have the same plates. I used the same activation charm I combined with your wards. It's activated by the dark mark. Harry whispered back. You charmed all the dishes. Yep, and I placed another charm on every plate. I charmed the plates with different pranks so when the plates are switched around each day, he'll get a different prank. Harry said laughing. You sneaky brat. Hermione said but laughed as well. What are you two on about? Ron asked. There are 2 new marauders here. Harry whispered. You and who? Me. Who said it was me? I got dragged into this by your girlfriend. Harry said grinning. What? Hermione, your head girl. Ginny said smirking. Hermione glared at Harry. It wasn't my idea. Keep quiet, dear Velvet. And you folks, enjoy the show. Ron pouted. Why didn't you let me in on it? 2 reasons. First, your girlfriend couldn't bring herself to wake you, and second, you still have no idea what your form is so you don't have a name. Harry explained. Ron's eyes widened. Don't tell me you have your form. Hermione blushed. Harry analyzed my journal earlier and came to a very convincing conclusion. But I'll only tell you about it when I know for sure. Please, he begged. No, Ron, all I'll tell you is this, it seems to be a feline predator. And that means in English? Ron asked. A big cat with large teeth and great paws to strike you with. Harry joked. Ron blanched. All right. And what's your name? Velvet. Velvet Paw, she said quietly. Ron smiled. It suits you. Thank you. Stop the sugar talk already. Ginny groaned but winked to Hermione. Nice name. 10 minutes after that, Snape sat down and began to eat. Why's nothing happening? Ron asked disappointed. Harry rolled his eyes. It has a time delay of 10 minutes. Otherwise, he'd check the plates instantly. So he's going to think it was the food because it has to be digested first. Sneaky, he commented. And then it happened. The teacher's black greasy hair was suddenly clean, silky and platinum blonde. His black robe changed its color into a bright pink. The students gaped at him and after seconds began to laugh. What's this ruckus about? He yelled and jumped as he heard his own voice. It was now feminine and very melodious. Even most of the teachers began to laugh as they caught on. He looked down his robe and yelped. Nice hairstyle, Severus, Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. Snape conjured a mirror and jumped up. Who did this? Harry flicked his wand beneath the table and an illusion of a black dragon swept through the hall. It breathed a large flame and disappeared. The flame stayed and formed a text line. Never badmouth Talon again, greasy git. After that the illusion of a sweet small cat walked into the hall and played with a wool ball. She gave it a sweep with its paw and it rolled over the floor. Again the cat disappeared but the thread formed another text line, courtesy of Velvet Paw and Drake. The fiery words dropped into liquid fire and inflamed the wool and both disappeared in flames without a trace. Snape was fuming while all the others laughed about him while he was slowly changing back. Dumbledore cleared his throat and spoke. Well, it seems to me that we have a new generation of pranksters here who do remind me very much of the legendary Marauders. While it was surely fun, keep in mind that we will severely punish the guilty party if we catch them. And please refrain from insulting our teachers. On the educational part, it was a nice piece of transfiguration and charms work that reminds me of a very gifted couple. The man was gifted in transfiguration and the woman was gifted in charms, but I believe the responsible spawn of them has his true strength in another department. Now he looked directly at Harry who winked at the old headmaster. Ron, Ginny and even Hermione gaped at Harry. Wow, that was ingenious. Ginny said. Ron smiled at his girlfriend and said, that was some complex charm work. Hermione blushed. I didn't do anything. I only distracted the elves. The work was done by Harry alone. Wow, you have studied in the last year, haven't you? He asked Harry. Sure have. Hey Colin, did you take the pictures? Harry asked still grinning. Sure. Want some copies? Yeah, one of each. I need evidence for that. You'll get them in the afternoon. Colin replied laughing. Thanks, I owe you one. No, you don't. Keep up the pranks and we are even. Sure thing. So the first day of pranking started. Harry was right, they did place the plates at the teacher's table randomly and no one removed his charm work from them. So they were all activated at random meals until all had been activated more than once. Even Harry was surprised by the unsuspected start of the prank. Bella enjoyed the pictures of the pranks endlessly and shared more than one heartfelt laugh with her boyfriend. Since Harry didn't receive the necessary in potions, he couldn't take this class. Not that he cared, but Ron had convinced him to meet Hermione at the classroom after lessons was over. He was worried about the Slytherins but couldn't meet her due to the distance between her class and his. So Harry leaned coolly against the wall in the dungeons. He had a free period while Hermione was in potions and Ron was in Muggle studies. So he had enough time to be there on time. Some of the students looked curiously at him as they left the classroom, but he sent them a vicious glare, causing them to keep their distance. It was a well-known fact that if you valued your health, you stayed away from Harry. He seemed to only loosen up a bit around Hermione, Ginny, and Ron, or during the pranks. For the most part it was best to keep your distance from him. Hermione smiled, as she came out and saw him leaning against the wall. "Hi Harry." He only nodded and pushed away from the wall. "Well, if isn't little Potty afraid something would happen to the mudblood?" he sneered. Harry turned around coolly and smirked when he saw Snape standing behind Malfoy. "Such foul insults while a teacher is present?" Harry asked with a meaningful glance towards Snape. The potions master only sneered in response. "Well, it seems to me that the teacher is biased. Another point for the petition to the Board of Governors," Harry stated coldly. "Without evidence." Snape smirked. "Why? I have the head girl herself as witness in this Accio Iris sphere." A white gleaming sphere sank down from above the door to the potions classroom, causing Snape's eyes to widen. "I warned you once, Professor Snape. The time for idle threats is over. My petition will be sent off tonight," Harry said, and Snape's eyes widened again. "Give that to me," Malfoy yelled and drew his wand. The Malfoy spawn recognized the Iris sphere for what it was, a recording device for visual and audio. Harry was faster. He took one step forward and stood beside Malfoy before simply grabbing his wand arm firmly. "What? You're left-handed?" Harry laughed. "And what do we have here? The dark mark. That's not a good thing for other people to notice. It's also a bad combination, being left-handed and bearing the mark." Malfoy blanched and yelled at his cronies, "Get him." Harry connected his magic with the mark and activated it with the help of his connection to Voldemort. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle screamed in pain and Malfoy dropped his wand. Even Snape winced from the pain that shot through his mark, causing Harry only grinned. "I told you that it was a bad combination, Malfoy," Harry said, and Hermione gaped at him. "Well, I don't have time for this, we have classes to attend," Harry said in a voice of pure malice before activating the mark again, but this time with more power. The three students passed instantly out due to the vast amount of the pain, and Snape went white as a sheet. Harry dropped the connection as Malfoy fell to the ground and joined Hermione. "Shall we?" She stared at him incredulously, unable to say anything. "Ah, come on. They did it to themselves. No reason to pity Death Eaters." Then he turned to Snape. "Nice feeling, Bet you get more of that soon enough. By the way, I'm going to send in the petition after school. Be ready to get the answer around the end of the week," he said and smirked before he grabbed Hermione's arm and dragged her through the dungeons. Naturally, Harry was called to the headmaster, but this time he didn't give in and he sent the petition on its way. Dumbledore was, of course, very disappointed, not so much with Harry, because he had a solid reason to act as he did. No, he was angry with Snape for not heeding the warning issued to him. Dumbledore had to use his full power as headmaster of Hogwarts to keep his potions master from being released from his contract on the spot. The outcome was not what either Snape nor Dumbledore hoped for. Snape was given a warning, his last warning, that if he did anything else, no matter how small of an infraction, he would be dismissed from the school immediately. Ever since the meeting with the board, Snape steered clear from Harry at all costs. He even went as far as assigning detentions and taking points from Slytherin if they didn't act accordingly. Malfoy was the only one to dare and test Snape's warning. He made a rather rude comment about a secret love triangle between the Golden Trio. He lost 20 points from his house and received detention with Filch that night. The following day, Draco became the #1 target for the new Marauders. In the Morning Post he received a cursed letter that turned his skin green and his hair a bright yellow color. While Harry was not responsible for the curse, he knew who was, and it wasn't a surprise that even Flitwick couldn't remove the curse until it had run its course. Harry stayed emotionally distant from his friends, but he did make an effort to at least appear to be mending the fences. He spent most of his time with Ginny and Luna, since Ron and Hermione were often busy with other things. This, of course, caused the rumors of Harry and Ginny's relationship to start again, but no one dared ask any questions directly to Harry himself. It wasn't long before the first Hogsmeade weekend was upon them. Harry met Ginny at the gates of the school and led her down the road to his house in Hogsmeade. They had made Ron and Hermione go on their own in order to avoid unnecessary questions that could arise if Ron were to find out the identity of his new girlfriend. Harry had written to Bella about the trip a few days ago and she was excited to get the chance to make a woman out of Molly Weasley's youngest child. Harry and Bella really didn't care who found out about their relationship as Voldemort already wanted her dead and Dumbledore seemed to be acting civil at the moment. If others knew the secret at this stage of the game it wouldn't really matter. "Harry, where are we?" Ginny asked as he led her to a nice two-story house which was a short distance from the main street but still secluded from the other houses nearby. "This is one of my homes. Yours?" she asked and took a good look at the rather elegant house in front of her. "Of course it's mine. I couldn't have my girlfriend staying too far away from me now, could I?" "You're naughty," she said and grinned as well. "I don't think I would have been able to keep up with your hormones." "You're right, however, I'm not dating her because she can keep up with me. You'll understand everything soon enough." Harry led her to the door and opened it. Ginny gasped as she felt the tingle of powerful magic running through her body as she walked in the front door. The wards on the house were very strong. She looked through the small entrance hall for hints about the current occupant but it looked fairly normal, if not a little dark. "Honey, I'm home," Harry called. Ginny looked towards the stairs as she heard fast footfalls heading their way. It wasn't long before a witch clad in black robes flung herself into Harry's arms with a squeal. "Oh Merlin, not her." Ginny gasped and had to sit down because her knees became wobbly. Bella smirked and separated from Harry but kept his hand in hers. "Hi, Ginny," Bella said with a mischievous grin. "Miss Black," Ginny stammered. "You don't have to be so formal. I am dating your best friend after all. I think that entitles you to be more relaxed around me. Call me Bella." Shocked. "Sure. I mean, oh wow. I think a lot of things make sense now. Even why Hermione said that I wouldn't be able to match you. I mean, you're beautiful even for an, older woman, and you are very powerful and you can help Harry. I have a question that I have to ask and I'm sorry if it sounds spiteful as that's not my intention." "Shoot. I can understand why Harry wants to be with you, even it is in a twisted kind of way. But what do you see in him?" She smiled one of her rare, true smiles. "Look at him, Ginny. Forget his age for once and only concentrate on the actual man. Take a careful look on his eyes." Bellatrix watched her eyes become sad before they took on a look of understanding. Bella continued on, "I'll tell you what I see. I see a man who has matured too fast for his body. I see a man who has already fought in gruesome battles but has prevailed. I see a man who protected the people dear to him despite the danger for himself. I see a man who conquered his own fears and accepted the burden of his fate. I see a man who was used as a tool but freed himself of that. I see also a handsome and young man who is well built and also sees me as enough to be with me despite my past. I see also a very powerful and determined young wizard, full of cunning, mischievousness, humor but also hardness and righteous anger. I see also a man who is full of well-guarded emotions, and deep within him, a soaring flame of true love is burning and I know this flame is only burning for me. That is what I see in him, Ginny. Never could any other man give me the feeling that I get if I take one look in his eyes or if I simply hold his hand like I am at the moment. And believe it or not, but we are bonded." Ginny gasped and looked questioningly at Harry but he only smiled. "She's my soulmate." Ginny smiled and her eyes became moist. She hurried to him and hugged him fiercely. "I am so happy for you, for both of you. As far as I understand, Bellatrix deserves true love as much as you do." She separated from him and hesitated, and finally, after a short shove from Harry, she hugged Bellatrix too, but much more lightly than she had Harry. As she separated from the older woman, she was surprised to see tears in her blue eyes. When she saw the tears in Bella's eyes, she smiled again, this time a bit more genuinely. "It's still strange to see you two together. I mean, you could nearly be his mother. But if you forget the age difference, you fit very well together, especially with Harry's new coldness and cruelty. But I understand it's necessary. I hope, when the war is over, that he can help you as you've helped him. You helped him to become a hard warrior, ready for battle with Voldemort. I hope that one day he will be able to help you be able to feel again." Bella smiled. "He's already done that. We never show it in front of others, but when we're alone, we show each other how we really feel. But on the outside, well, you got it already. Now, I believe we're here to make a woman out of you." Bella said with a grin, "Oh, your mother is going to hate me for this." Harry created a portkey to take them to Diagon Alley and they all grabbed hold before swirling away. 3 hours later Harry, Ginny, and Bella reappeared in Harry's home. "Thank you Harry," Ginny said happily. "Give me those bags," Harry said laughingly. He took all of her bags and shrunk them down to a manageable size. He handed them back and she placed the miniaturized bags in her pocket. "Now, Bella and I bought something for you," Harry said and took a little box out of his pocket. Bella grinned happily and clasped her hands. Ginny stared at them with an astounded look. She took the box of his hands and opened it with a gasp. "What? Harry, you both have already spent so much money on me today. I can't take this on the top of everything else." "Sure you can. We have more money than we could use in 10 lifetimes. Anyways, it matches your new clothes and you got your ears pierced today too. Give it to me and I'll put it in." She hesitated but realized that she wouldn't be able to get out of this. She smiled and handed him the little open box. Harry took the small earring out of it and placed it carefully in her freshly pierced earlobe. Magic took care of the healing so that she didn't have to wear a special antiseptic ear piercing for days. On the silver earring was a special rune of protection. "What is the rune for?" "I mean, it looks great but I'm guessing it has something to do with protection," Ginny asked. "Right in one. Bella and I charmed it a little bit. It has a tracking charm, so we can find you anywhere. So wear it all the time," Harry said and grinned. Ginny smiled happily and hugged them both. Harry turned around and keyed Bellatrix, "I'm sorry but we promised we would meet Ron and Hermione at the Three Broomsticks." "I know. Wait, I have to tell you something. I got a letter from Narcissa. She wants to meet me," she said uncertainly. Harry thought about it and nodded. "She can meet us both next Saturday at the Fey Lounge. It's more stylish than the Three Broomsticks but it's also here in the village. We'll meet her together. Chances are that she will bring either Lucius or Draco with her, maybe even both. She said she wouldn't betray me and turn me into Voldemort but I think I like the thought of meeting her together with you. I'd like to be able to tell her about us though. She is my sister regardless of her husband." He nodded. "I think we can. We're already on Riddle's hit list and Dumbledore's still being civil toward us, so it doesn't really matter anymore. And last but not least, we're both ready now." Then he grinned, "And I want to see their faces. So we will make it interesting." She hugged him. "I love you. I love you too, Talon. I'll try and come by later tonight." She nodded and keyed him passionately one last time. Harry and Ginny walked down the street to the Three Broomsticks. "You know I was shocked, to say the least," Ginny said, "and I still find it strange, but seeing the two of you together, it's obvious that you love each other." "Thank you. I hope you are over me now," he said sincerely. "It's not something that can go away overnight. I realize that I don't stand a chance anymore, but it will still take some time." "I know. It's good that you're headed in the right direction though. Are you ready to shock everyone?" he asked grinning as they arrived at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks. She nodded nervously and straightened her clothes. He smiled reassuringly and opened the door for her. She smiled back and entered the pub. Inside the small dining area, all talking ceased. Ron and Hermione were sitting at a separated table and chatted happily about their developing relationship and their now, slightly better, friendship to Harry, as the pub suddenly went silent. Surprised, they both looked at the other patrons and looked in the direction they were looking. Time seemed to stop, as they saw who was entering the pub. "Bloody hell," was all Ron could say, as he saw the woman beside Harry. It didn't take him very long at all to recognize the smaller figure beside his one-time best friend. She stood tall and confident. She had knee-high black shining dragon hide boots, on which had slight plateau soles. Therefore she was now taller than Hermione. She wore black but transparent tights. She also had a black short mini skirt which ended far above her knees and was made of stretch material. Above that she had diagonally attached a thin silver chain which replaced a belt but it hung loosely above the skirt. Her blood-red stretch top was cut high and tight, leaving her lower abdomen free for the world to see and accentuating her shapely upper body. The blood-red stretch top which brought her well-formed beeps out. On the top, Directly above her beeps was a black Chinese dragon imprinted which was breathing black fire. The most interesting item of clothing she wore though would have to be her shiny new trench coat. It was made of black dragon hide but cut in Muggle style and reached down to her ankles. It made her really cool looking. She had a decent amount of light makeup on her face with faintly visible rouge on her cheeks. Adding to that was black mascara and blood red lipstick that matched her top perfectly. And finally she had changed her hair as well. It was no longer dull and lifeless, but silky and open hanging over her shoulders. She had many coal black strands in her fiery red hair so that it now looked like dark flames. Harry was normally the center of attention but with the dark gothic-looking women next to him he was almost invisible. Harry smirked as they moved over to their stunned friends and inwardly congratulated Bella's choice of clothing. He saw that nearly every male student couldn't take their eyes from her as she strode with swaying hips over to the table. As she sat down, Harry hit Ron with a silencing spell, before he even could mutter a single word. "You promised to let her go shopping with us and she did. Keep your promise," Harry said sternly. Hermione elbowed him and he groaned but nodded. They had a really nice evening and Ginny enjoyed the attention she got while Ron was busy with sending glares at every male in the restaurant. 2 hours later they were back in Hogwarts, sitting in the common room. "Now I really want to know who your mysterious girlfriend is, Harry. She ruined my baby sister." Ron groaned. Ginny was already somewhere talking with a 7th year of Ravenclaw. His name was Michael Andrews. He was as tall as Ron and had short black hair and light blue eyes. He too was wearing mostly dark colors without emitting darkness in the sense of evilness. "Ron, get your head out of your ass. She's no baby anymore. She's a young woman and nearly of age. She is old enough to decide for herself whom she likes and you have nothing to say about it. You may keep an eye on her if you want to protect her, but if you even think about interfering, you will regret it. Did I make myself clear?" Harry asked with a voice of steel. Ron blanched. "But she is my little sister. She is like a sister to me as well, Ron. But you are going to hurt her, if you interfere in her love life," Harry said seriously. "And Harry isn't the only one who will make you regret your actions, Ronald Weasley," Hermione added with vigor. "Fine, so I can't interfere but I can guarantee Mum will not be pleased. That is an obstacle that Ginny has to take care of for herself," Harry said. Ron grinned. "Obstacle. Nice wording, mate. Now, what about your girlfriend? Is she into the same kind of style, and if so, why?" "Because she's really hot, Ron," came Ginny's voice from behind him. She sat down next to Harry and winked at him. "Thanks for clearing that up. It explains everything you know." Ron groaned. "Am I the only one who doesn't know who she is?" "Trust me, there's a reason for that. I was shocked, but you would go crazy," Ginny said and laughed. "Same for me," Hermione added and snickered. "I think you might find out soon enough, Ron. Stay calm until then and try to rein in your temper. I would hate to hurt you again because you can't keep your mouth shut and your thoughts to yourself. Ask Ginny or Hermione if they think I am suited for the girlfriend that I have." Ron scrutinized him carefully and looked questioningly to Hermione and Ginny. Both regarded him with serious looks. "He's right. I was shocked to the bone, but I can see that they belong together," Hermione said seriously. "I was even more shocked than her, Ron. But if you do really think about it, you'll see that they are good for each other. And I could see something more. They are radiating pure passion when they are together. And show it at least. But there is more about both of them. They are true soulmates." Hermione gasped and looked questioningly at Harry. He smiled and nodded. "Congratulations," she whispered. "Thanks." Ron looked once again at Harry and his eyes widened. I know who your girlfriend is." Harry had a devious glint in his eyes but Hermione and Ginny looked uncertainly at Ron. "Is it possible that she's far older than you and is already a member of your family, the Black family, and she is a dark witch?" Ron asked seriously without any hint of judgment. Harry smiled. "I knew you could figure it out sooner or later." "I don't believe it," Ron bellowed. "How could you go out with her? You're crazy. She is evil. I bet she only uses you. You better stay away from that bitch or we won't be friends anymore. And keep her away from my sister." You could see the hurt in Harry's eyes as he stood up and left the room without looking back. "What?" Ron asked disbelievingly. "He chooses her over me. You bloody idiot. If you ever dare say such a thing to them or about them again, I will hex you into oblivion." Ginny bellowed and stormed out after Harry. Ron fumed and turned to his girlfriend, only to be shocked yet again. She glared at him with pure rage in her eyes. Nobody had seen a similar expression from her ever, and a shudder ran down his spine. What about the word soulmates did you not understand, you bastard? They belong together. They love each other. And you wonder why he chose her over you. Because you're not being a friend to him. You betrayed him along with us. He needs us, and now that we're starting to mend the rift between us, you push him away again about something that you have no say over. I'll tell you what. Stay away from me until you come to your senses, Ronald Weasley. I will not talk to you or meet with you again until you have apologized to him and her. Hermione said in an icy voice and stormed off to her dorm, not after Harry. Jealously added to the rage in the eyes of the red-headed teenager, and he muttered curses under his breath. Ginny caught up with Harry quickly since he hadn't gone far. He was leaning against the wall directly outside the Gryffindor tower trying to calm himself down. She joined him. I'm sorry. You don't need to be. He said reassuringly, you accepted my girlfriend and you stood up for me. That's all that matters. Thank you. But still, I can't believe his immature behavior, she fumed. I knew it would go badly. Harry sighed. He is too much of a Gryffindor and he sees everything in black and white. Add his stubbornness and jealousy and, well, you get the picture. She nodded. I think Hermione's in there giving him a dressing down too. Please be there for her. Tell her she shouldn't worry about me and not to endanger her relationship because of me. Harry said seriously. But they wouldn't. They would. Trust me. Can you go and talk to Hermione for me, please? Harry asked her. She nodded. And you? Are you okay? I'm going to go and get my own support, he said with a smile. She smiled too. Go and talk to her. I'm going. Just talk to Hermione for me. Harry said and left. She walked back into the common room to see Ron sitting by himself on the couch. She shot him an accusing glare and went after Hermione. She made sure to tell Hermione everything that Harry had wanted her to say, but Hermione was adamant that she was doing the right thing. I can't be with him if he's going to be so immature, Ginny. That's just the way it is. Ginny sighed and nodded. I hope it works out, Velvet. I like seeing you together with Ron. Hermione smiled. I hope that he comes to his senses too, but judging from his reaction, I'm worried about the reaction of the rest of your family if the truth comes out. Ginny sighed. I think my brothers will be okay with it, and my father already treats Harry as an adult, so that won't matter, but Mum will be the hardest to make understand. She's just like Ron. She sees everything in black and white, no gray. Not to mention how much hatred she showed towards Bella this summer. I hope it doesn't get too bad. I know she loves Harry as a son, but she could act rashly and that would be bad. We can only hope. And you? Are you alright? Ginny asked, concerned. Hermione had moist and red-rimmed eyes, but she nodded determinedly. If we break up over this, then I would rather that it happen now, over this, than over some other stupid issue later on down the road. Ginny hugged her. Whatever happens, I will be there for you. I know Harry will too. The entire following week was executed in an almost choreographed fashion. Ron avoided Harry like the plague, and he was, in turn, shunned by Hermione and Ginny. Most of the school was, of course, curious about the latest cause of disruption in the Golden Trio's life, but nobody spoke of it directly to them and they didn't volunteer any information. After day 2, both Ron and Hermione obviously missed each other, but both were too stubborn or thick-headed to try and make amends with the other. In an effort to not draw noticeable attention to themselves, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny tried a few pranks, but their heart wasn't in it. They didn't want the pranks to stop when they were obviously in a rift, since it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to notice the correlation between the two. Not that they really needed any more proof, but there was no sense in advertising it. Hermione was starting to make a lot of minor mistakes in class, testament to the fact that she was obviously thinking about other things as much as classes, and Ron just kept to himself. Hermione told Harry and Ginny several times that she would not be the one to mend the ties this time. If she gave in now, Ron would think he could always get away with his childish actions. Saturday finally rolled around again, and Harry was thankful for the respite that his weekend trip would give him, but he had to take care of one small detail before he left. He dragged Hermione over to the couch where Ron was sitting and pushed her into the seat next to him before glaring at both of them equally. If you're still arguing when I come back, I'll hex both of you without remorse. I honestly don't care what you think about my relationship anymore. I love her and she loves me. Your opinion means little to me anymore. That being said, you need to get your head out of here and make amends with Hermione before she moves on and you have no one. Just keep in mind that she is like a sister to me, and if you hurt her, or Ginny, again, then I assure you that our old friendship won't save you any of the pain that you deserve. Hermione, he said, turning to his first female friend. If he doesn't bother to apologize to you, then kick him in the balls and find someone that will treat you the way you deserve. I have things to do now. Good day, Harry said forcefully before turning on his heel and stalking out of the common room. Ginny gave him a thankful smile as he strode past her, and he nodded his head to her in understanding. The tense silence and unspoken feelings between Hermione and Ron were getting on everyone's nerves, and he honestly didn't care about Ron enough to bother staying mad at him any longer. With those thoughts in his head, he made the long walk to the small village of Hogsmeade. Bella knew that she was early, and she also knew that Harry, more than likely, would be a few minutes late. So she stood proudly in front of the restaurant and watched as her sister's black carriage rolled to a standstill in front of her. The door opened and her sister regally stepped out of the carriage and waited as her husband and son both exited the carriage as well. The whole of the Malfoy family was impeccably dressed to make a show of their obvious wealth. They failed to make as much of a statement as they hoped, since Bella was likewise dressed in the most formal robes that she now owned. She had never really cared about monetary wealth before, and therefore she rarely wore nice clothes. The only reason she wore them now was because Harry knew the way Malfoy Sr. and Jr. acted and wanted to level the playing field. She knew that spending the extra 100 galleons each was just a drop in the bucket to the vast fortune that Harry had at his disposal now. Narcissa walked over to greet her sister formally, while her husband and son stood back. "It's been a while, Bella. You look good," Narcissa stated, but Bella could still hear Lucius sneer, "Lestrange. It's black now," Bella growled. Draco snickered at the expression of hate on her face, but gained control of himself when she turned her glare on him. "Well, shall we go in?" Lucius asked. "No, I am waiting for an acquaintance," Bella said with a smile. Narcissa smiled. "Found another lover already, Bella?" she asked curiously. Bella never got a chance to answer since Draco noticed Harry making his way up the street towards the restaurant. "It's Potter. Are you going to finish him off like you did the mutt, Aunt Bella?" He regarded Bella with a hopeful glance, and even Lucius looked as if he wanted nothing more than to watch the two of them duel in the middle of Hogsmeade. Nothing could have prepared them for what occurred next, though. Harry casually walked up to the group in his own black and silver robes and stood in front of Bella. He leaned down to key her on the lips and said, "Sorry to make you wait. I had to deal with a moronic redhead this morning." His eyes were twinkling much the same as Dumbledore's as he held her close. He couldn't help the chuckle that came as he heard Narcissa gasp in absolute silence from the other two. He removed himself from the hug and turned to key Narcissa's hand, and nodded mockingly to both Draco and Lucius. He sneered at the shocked looks both men wore before focusing his attention solely on Draco. "Now that you know who I'm dating, would you care to continue insulting my girlfriend? Bella here hasn't been able to cast the Cruciatus on anyone for some time now. I think it might be a good chance for her to take out some of her frustrations on you. Otherwise she tends to get a bit wild in the sack." Draco blanched and hid behind his father. "Coward," Harry sneered before turning to Lucius, "you're lucky that we're meeting under a truce. I assure you that the next time I see you alone I will not hesitate to kill you for every time you beat her." Lucius raised an eyebrow noncommittally, but Narcissa wasn't fooled. "Raw," she stuttered, "you beat my sister. You sick piece of shit," she yelled before slapping him hard across the face. Malfoy blanched and took a step back from his enraged wife while Harry laughed loudly and locked his arm with Bella. "Shall we go in?" "Of course, Harry," Bellatrix said with a grin and turned around to enter the restaurant. "The Dark Lord will not be pleased with you, Bellatrix, for joining Potter," Lucius hissed. Bella stopped before turning a nasty glare at Lucius. "Your half-blood master can go F himself, Lucius." Harry couldn't stop the laugh from forming when he saw the incredulous and angry looks on Draco and Lucius' faces. "My master is no half-blood." Harry just smirked and drew his wand. He wrote, "I am Lord Voldemort," in flaming red letters in the air, and waved his wand and had them form the words, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Riddle is the half-blood heir of Slytherin. His mother was an ugly woman that had the unfortunate pleasure of Being Slytherin's heir and his father was a muggle in the local village that his mother lived near. If you don't believe me, use your influence to check the archives at the Ministry and Hogwarts. He was head boy too, that should make the search easier. Now, can we take this conversation inside? No, we cannot. Come Draco, I've had enough of this rubbish, Lucius said, turning back to the carriage. Draco stood still there gaping at Bellatrix and Harry, who had still their hands clasped together. You're dating my aunt? He asked Harry finally. You really are a simple creature, aren't you, Draco? I think the answer to that question was rather obvious. However, since both of us are here, if you have anything to say about my relationship to myself or my girlfriend, feel free to say it now. Draco looked frightfully at his aunt, but, she's a Death Eater. No, she was. There's a difference. Surely your father was witness to Voldy's screams of agony while I removed the cursed mark from her arm. Harry said with a devious glint, and Lucius blanched. Traitor, Lucius hissed. Don't forget, we are here under a truce. Bella said and fingered her wand dangerously. You could see that even Lucius had a healthy respect for Bellatrix Black. Harry and Bellatrix once again turned and headed into the restaurant, and Narcissa joined them after sending a vicious glare to her husband. As the door closed, they saw Lucius and Draco drive away with the carriage. They sat down at a separated table. The waitress arrived almost instantly and asked for their drinks. Harry took a quick look at the card. I would like a Rothschild of 1971 if you would. The waitress looked him over, seemingly to determine if he could afford it, but one piercing glare of his green eyes sent her on her way as both of the women nodded. That was an excellent choice, Drake. Bella said approvingly. Even Narcissa nodded and seemed to be surprised. Well, I didn't know that you have taste, Mr. Potter. But your clothing and your choice of wine prove that not all of my son's whining is accurate. Harry smirked and sent a quick thankful look to Bella. Well, are you two really together, or was that only a joke? Narcissa asked, sneering at Harry. After all, why would you go out with a mere boy? Narcissa gulped audibly when Bella glared at her dangerously. She was also slightly shocked to see her sister visibly relax when Harry laid a restraining hand on her arm. It wasn't a joke, Narcissa muttered, perplexed. Of course it wasn't. Do you honestly think that I would just let him key me like that, even if it were to get under Lucius' skin? Bella snapped at her sister. I guess not, Narcissa sneered. But what can you possibly see in that boy? Bella's temper flared again, but Harry calmed her down once more. You should not make her angry, Narcissa, Harry scolded her. How dare you me my given name? She snapped at the teenager. You forget your place, woman, Harry growled. I am the head of House Black, and regardless of your married status you are still a Black and will treat me with the respect that is due to the head of your family. Harry regained control of his temper and finished, just so you know, I intend to end your marriage to Lucius in the same way I ended Bella's to Rudy. What are you talking about? Narcissa asked while Bella grinned. I was the one who killed old Rudy. He managed to make me very angry and he didn't live long enough to regret it. His green eyes flared up and she visibly shuddered. One more thing, Narcissa, stay out my way when it comes to Lucius. I will kill him and anyone who stands in my way of that goal, related to my love or not. He BP'd her and he will pay for it with his life. That isn't up for negotiation, Harry growled. Narcissa's eyes lit up. Do what you have to do. If I could, I would do that myself. How could he do that to you, Bella? Narcissa asked, sounding genuinely concerned for her sister. How? Because Rudolphus let them, that's how. You know as well as I do that I cannot disobey his direct orders, Bella growled with a manic look in her eyes. Harry let him get away much too easily. I would have tortured him for hours, maybe even used the Imperius on some of the living Death Eaters to beat him too. Harry smiled apologetically. I am sorry for now punishing him to your standards, Talon, Harry said dryly. She smiled at him and winked. How did you both end up together? Narcissa asked. Simple. Harry saved me and killed Rudolphus and other Death Eaters. He treated my wounds and I agreed to teach him. He surprised me and freed me of my charges. Well, and we simply began to feel something for each other and tried it. So we ended up each other and we are fairly sure now that we do love each other, Bella explained. The three of them had an enjoyable meal together and Narcissa was eventually able to be civil towards Harry. She realized that her sister wouldn't date just anybody and she wasn't about to underestimate somebody that obviously held her respect. So she was willing to see how things worked out and decided to be as cordial as she could be when dealing with Harry. It was fairly late in the afternoon when they finally left the restaurant. Harry had just barely set foot outside the door, behind the two ladies, when he felt the rush of incoming magic. He reacted instinctively and pushed both women out of the way into the ground. He could see two figures coming at him from both sides through his peripheral vision just before he blacked out under the combined strain of two overpowered stunners and the activation of a portkey. His hosts decided to forego traditional hospitality measures and woke their guest with a well-placed Cruciatus curse by Draco Malfoy. Lucius wasted no time in adding his own curse once he was sure that Harry was conscious. "Does that hurt, Potter? Thanks to you and your infernal interfering, my wife is going to leave me and she is nothing if not ruthless when she wants something." Lucius screamed and hit him once again with the pain curse. Harry tried to concentrate on his bond with Bella to see if she was okay. He wasn't able to hold his concentration for too long due to the pain he was in, but he knew that she was alright and just worried about him. Once the curses were lifted, Harry coldly said, "You were the one who couldn't keep it in your trousers and beat her sister." He used the absolute anger that he was feeling at the moment to fuel his magic, just like Bella had taught him. It wouldn't be long before he would be out of this situation with two less enemies to worry about. Lucius hit him with a dark cutting curse that created a huge gouge in his shoulder, arm, and to some extent his back. He felt the warm flow of blood running over his back. "But that's not here or there anymore. I warned you earlier that once we met outside of the truce that I would make you suffer for what you did to her. I think I've played this whole hostage at the mercy of my captors for long enough. Now it's time for me to live up to my earlier promise," Harry hissed, ignoring the pain and the blood. "How do you think you'll be able to do anything right now? Your wrists are bound to the wall by iron shackles and your wand is here in my pocket." Lucius taunted him. Draco was getting closer to him with the intent of inflicting damage Muggle style. However, he never realized the error in his judgment as he took a swing at Harry. He now stood in between Harry and his father, effectively creating a buffer between the two. Straightening himself as much as his current position allowed, he concentrated on his staff. "The whole thing is quite simple really," he said coldly. He called his staff, and as soon as he felt the reassuring weight in his hands he flicked it and the cuffs clicked open. Not a second later, Draco was hit brutally in his guts with the hard and heavy staff and went screaming to the ground. Harry flicked his magnificent staff again and pointed it at Lucius, Crucio. A thick red beam shot out of the blood emerald and hit Lucius directly in his chest. He screamed horridly and fell to his knees. His fingernails scratching and digging into the concrete floor, and Harry did not let up with the curse. "This is for Bella, you sick bastard. Crucio forte," Harry bellowed, and a second larger beam hit its target dead on. Draco was trying to regain his footing and reach for his fallen wand, but Harry, without even looking, kicked his foot back and connected with Draco's groin, eliminating him from the fight effectively once again. Refocusing his full attention on Lucius, he reveled in the screams of agony that his beloved's tormentor was forced to endure. His fingertips were bloody and drew red marks over the stone. It wasn't long before the blood started to flow freely from his mouth and even started to leak out of his eyes. "And now, go to hell, Lucius," Harry bellowed, and his eyes lit up again as he yelled, "Crucio Maximus Letalis." The modified curse was one of his own inventions. It made the effects of the normal curse actually come true. Lucius' skin was forcefully torn from his body and he was forced to bleed out on the floor while the pain never ended. It was a few minutes before the screaming ceased and his, now red, eyes clouded over as he breathed his last breath. Harry turned around and found Draco still nursing his wounds. How pathetic. "Now it's your turn." Draco tried to crawl away from him, but to no avail. Harry swept his staff in a wide arc and hit him directly under the chin. Draco was hit so hard that his head shot up with a sick crack and the body was flung into the next wall. Draco wailed in pain. "How pathetic. And you think you are so great. You think you are such a powerful dark wizard. You are nothing but a loser. I'll show you the meaning of true power," Harry said in an eerie voice and changed into his necromancer gear. Once more, he was radiating darkness and pure black magic. Draco paled even further, if that was possible, and began to sweat and shake. "Please, don't hurt me," Draco wailed. "You have made your choices in life, Draco. Now it is time for you to understand, and suffer, the consequences of your actions, Avada Kedavra." The green light of the killing curse, outlined with the red light of the blood emerald, ripped the soul out of the blonde teenager and he sank lifelessly to the ground. You've seen too much. I couldn't let you leave knowing what you knew. He sent an emotional impulse to Bellatrix to let her know that he was all right. He summoned his wand to him and pocketed it. He cleaned himself as best as he could, but he was unable to fully heal the wound on his back since it was in a hard area to find. He was only able to stop the blood flow. He performed a powerful scanning charm throughout the whole manor, but he couldn't detect any more Death Eaters. He erected the same wards over this ancient building that he had cast over the Granger residence. He made sure that none of his new wards would interfere with the old ones, and once he was sure that the house was adequately protected, he cleaned the room of blood and excrements before conjuring 2 caskets and depositing the bodies inside. Checking the room and manor one last time, he vanished in black cloud. He reappeared next to Bella and didn't even have time to regain his footing before he was enveloped in a massive hug by his love. He tenderly wrapped his arms around her in fear of reopening his wounds and whispered soothingly, "Everything's fine." "What happened?" she asked him with moist eyes and looked at his battered and bloodied body. He separated himself from her and looked around. They were in a small alley. Only Narcissa was watching him with wide eyes staring at his staff. He vaguely assumed that she must know the meaning of the staff he now carried. With a thought he sent it back to his trunk at the manor. "They thought they could show their superiority by chaining me to a wall with no wand while sending the Cruciatus at me. They seemed a bit overconfident, and I made sure that he paid for what he did to you." "You killed him?" Narcissa asked disbelievingly. Harry looked sternly at Narcissa. "No, I tortured him to death," he whispered. Bella keyed him hard and whispered her promises to thank him properly sometime soon. She pulled back at his wince and she took the time to assess his wounds. "Impossible. You are the hero of the light," Narcissa muttered. "Hardly," Harry scoffed, "but I am the one who is going to kill Riddle." "There's a difference." He hesitated before finishing telling what occurred at Malfoy Manor. "I am sorry, Narcissa, but I had to kill Draco as well." She blanched and her eyes became moist. Did you torture him as well?" "No, I killed him swiftly with the killing curse. You are now free and the fortune of the Malfoys belongs to you now. I trust you are no Death Eater." She shook her head. "Good. I added some wards to your house. The first few Death Eaters that show themselves will be in for a big surprise," Harry said with an evil look. She shuddered. "Do I want to know what is going to happen then?" "Surely not. But let's just say that an acoustic alarm will not be necessary. And if someone with the mark actually makes into your house, he will not live long enough to even be surprised." She looked carefully at the young teenager and saw nothing of a boy anymore in him. She began to understand what her younger sister saw in him. Finally she nodded. "Thank you, Harry. I owe you one for the divorce of Lucius, but I regret the loss of my son." "I understand. But you have to realize that he chose his way. He attacked me and I had to deal with him. I had no choice. He could have compromised me. I can't even say that I'm sorry, but I understand you." A single tear fell down Narcissa's cheek, but she nodded. "I know, Harry. I don't hold it against you, and I won't tell anyone about you." Harry regarded her with a piercing glare which was underlain with pure dark power. "I wouldn't recommend it. I would really hate to kill you as well." Now the woman blanched and shuddered. She had already known that the black-haired teenager in front of her was powerful, but that was too much. He turned to Bella and she asked him quietly, "Are you all right? I felt how you suffered. I'll live. And you?" She smiled. "I am all right, thanks to a young dark-haired hero who pushed my sister and me out of the way." Harry laughed. "It was my pleasure." He hugged her and keyed her gently. "I think she needs your help now, Bella. Take her home and keep her company, but keep your portkey ready, all right? I don't want you to take any risk." She nodded and keyed him once again. "I love you. Never forget that. And thank you for your understanding." She really cared about Draco, she added, whispering. "I know. What mother wouldn't? Will you be all right?" she asked, concerned, noting how he became even paler since he had arrived. "I should make a visit to Madame Pomfrey. It's been a while now, and I think that she's going to need to give me something for the blood loss. Should I accompany you?" "No, that isn't necessary. Now go on and be careful. Send me a message if you are at home or if you need me. I know now where the manor is and can come to you." She hugged him a last time and kissed him and then turned to Narcissa. I will join you today. Is this all right? Narcissa nodded with tears in her eyes and looked to Harry. Thank you. You are a kind person, if the situation allows it. I have clearly underestimated you. I think you both fit very well together. Harry allowed himself a smile. Goodbye to you both. Rest a little, Narcissa. I placed the bodies in conjured coffins and cleaned up already so that you won't get a shock. Both are in the dungeons. She nodded and Harry smiled one last time to Bella before he apparated to the boundaries of Hogwarts. From there he dragged himself to the castle. He met Ron and Hermione shortly after he entered the grounds. They had been walking hand in hand around the lake. Harry! Hermione yelled once she saw him staggering around. Without hesitation Ron came as well and supported him since he could barely stay on his feet anymore. What happened to you? Ron asked. Well, I had a run-in with Death Eaters. Harry said and leaned on Ron. Nice to see you both together again. Harry stumbled over a stone. Harry, Hermione said with tears in her eyes. It's only blood loss but I should make a visit to Madame Pomfrey anyways. I'm sure she missed me, he joked. What about Talon? Hermione asked, concerned, as they hurried to the infirmary. She is safe. I pushed her and Narcissa out of the way when they ambushed us. The stunners which headed for them hit me and they portkeyed me away. Bella is now with Narcissa. Malfoy. They're Death Eaters. Ron swore. Wrong. There is only one Malfoy now and that is Narcissa and I can guarantee that she is no Death Eater. Harry muttered. He was becoming steadily weaker. What the hell is wrong with me? He muttered and touched the wound on his back with his hand. As he took the hand away, it was red with blood. Shit, it is opened again, he muttered. Hermione gasped when she saw the blood and Ron blanched and dragged him the last stairs up. No one had noticed that amount of blood he had lost since it blended well with the black cloak he was wearing. Harry sat down hard on a bed while Hermione called after Pomfrey. She hurried to Harry. I wondered if I would see you this year. Well, what happened, dear? She asked. Harry swayed slightly, weakened from blood loss, shallow gashes from a dark cutting curse, multiple cruciatus hits and light scratches from iron cuffs. Bloody hell. Where are the gashes? Back and left arm. Harry replied. She removed his robe and Hermione nearly fainted when she saw that nearly his whole back was covered in half-dried blood. Miss Granger, go fetch the headmaster. Mr. Weasley, hold him straight while I mend the cuts. Ron grabbed him firmly at his right shoulder and his back. Oh, you already closed them once. Harry nodded, reopened, either through hugging my girlfriend or the movement I went through to get here. It's also likely that I didn't heal it correctly the first time. Battlefield medicine is not a strength for me, Harry joked. Right, Poppy replied and muttered under her breath, bloody boys. I heard that, Harry said. Keep quiet. She muttered some healing charms and cleaned his skin afterwards. Now lay down. I need to fetch you some blood replenishing potions. She gathered some vials and handed them to him. Without waiting for her, he took the red vial out of her hands, emptied it, before taking the slightly blue one and emptied it as well. I know the painkiller has to wait for at least 10 minutes. Harry said and pointed at the yellow one. She looked disbelievingly at him. How could you? You can't simply drink a potion when you know nothing about it. She scolded him. Give me some credit. I had to use this combination quite often during the last year. I know very well how to use the healing elixir after the blood replenisher and I also know that both have to kick in before you can take the painkiller or all potions are countered. Harry said. She scowled at him but nodded. Now shoot. What happened this time? I would like to know that as well, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said with a serious look. Nothing special. I had a lunch meeting with Narcissa Malfoy. Her husband and son decided to take the chance and kidnap me. I freed myself after some torture and came back. You are fool. Dumbledore began, but Harry interrupted him. Don't you dare finish this sentence. Narcissa is a Black and is head of her family. I had to meet her. Furthermore, we had a truce. It was only bad luck that they ambushed us as we left the restaurant. If I hadn't had to protect her, I would have avoided the attack and wouldn't have been captured. And as you see I was quite able to free myself. Dumbledore sighed. All right. What happened to the Malfoys and where is Narcissa now? I can imagine that she is in danger now. She isn't. Her manor is warded, even better than the Granger residence, because I combined my wards with the existing ones. And the Malfoys, well, they're dead. Poppy gasped, as did Ron. What? Dumbledore asked. They are dead, he said, sounding out each word. I had to kill them in self-defense. How did you kill them? That doesn't matter. They both were Death Eaters, so every mean was acceptable. Let it go. Dumbledore wanted to question him further but realized that Harry wouldn't budge. Was there no other way? He sighed. No, Harry said coldly, they chose their side in this war and it was the wrong side. Explanation over. Harry swayed again slightly. Poppy glared at Dumbledore. Mr. Potter has to rest, Albus. He lost too much blood and was subjected to at least 3 Cruciatus curses. Dumbledore gasped, I am sorry, Mr. Potter. I didn't know. Harry sneered, sure, as if. Leave now. Poppy demanded, Mr. Weasley, you can leave too. He will get out tomorrow in time for dinner. Could you give us a moment, please? Ron asked. She nodded, all right, you have 5 minutes. As Dumbledore and Poppy were away, Ron turned to Harry. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, Harry. I will be honest, I still can't stand that woman. But it isn't my place to interfere in your relationship. For that, and only for that, I am sorry. She is a dark witch, I only worry about you and wanted to warn you. I know you are now a, dark wizard too, but at least, you aren't evil. I don't think, I would ever be alright with that or with her being with you, but I want to stay your friend. I won't say anything anymore about her, I promise. Harry nodded, that's more than I would have asked for, but try to understand, there is more than black and white, Ron. Even Dumbledore has already killed. He did kill Grindelwald and surely he didn't achieve that with a light charm. Keep that in mind. And Bella isn't evil, Ron. She has some problems, but who doesn't? She was in Azkaban for a long time and she was forced to marry that bastard in a binding contract. She was BPD and tortured. She is saner than every one of us would be after that experience and she loves me as I love her. And if I should be honest, I am more evil than her, at least now. She did some cruel things, Ron, but I did already too. And even if you don't understand that, I only warn you. Be very careful about what you tell others about her, be careful about what you tell about her, if I can hear you, and more important, be careful what you say about me or her, if she can hear you. I won't help you in any of these situations. Ron nodded, I know, and you would certainly be right. Let's keep a truce about her, all right. Harry nodded and winced, I should take the painkiller now. That will knock me out for some time. Then rest well. I will greet Hermione and Ginny from you, all right. Do that, and thanks. No problem, mate. And good one about the Malfoys. Ron said coldly. More than you will ever know. Harry said seriously. Ron nodded and left. Harry took the painkiller and slept shortly afterwards. Harry recovered quickly enough and was up again the next day as Poppy had promised. He joined his friends for dinner and was instantly bombarded with questions. Dumbledore had announced the day before that Draco had been a Death Eater and had been killed as he and his father attacked some wizards who had retaliated. Naturally, Hermione and Ginny already knew who they had attacked. Now they just wanted to know the details. Harry refused to offer any details and tabled any questions about the event. He admitted to killing them but nothing else. Harry received a message that morning at breakfast from Bella stating that both she and Narcissa were doing well under the circumstances and had made arrangements for the services and burials in the family tomb. He was also informed that the wards were activated twice during the night and that the screams could be heard throughout the entire manor. Luckily none of the intruders were able to actually make it into the manor itself. Harry was glad to know that his family was safe for the moment. He was also glad that he was still able to conceal his girlfriend's identity. Unless either male Malfoy divulged the information before the attack, then Narcissa was the only one that knew of their connection. For once he didn't mind hearing the rumors that were being said around the school. He actually laughed that most of the students still thought that he was dating Ginny, since she had yet to have an actual relationship with anyone as of yet. As the weeks continued on, Harry's life returned to normal most of the time. Well, as normal as his life ever gets. He would spend the majority of his time revising for the NEWTs with Hermione, and to a lesser extent, Ron. He even managed to make himself known at some of the DA meeting as well and astounded most of the members with his new dueling abilities. On the nights when he wasn't busy with other things, though he tried to time every night, he would go to meet Bella at their house in Hogsmeade. It seemed like the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden it was time for the Halloween feast. As it was a Saturday, the students didn't have any classes and were allowed to enjoy the nice day out on the grounds. The sun was shining and the sky was blue. It was, more than likely, one of the few, nice, days before the winter weather would dominate Hogwarts grounds once more. That day after lunch, Ron, Hermione, and Harry were invited to meet with the headmaster. This was a source of confusion to everyone but Harry, who had a good idea what the meeting was about. "Sit down, please," Dumbledore said, and conjured 3 comfortable chairs for them. Snape, Moody and McGonagall were also in attendance at the meeting. "I'm sure that you are all wondering why I've called you here and cut your afternoon short," Dumbledore asked with twinkling eyes. Hermione and Ron nodded nervously, but Harry kept his calm demeanor. "If I had to venture a guess, I would say that you called us here to warn us to be on the lookout today. Since it is Halloween and there hasn't been a year that I've been in the wizarding world that something hasn't occurred on Halloween. Tommy Boy seems to be obsessed with the anniversary of his downfall. I'm assuming he wants something big to occur on that night to overshadow his failure of 15 years ago. Does that about cover it?" Harry asked, taking some delight in the fact that he had obviously been correct. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled even more and nodded. "You are, of course, correct. We don't know any of his plans for this evening since we have lost our contact amongst their ranks. I was wondering if any of you has heard anything that might shed some light on what could occur tonight." Dumbledore focused most of his attention on Harry, which caused the young man to groan. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I sneak off grounds at night to attend Death Eater meetings? Of course not. You just seem to be quite well informed until this point, and I had some hope that you were able to gain some more insight into what might occur. That may or may not be true, but as far as tonight is concerned, I have no further information. I do know that he is waiting for something tonight. I've had a prickling sensation in my scar all day. He's nervous about something," Harry said. "That is most concerning. Do you think it would be a major attack?" Dumbledore asked. Harry turned around to Snape. "What do you think? Was he ever able to repair the damage the unnamed wizard did to his inner circle?" Snape shook his head. "Well, since Malfoy was his right-hand man, he deprived Riddle of his most important Death Eater with his foolish attack on me. I don't believe that he has enough control over his forces to start a major attack," Harry stated. Snape snorted. "Why do you think his attack was foolish? It was a perfect opportunity. It was ill-planned and executed in rage, all that because I deprived him of his wife. He didn't have any backup and he was as arrogant as ever and underestimated me. And finally, he is dead and I am alive, that's why," Harry said in an icy voice. "I still can't imagine how you killed both of them. You were bound to a wall and surely you didn't have your wand. And how did you kill them without using dark magic?" Snape asked. Harry smirked. "I never said I didn't." McGonagall gasped and Dumbledore looked disapprovingly at him. Snape's eyes widened. "You used dark magic. That's not possible. You need to be powerful to do that and you need training." "Ignorant fool," Harry spat. "What do you think I've been doing over the last year? Did you think I was on holiday in Morocco or something?" Snape blanched. "You turned dark. And the curse you hit me with at Black's house, that was dark magic. If that ain't the pot calling the kettle black. And that was Black family magic, it only stops you from hurting any member of my family," Harry said with a grin. The meeting was interrupted as Dumbledore got a fire call from Hagrid. "Hagrid, what is it?" Dumbledore asked. "It's Luna, sir. She is, Aaron really scared. She claims some Slytherins, Avenue abducted Ginny and taken her into the Forbidden Forest." "Shit," Harry swore, "we have to hurry. Fox, care to help me find her?" The Phoenix scrutinized him carefully. Harry knew that the magnificent creature no longer actively supported him since he turned dark. "Fox, it is not me that needs your help. It is Ginny. And we have to catch them before they reach their target. They're only using her to lure me out anyways." Fox thrilled and spread his wings. "Meet me at Hagrid's," Harry said and stepped through the fireplace to Hagrid's hut. The others came out of their stupor and followed him, floored. "Luna, how many were there?" Harry asked, determinedly. "4. Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson and Knott," she sobbed. "All right," Harry said and turned to the headmaster. "When I come back your student body is going to be 4 short." Dumbledore sighed resignedly but McGonagall was outraged. "Stop it," Harry growled, "it's her or them. Choose." Her eyes became moist, but she nodded. Ron stepped to him and laid his hand on Harry's shoulder. Do whatever you have to, but save her. Harry just nodded his answer. How do you want to find her? Hermione asked in a shaky voice. Fawkes is too fast for you. Harry got a malicious glint in his eyes. He's not too fast if I fly. Harry ran out of the hut and waited for Fawkes to show up in a ball of fire. Harry wasted no time at all and immediately changed into the wyvern. None of them had ever seen his animagus form before. In fact, most didn't even know that he had one. A wyvern, Hagrid gasped. At 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, the dragon-like magical creature was spreading its even larger wings and stretching his head to the sky to let out a horrendous screech. Lightning trickled over his wings and his body before he flapped his powerful wings and took flight. He shot like an arrow after Fawkes and searched the ground with his piercing green eyes. A lightning wyvern, one of the most powerful and rare kinds. That boy is astounding, Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. Ron said seriously, I wouldn't call him boy if he's in hearing distance, sir. It would be very likely that he would hurt you with those vicious claws of his. His hated uncle called him that, and as far as I can tell, he takes that as a vicious insult. Dumbledore became somber almost instantly. I know, and for that I will never forgive myself of my decision regarding his living situation. Hermione tried to bring the focus back to the issue at hand. I hope he finds them before they reach their target. Harry was right, it is most certainly a trap for him and there has to be more Death Eaters waiting for the students, and him, to arrive. Hermione's wish was granted shortly thereafter. It couldn't have been more than 2 minutes since the magical creatures had taken flight when they heard a roar and something crashing through the woods. Harry had found his target. Ooh, it wasn't Ginny's day. It had started well enough. She didn't have any classes and she decided to go with Luna to stare at the boys that were in the Quidditch stadium. They were heading towards the stairs to take a seat in the stands when they were ambushed. They banished Luna as far away as they could to make sure she couldn't interfere, though in hindsight they should have stunned her, and they bound and gagged Ginny before taking her wand. At least Luna got away due to their lack of thought. The 4 attackers didn't hesitate though and dragged her through the forest. She stumbled over a root and fell down hard. She couldn't catch herself because her arms were bound to her body. Parkinson, the cow, was laughing madly at this and taunted her. Not yanked her off the ground and forced her to start walking again. Come on, bitch. We have to deliver you to the Dark Lord for a welcoming party for dear old Pothead. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting, would you? He sneered. About 5 minutes into the journey Parkinson started to whine about the distance. How much further? Keep your mouth shut before I silence you. You know how far the wards stretch into the forest. We have to get outside the wards to make the delivery. Not snapped. Ginny had to grit her teeth together. She had sprained her ankle earlier and she had cuts and bruises from the fall. But she would not give them the pleasure of seeing her weakness. She contemplated trying to flee, but she couldn't find a way to do that. With bound arms she would be much too slow and couldn't defend herself. Adding to that, Crabbe and Goyle were in front of her, while Pansy covered the back. They were crossing a clearing when it occurred. A large shadow fell over the students before they heard the massive roar and saw what they had walked into. Instantly all their heads shot up as they heard something large breaking through the branches around them. They saw a wyvern striking down on them for a short moment, before the creature opened his mouth and spat blue lightning at Crabbe and Goyle. Both fell to the ground dead and smoking almost instantly. The animal landed next to them and with a swish of his powerful tail, it flung Pansy shrieking into the air. She landed nearly 20 meters away in a tree, dead with a broken neck among other things. The wyvern turned to the last of his enemies, Nott, who had taken to hiding behind Ginny, using her as a shield. He pointed a shaking wand at the large creature but stammered too much to produce a real spell. The creature walked step by step nearer to the both students, but couldn't attack without harming Ginny. He locked his green eyes with Ginny's brown ones and she understood that she had to get out of the way. She flung her head back forcefully and hit Nott hard. She winced from the pain but still kicked him with her foot and then she flung herself forward to the ground. The wyvern saw his way free and reacted. His head shot forward like an arrow and locked his sharp teeth around the head of the stunned Nott. One cruel bite later, Nott was history and the body fell lifeless to the ground. The wyvern spat blood and gore to the ground and then turned to Ginny. She tried to crawl away from the animal but it took a step back itself and began to shimmer. Some seconds later, Harry stood in front of her with a look of steel in his eyes. Harry. Oh, Drake, now I understand. She gasped. He took his wand out and flicked it. The ropes around her upper body vanished and he helped her up. She bent down and took her wand back from Nott. Then she hugged Harry as hard as she could while sobbing into his chest. Thank you, Harry. No problem. We should get moving though. I doubt that Voldemort is very far away right now. I can't walk very well, Harry. I sprained my ankle, she said. Okay, let me see here. Let me take a look at these cuts first. Fawkes made his first showing since leading Harry to the clearing and cried a few tears to heal her wounds. He couldn't do anything for the ankle but Harry had an idea to get her back to the castle anyways. Care for a flight on a dragon, fair maiden? Harry asked with twinkling eyes. She grinned and nodded. Then hold on, he said and changed again into the magnificent animal. She climbed clumsily onto the back of the wyvern, trying to use only one foot, and he took flight again. He let out another screech as they left the trees beneath them. Moments later the wyvern landed smoothly in front of Hagrid's hut where the teachers, Ron and Hermione, were awaiting them. Ginny squealed in delight as her fiery hair was flapping in the wind as they landed. The wyvern even kneeled down to make her climbing down easier. She limped over to Ron who hugged her gently. Are you all right? He asked. Yes, thanks to Drake, she said and turned around to Harry who was changing back now. I only have a sprained ankle. What happened to the Slytherins? Snape asked concerned. Harry shrugged. 2 were hit by lightning, Pansy broke her neck, as she was flung to a tree and, well, Nott lost his head. The coward hid behind Ginny. He growled. What do you mean with, he lost his head? Snape asked taken aback. I meant it literally, Harry said, again in a voice of steel. The wyvern bit his head off. Ginny said and shuddered. Yeah, the predatory instincts kicked in, said Harry and smirked. Well, 4 junior Death Eaters less. Ron supported his smaller sister. Come on, and let's get you to the infirmary. I think Madame Pomfrey can fix the ankle easy enough. He turned his head to look at Harry. Thanks mate, he said seriously. Harry shrugged. I didn't do it for you. Ginny's my friend too and she needed me. Hermione accompanied them to the infirmary but Harry stayed behind to talk to the teachers. You make a fine animagus, Ari. Your father'd be proud, Hagrid said with beaming eyes. Harry nodded thankfully and looked at Snape. He didn't really care one way or the other but it was beginning to become obvious that Snape was feeling the effects of Voldemort's displeasure with him. He had constantly been rubbing at his arm and he seemed to not be sleeping at all either. He looked dispassionately at his arm one more time before walking away with a parting comment, you know the deal. What did he mean? Hagrid asked. Dumbledore sighed. Voldemort is torturing Severus through the mark. Harry said he had removed the mark from Bellatrix after learning how it worked. I asked him to do the same for Severus but he declined. He said that Severus had gone out of his way to torture him at school so he wasn't in any hurry to do him any favors. I can't argue with, Hagrid agreed, but I would have thought he would do it anyways. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Harry agreed to remove the mark if Severus were to make a formal apology to him in front of the whole school in the Great Hall. Hagrid laughed in his deep voice, at a boy, Ari. Snape growled and winced in pain. I think his scouts have found the bodies and informed him. He's enraged right now. I think for your own sake, you need to swallow your pride. You're wasting away, Severus, Dumbledore said with a concerned look. Even McGonagall pitied him to a degree. Come on Severus. It's obvious that you aren't your normal sallow self right now. You don't even take house points from Gryffindor anymore, she teased him. Snape glared at her but sighed. I'll consider it. The constant pain is nerve-wracking. I'd take a Cruciatus over this any day. We all can see that. McGonagall said concerned. Please, Severus, just do it. I have to sleep on it, and preferable with some drinks as well. He said and left. Do you think that Harry is turning dark? McGonagall asked. I know he's dark, but I doubt that Harry will ever be evil. I'm beginning to see the difference in the two now. Dumbledore said. Ari would never become evil. Hagrid thundered. He's doing what he needs to survive. Nothing more. Dumbledore sighed. I know. The next day Harry was eating breakfast at the Gryffindor table. Most of the students still avoided him but Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville still sat next to him. Suddenly all chatting stopped and it became eerily quiet in the great hall. Harry turned around to see Snape standing formally behind his seat. He cleared his throat and began to speak loudly, so that it could be heard through the whole hall. Mr. Potter, as I understand it, I have been very disrespectful to you and your family during my tenure here at Hogwarts. I have, on more than one occasion, tried to cause you harm directly as well as a member of your family. I also realize that I have crossed my bounds in regards to the insults I have made about your mother, father, godfather, and Miss Black. I also admit that I was very biased against you and the whole Gryffindor house, and for that I am sorry. I hope you can forgive a stubborn and embittered aging man his mistakes even if they've been numerous. Harry smiled and stood up. He offered his hand to Snape, who accepted it, and said, "Apology accepted, Professor Snape." He then added silently, "I could be at your quarters at 8 this evening, if you wish." Snape nodded. "I would prefer that Dumbledore and Poppy would accompany us. This is far from a walk in the park and I don't doubt that you will be in any small amount of agony before it's over," Harry said. Snape nodded again. "I will see to that and thank you." With that he turned around and shot a glare at the hatefully staring Slytherins. Despite his revelation as ex-spy, he had his house still firmly under his control. After that glare he went up to the staff table. As promised, he stood at 8 sharp in front of the door to Snape's quarters. But before he even had a chance to knock, a black owl landed next to him and changed into his love. She at him looked sternly, "I will not let you suffer alone through this, and I don't care if I reveal this to them." He smiled and gave her a peck on her lips before he finally knocked. Snape opened and took a step back, as he saw Bella with an icy stare standing next to Harry. Both entered and snickered as Dumbledore stared too at both of them. "What is she doing here?" he asked, bewildered. "She is here to support me," Harry said in a final voice and turned to Snape. "Sit down." Snape sat down on an armchair and removed his sleeve from the mark. Harry sat down beside him and grabbed his arm. He touched the mark and felt instantly the connection coming to life. Bella stood behind him and laid her hands supportively on his shoulders. "What are you going to do?" Dumbledore asked. "I will destroy any foreign magic within him, and that is going to hurt him, me, and good old Tom immensely." "That isn't possible," Dumbledore stammered. "You would actually need a spell to remove the mark." "Nothing is impossible," Harry sneered, "and I will use a spell to remove the mark. The mark itself is nothing more than a tattoo. The magic behind it is how it works. Now, I need to get started." Harry felt a reassuring impulse coming from Bella and closed his eyes. He pulled some of his dark red magic out of his core and pushed it through the mark into Snape's body. He started to scream almost instantly, and Harry was glad when he felt the silencing charm that Dumbledore had cast wash over the room. Again, he felt the strands of Voldemort's magic and embedded them within his own magic. Once he had all covered, he tore the foreign magic apart. Snape screamed his pain out until his throat was hoarse. Harry felt the Voldemort's pain and the anguish through his connection and tried something new this time. He channeled his own pain through his scar connection into Voldemort's head. He smiled when he felt the Dark Lord scream in agony. After nearly 10 minutes, it was finally over and Snape was free. Then he opened his eyes and muttered the counter curse to remove the mark. One last time Snape screamed in pain, but all that was left of his connection to Voldemort was a red swollen part of his skin, which instantly was tended to by Poppy. Harry swayed as he got up and groaned. The use of his raw magic was exhausting and he still felt some pain from the procedure. He found himself instantly wrapped up by the arms of his love as she hugged him fiercely. Harry heard the gasps from all 3 other occupants of the room, but Bella hissed dangerously, "Don't you dare make a comment or even think about telling anyone." Snape gaped at them and muttered, disregarding the warning, "Bloody hell. Don't tell me you two are an item." Bella grinned wickedly, "Sorry, Severus, but he got my heart. You will have to find yourself another woman." Snape's eyes bulged out and he groaned, "I don't care for you. Black. At least now I know who taught him the dark arts. I didn't teach him that much, Severus, not even the half of his knowledge." She said, grinning, "He learned most of his knowledge himself with only little help from me." "Enough of this," Harry growled. "There is no reason to freak out about my relationship to her, not that it concerns you anyway." And with that he shot Dumbledore a warning look. Then he turned to Snape, "Are you all right?" Snape nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Potter." It was a pleasure, despite the pain, because I know that Tommy Boy was even worse off than both of us together. Harry said with a smirk, then looked Bella in the eye, and thank you for being here. She grinned and pulled him into a passionate key. They heard the two teachers gasp and a thump. Curious, the two of them separated and looked for the cause. They laughed when they saw that Poppy had fainted from the sight of the boy who lived keying the most feared dark witch in decades. Now that that's over with, I should be on my way, Bella smirked. I'd hate to be the cause of rumors that the boy who lived is dating an older woman. Harry laughed again. Why not? You aren't ashamed of me, are you? Of course not. But now is hardly the time to throw this news to the general masses. Besides, Narcissus is waiting for me. She keyed him and stepped out of the door. Shortly afterwards Harry heard the quiet flapping of wings and he knew she had disappeared. The real war began 2 days afterwards. Nearly a dozen black owls swept down towards the students. Harry understood the reason for it as Hermione gave him the Daily Prophet. Voldemort had attacked the homes of Muggle-born students. He growled, he is going to pay for that. And slammed the newspaper forcefully down on the table. He got up and went over to the staff table. There he locked his eyes with the headmaster and said loudly, "What are you going to do about that?" The hall was quiet enough to hear a needle fall. Even the sobbing of the students who got in Black Owl ceased. Dumbledore lost the twinkle in his eyes. I am afraid, I can do nothing about it. So you are telling us. Harry drew a wide arc with his arms in the direction of the students, that you are sitting here, doing nothing, while Voldemort is killing the parents of students. You are the leader of the light. Not the ministry, not the Aurors. You have the possibility and the responsibility to take action. Dumbledore began to get angry about this display, but some of the teachers, especially Snape and Remus, agreed with Harry. I can't do anything, Dumbledore said forcefully. No, you don't want to. Harry said in a cutting voice, it is your choice. But I tell you something. If something like that happens again, I will do something and there will be no more mercy. Some of the students gasped, but these who knew him didn't doubt him for a second. Everyone, who will be with me, stand up. Harry bellowed. As one, Snape, Remus and some of the students stood up. Harry nodded to the two teachers and turned around to the students. He smiled, thank you. But I have another question, especially to the students. I know, you want to help me, but consider this, I'm not going to capture Death Eaters, at least not many of them. I'm going for the final deal. I'll only consider taking you with me, if you are ready to kill them. I won't hesitate to use the dark arts to deal with them. Again the students gasped. They are killing, torturing and raping your sisters, mothers and relatives. I won't allow that, if I have any saying in that. I will pay it back as they deserve and not like a weak, incompetent and corrupt ministry. Now, I thank you all, but do sit down please, if you can't deal with that. The students sat down indeed. Only one Slytherin kept standing, a 7th-year girl. Blaise Zabini. Both of his friends sat down, white like a sheet, but they looked at him apologizing. He smiled at them. He would have been disappointed if they had kept standing up. He nodded to Blaise, we'll meet when something like this happens again. Blaise nodded determined while Harry turned around to Remus. Let's talk. Remus nodded and they disappeared into the office of Remus. Moony, you did understand, that I said, we are going for the kill. This is war now, no longer a group of wizards who did some crimes. Remus nodded, I know. I don't know the dark arts, but I know, that's Sirius and even your mum did at least somewhat. Harry was a little bit surprised to hear about his mum, but he nodded. If she had been as studious as he had heard, it was only logical that she did learn some dark magic too. And both weren't evil despite of that. Remus continued. Harry sighed, but I'm now, at least a little bit. I have delved too deep already and learned the blackest magic. You know that already. But still, I won't use it on any innocent. I know that and that is the reason, why you are not evil. Remus insisted. Harry smiled an uneasy smile, thank you. Teach me. Remus demanded. Harry sighed and nodded, today, the evening. We will meet in front of the girls' bathroom in the 2nd floor. Do me a favor and fetch Snape and Blaise for me. I want to see, what they already can. Remus nodded. So they met in the evening and Harry led them down to the Chamber of Secrets. He taught Remus in front of an astounded Blaise and Snape the killing curse and some other dark magics, like some shield-shattering curses, bone-breakers and dark-binding curses that would hurt the victims of the curse if they would try to escape, really hurt. He let them swear a magical oath that they would not reveal anything to anybody, the things they may get to see on any mission they were going to. Harry wouldn't hold back with his abilities any longer. But as long as it was possible, he didn't want Dumbledore to make the connection from him to the Dark Avenger. The next day, again some black owls swept down to some Muggle-born students who would shortly afterwards break down in tears. Harry nodded to Blaise, Snape and Remus. They stood up as one and Dumbledore intervened. I will not tolerate such behavior. This is a school and not a headquarter of dark wizards. You got that wrong, Harry said quietly, but his voice had again an eerie quality and was despite of the quietness carrying throughout the whole Great Hall. Hogwarts has always been a center of fight for the good, and that has nothing to do with dark or light magic. There is no such thing. There is only magic. The users decide if it is evil or good. Hogwarts has always been the center of resistance against evilness, and that it is going to be again. In this war. In this conflict against Riddle. Now. With that, he turned around and his robe was billowing behind him in a most noble way as he left the hall. His comrades formed a triangle behind him with Blaise at the center, and they left seconds after him. The three were surprised, as Bella was awaiting them in front of the bathroom in the second floor. Once again they went down to the Chamber of Secrets. What is she doing here? Blaise asked uncertainly. Harry smiled and keyed Bella, question answered. He asked a wide-eyed Blaise. She only nodded. All right, Talon, what do you have for us? I spied on the last gathering. They met at the main outside meeting place. They will meet again there when the sun sets. The Dark Lord was furious. You not only disturbed his attacks, but you freed Severus and me. This sets a bad sample, and you cost him half of his leaders. He had to make the attacks to prove to his servants that he is indeed powerful. If we can further disturb his attacks successfully or kill the new members of the inner circle, he will get problems to keep them in line. Bella explained. Blaise shuddered as she saw that Potter got a truly evil glint in his eyes, and adding to that, they were radiating raw power that gave her the creeps. She would never have thought of Lestrange or now Black dating with the boy who lived, but she understood now. Harry turned to Bella and Blaise. What do you think he is going to do, if we are going to do exactly that? He is going to attack Hogwarts to force a decision, both said simultaneously. Exactly, Harry said with an evil grin. What do you have in mind? Remus asked with a matching grin. I think that would certainly force the so-called leader of the light into action. And secondly, there are some nasty surprises waiting beneath the grounds of Hogwarts. Snape and Blaise looked at Harry questioningly, and Remus blanched. Bella snickered. So you found something special? Yes, I did. Hogwarts has its motto not without reason. That's great. I don't want to miss that. Bella squealed wickedly. What are you talking about? Blaise asked. You will see. All in good time, Harry said in a truly Dumbledore-like manner. Remus laughed. Please, don't become like him. Harry laughed as well. I hope not. Then he became serious. Are you ready for the evening? We will surprise them and go in under disguise, of course. Don't show any mercy. No taunting, no delaying. Kill them directly and without hesitation. They deserve it. We will show them the true meaning of fear. Harry said. All three nodded. All right. Any of you an animagus? Harry asked. Snape and Blaise grinned. Raven, Snape said smirking. Hawk, Blaise said with a bow. That's great. So we will come in flying. I will take Remus. What are you? Blaise asked. Well, I am called Drake for a reason, you know. Harry said with a devious glint, and when you will see Talon, you will understand the need for the oath you gave me. You? Blaise asked. Harry smiled. A wyvern. We will meet at the entrance to the Hogwarts grounds at 6. It would be the best, if you would be all ready in your forms to raise less suspicions. They nodded and left. The evening came fast enough. Bella never left Hogwarts. Harry hid with her in the room of requirements, and they made love over and over again. They both were positively beaming, as they waited for the other three. Remus groaned as he saw that, and if they could trust the looks of the hawk and the raven, they thought in the same directions. Harry growled, if you make a comment, you will regret it. Now come. Harry and Bella changed and Remus climbed onto Harry's back. Harry could see it in the eyes of the two birds of prey, that they recognized the black owl for what it was, the messenger of impending doom for all Death Eaters. They took quickly flight and headed to the south. As the darkness overcame the light of the day, they landed on a clearing in a dense wood. There was nobody there, at least not now. They went deeper into the woods until they were hid by the trees and the shadows. A half-hour later, they heard some cracks on the clearing, but Harry let them wait. Still, they crept now forward to the clearing to get a look on the incoming Death Eaters. Voldemort himself appeared and made a speech to his folks. Harry directed his peers with a sign of his hand to stay back and got quietly up. Silently he went forward onto the clearing, his wand drawn, until he was seen by one of the Death Eaters. He dared to interrupt the Dark Lord. "Crucio!" Voldemort bellowed. As he took off the curse he asked in a hissing voice, "Why did you interrupt me, you fool?" Potter. There. He stammered and pointed towards the teenager. Voldemort looked up. "Potter. What are you doing here?" he asked, clearly surprised. Harry only grinned, flicked his wand and yelled, "Avada Kedavra!" The red slits, where should have been Voldemort's eyes, widened and he disapparated. The green beam seared through the air, where Voldemort had been a second before, and hit a Death Eater behind the point. He went down dead instantly. The other Death Eaters didn't dare to move. "Voldemort!" Harry screamed, and then he yelled a charm and swished his wand in a wide arc. A yellow circle formed around him and enlarged until it was so deep into the woods that he couldn't see it anymore. A Death Eater tried to disapparate, but he couldn't anymore. "Damn!" He cast an anti-apparition ward. He yelled. Harry only smirked. "Time to play," he said into the woods behind him. His 4 comrades disguised with disillusion charms stepped out, and the 5 as one cast, Avada Kedavra. 5 bright green beams of light sped towards the Death Eaters. Even before they hit their targets, 3 more beams left the group, 1 from Snape, 1 from Bella and 1 from Harry. 8 Death Eaters fell dead to the ground. The rest took cover. Some of them cast death curses or pain curses at them until Blaise was hit with a Crucio. 10 Death Eaters more were dead, but the screams of Blaise pushed Harry over the edge instantly. He let out a dark growl and pure black power began to radiate of him. All fighting stopped as he held up his right hand, and his black staff with the red pulsing blood emerald on top appeared. Snape and Blaise gasped in recognition, while the Death Eaters began to take only more cover. Some even tried to run away as they saw who really was attacking them. Harry waved his staff, and one beam after another and one more powerful as the previous left his staff and killed, tore apart or hurt Death Eater after Death Eater. The air nearly reeked of dark magic, especially around Harry. The first who was hit, died quickly and painless from a killing curse, but the second was hit by a bone crusher directly on his skull and died very painfully. After that, he fired a whole bunch of really dark blasting curses, one speciality of the black magics, and killed nearly half of the Death Eaters, even if they hid behind some cover. Eventually, his comrades joined the battle again and made short work of the stunned and disbelieving Death Eaters. As they disapparated half an hour later, they left a battlefield full of torn apart bodies and corpses as message to the Dark Lord. And he got the message as well as all other wizards, because the mess, or at least the outcome of the battle, was reported in the press the next day. Only nobody besides the Dark Lord knew who had caused it. The whole next day Snape as well as Blaise never took an eye of the dark-haired teenager. They still couldn't comprehend what they had seen at the clearing. Harry Potter, the Gryffindor golden boy, the hero of the wizarding world, the so-called sample of bravery and goodness, had mercilessly killed and tortured his enemies with dark or even black magic, even they hadn't known until then. And he hadn't even hesitated. The same goes of course for Bellatrix and surprisingly to a lesser extent to Remus. He must have known for a while of the identity of the Dark Avenger. They both looked with a lot of new respect at the dark-haired teenager, not that he cared about that. As the students hadn't seen any Black Owls arriving the next morning, and after they read the article about the murders of Death Eaters, they too looked at Harry and his 3 companions with awe, but also with much fear. They avoided them and didn't even try to talk to them. Snape was even more frightening to them, and even in Remus' class, there was only silence and fear. Remus sighed, but if that was the price he had to pay to support Harry, he would do it willingly. The only ones who didn't shun Harry and Remus were Ron, Hermione and Ginny. But even they looked with new uncertainty at them all. But Harry didn't care anymore. That was a luxury he couldn't afford. They had entered a war and it had to be fought now by the way they had chosen. The next days were quiet from the side of Voldemort. Harry met now every evening with Snape, Remus emblazoned sometimes even with Hermione and Ron as they wanted to help him, even if they didn't want to use dark arts. They tried to analyze possible scenarios of an attack of Voldemort on Hogwarts grounds. Further, Harry tried to prepare himself at the best of his possibilities. One of the drawbacks of a necromancer was that he had to find the dead beneath the earth first if he wanted to summon them. So he went down late after a meeting to the grounds of Hogwarts and sat down in a lotus position. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind and concentrated only on his magic. He focused on his dark red magical core and began to send pulses of it through the grounds surrounding the ancient castle. A faint smile formed on his lips when he got the first impressions. The castle was indeed ancient. Many battles had been fought around here during the centuries. He sensed hundreds of dead corpses beneath the grounds from many different species. There must have been battles between wizards and goblins, because there were alone hundreds of goblin corpses and wizard corpses, which he sensed were nearly from the same age. He memorized the positions of the most powerful ones and stretched his senses further. Again he smiled, as he sensed again the corpse resting deeply beneath the ground near the border of the Forbidden Forest. He had sensed it earlier and he enjoyed the powerful response of that special corpse. He memorized this one especially well. The Death Eaters would be surprised if he managed to call that one to his service. He knew very well that he had never tried to control a corpse as powerful as that one, but he would try it if necessary. He remembered the motto of Hogwarts, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Indeed, had one of the founders been a necromancer too, well, they would never know it. Suddenly he heard steps of a person behind him. He jumped up like a flash from his sitting position and turned around, his wand drawn. Once again he emitted a dark aura of raw power. "Stop," Remus said and held his hands up. Snape stood beside him. "What are you doing here at this time, Potter?" Snape asked, for once without his arrogant sneer. He seemed to be truly curious. "I was preparing for a possible battle," Harry said and relaxed. "What, here, at this time?" Remus asked. "And how did you prepare?" Snape asked and ignored the comments of Remus. "Well, a necromancer has to sense the dead corpses before he can call them to him. I memorized the most powerful ones that are resting here, so I will be able to call them much faster." Snape nodded. "That makes sense. If I am honest, I would never have thought that you have the power nor the will to delve into the dark arts at such a deep level. I take that as a compliment, otherwise I would have to give you an example of this complex brand of magic," Harry said coldly. Snape gulped. He had gotten more than one impression of the new power of Potter to take this threat lightly. Potter had accepted that there was more than black and white, but on the opposite he sorted people now in two categories, enemies and allies, and Snape knew very well that with the past of the two of them, he would have tended more to enemy, hadn't he stood up for him. "And did you find something useful?" Snape asked. Harry smiled his now well-known evil smile. "Indeed, I did. Your former comrades will be surprised, at least." The next Hogsmeade weekend came, but all were wary now, because the war had started for real. Nonetheless, Harry and his comrades and his friends went to the Wizarding Village. Harry and his friends as well had a feeling that Voldemort would use this chance even if there were Aurors and members of the Order present. They should be right with their feeling. As they went to the Three Broomsticks after a quiet stroll through the village, it happened. Suddenly they felt a cold wave rushing over them. They had their wands out instantly, at least all but Harry. He stood there with a clearly surprised expression on his face. "Harry, what is it?" "There are Dementors," Ron asked. "I know that," Harry snapped, but his face turned into an evil grin. "Do you know what Dementors really are?" Hermione wanted to start a tirade of facts, but Ron interrupted her in time. "Nobody knows that for sure. Why?" "I know it now. They are a subspecies of wraiths. Great. Bloody demons from hell. I thought the existence of real demons was only a myth," Ron said in fear. "No, they are real. And it is great indeed," Harry said while Remus, Blaise and Snape gasped at him. "How can you say such a thing? They are indestructible," Ron snapped. "We will see," Harry said and drew finally his wand and walked calmly into the direction of the incoming creatures. A wide row of the foul creatures glided to the village from the south. "How can you be so calm?" Ron asked. "If they are demons, shouldn't they have been summoned by a dark wizard from hell?" Hermione asked, deep in thought. "Exactly," Harry said. "And is that good or bad?" Hermione asked. "Good, because if demons are summoned, they can be banished back to hell. It is only much more difficult if it isn't done by the wizard who summoned them. Harry explained. And how can that be done? Ron asked. Well, they are summoned by the blackest of magics. But if there is such black magic, there is logically an opposite of that. Harry said. What? What should that be? I mean, we are already using light magic. I am speaking of holy magic, Hermione, the sacred words. What? What is that? Hermione asked incredulously. Every necromancer should know them if something should go wrong during a summoning ritual, at least the sane ones should. But nobody of us knows this magic, we haven't even heard about it. Hermione sighed. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Harry whispered and pointed his wand towards the incoming Dementors. He knew the Aurors and members of the Order were incoming as well, but they came from another side. Harry concentrated and gathered as much raw magic of his core as he could. He swept his wand in a wide arc towards the Dementors and yelled in a voice of pure power, Lahadak Cab Og. A shudder went down their spines, as they felt the raw power that was building up in Harry, but this time it let them feel secure and an inner warmth as the magic swept through them. A blinding white arc of light exploded from his wand and raced towards the crowd of the foul creatures and ran through the group. As they were hit, they began to scream in an eerie unearthly voice and began to struggle forcefully. All of the creatures who were hit had a white glow surrounding them and it seemed to hurt them very much. Harry was clearly weaker, but he knew it wasn't strong enough to banish them, because he had stretched his magic over such a large perimeter. So he had to try it again. 1le Hadak Cab Ogu Oyd Nam. OCI. He yelled. This white arc was even more powerful than the first, and his friends and allies gaped at the display of power. The Aurors and Order members had stopped their attack as well and looked uncertainly towards the black-haired teenager and then turned to the Dementors. As the second wave of holy magic hit the foul creatures, they began to shimmer and scream even more. After some seconds of struggling embedded in white blinding light, the corpses were blown apart and black shadows came out of them and went down into the earth itself, and as Harry knew, back to hell where they came from in the first place. As Harry was sure that he had dealt with all of them, he passed out from exhaustion. Remus caught him before he could fall down to the ground. Hermione bent down and picked his wand up, which had rolled out of his weak hand. She gasped, "It is hot, and look, it is slightly smoking." "No wonder there," Snape said for once in awe. "I have never seen such a use of magical power before, and I have seen many things." Hermione nodded and stuck the wand into Harry's pocket. Remus carried Harry directly back to Hogwarts and to the hospital wing. Poppy only diagnosed magical exhaustion and poured some potions down his throat and let him sleep his weakness off. "He will be all right after some sleep. Now shoo," she commanded his friends. Harry slept the whole day until in the late afternoon of Sunday. As he woke up, he was more than surprised that Bella sat beside the bed and held his hand. "Hi, love, what are you doing here?" he asked quietly. "I was worried, silly. I didn't get any emotions from you, so I came here. Poppy knew already about us, and after some third years came in and saw me holding your hand. I think the rest of the school does as well," she said with a mischievous grin. "It doesn't matter now. And as I said, I don't care about that, I only care about you," he said honestly. "Thank you," she said and bent down to key him. Again some students came in and the two girls which were with them began to shriek. Harry shot them a dark glare. "Keep your pants on," he growled. The girls shrieked again and fled. Bella laughed in her own wicked way, and now the two boys fled as well. As they ran out of the infirmary, Dumbledore came in and shot them a serious look. "I hope you are not here to scare my students, Miss Black." "She isn't. They just couldn't cope with me keying her," Harry said with a mischievous glint in his emerald eyes. "Now, are you here to start the usual interrogation of the hero who saved the day, again?" Harry snapped sarcastically. Dumbledore regarded him with twinkling eyes, conjured a chair and sat down. As he saw the dark look of the teenager, he corrected himself. "Mr. Potter, I only care," he sighed, as the emerald eyes darkened even more. "Stop that sugar talk already. We both know why you were really here. So shoot," Harry said in an icy voice. The twinkle dimmed and he nodded. "All right, Mr. Potter. I want to thank you, and mind honestly thank you, for your help yesterday." "You are welcome. I have to admit that I'm more than surprised. Firstly, the teachers and members of the Order who were present reported all that they have never seen or even felt such powerful magic. I wonder about that, because you never showed overly powerful magic. I mean, true, you managed some complex charms but nothing powerful enough to actually flatten Minerva or even Phileas. Harry only shrugged while Bella snickered and patted his shoulder. That calls for a special good mark, she said. Dumbledore chuckled, indeed. How about an extra O in Dada? Harry rolled his eyes. Now to my second point. I have never heard of a charm that can destroy Dementors. Where did you learn it? Dumbledore asked, truly curious. Harry coughed. Charm. I don't think so. I'm sure that you are aware that there is much more magic than charms, hexes and curses. Especially that spell was magic on a much higher level. And I'm afraid I can't reveal where I learned that, Headmaster. Dumbledore looked disappointed. Couldn't you give me at least a hint? I mean, I was civil to you even if you didn't work together with us anymore. Did I not? I believe we did work for the same cause, but only with other means. All right, a hint. They weren't destroyed. Dementors are a form of wraiths, therefore lower demons from hell. The magic I used was holy magic. Dumbledore gasped, unbelievable. And I banished them back to hell. If someone is crazy and powerful enough, he could summon them again, but I hope not. How did you know that they were wraiths? Dumbledore asked, and then his eyes widened in recognition. You are the Dark Avenger. Harry didn't show any emotion, if you say so. It is the only explanation how you could come to this conclusion, and it would make sense for a cautious necromancer not only to learn the black art itself, but also any means to deal with whatever problems may occur while using this dangerous magic. Even if I would be that so-called Dark Avenger, you should be well aware that necromancy may be a black art, but it is not forbidden, and even if it would be, all means are allowed to fight the dark forces. Dumbledore sighed, but that is such a dangerous magic. You said yourself that the Dementors had been a result of dealing with necromancy. Harry shrugged. He has an army. I do not. So I had to find a way, not that I would ever admit that I learned dark magic. Sure. Dumbledore lost the twinkle in his eyes and buried his face in his hands. I would never have thought you would deal with dark magic, even more so black magic. It is only my fault. Not entirely. Bella said, to the surprise of both men. It is mostly Voldemort's fault. He is the reason why Harry even had to learn to fight. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you for our support, Miss Black. Nonetheless, I feel that I have failed him. Well, you have made some serious errors. Bellatrix said seriously. The question is, what are you going to do now? Nothing. As I understand, you are powerful enough to take care of yourself, and as long as you stay true to your path and fight only against Voldemort and his supporters, I will not hinder you in any way, nor will I expose your secrets. Thank you, Harry said coolly but honestly. At this moment Remus burst in. Albus. The Ministry. There is in full-fledged attack. Dumbledore shot up, as did Harry. Take me with you. There is no time for more secrecy and games. You know that I can help you, as can Bella. Dumbledore nodded. Your magical reserves. As fresh as ever. Harry said curtly, and with a wave of his wand, he changed his clothes in his eerie Dark Avenger outfit. Dumbledore sighed, but his twinkle came back. At least, you will scare the Death Eaters now. May I ask, where your mysterious messenger of doom is? Bella laughed. That would be me, his scout and aide. Dumbledore nodded and stroked his beard. An animagus then. Well, let's gather in my office then. Harry pulled his hood up and his face was once again covered in shadows. Bella changed while Harry called his staff. She took a place on Harry's shoulder. Care for a ride? Harry said with clear mirth in his now again reverberating voice. Some little charm, like the shadow charm and the voice-altering charm, were very useful. Remus gulped. As far as I recall, the Grangers didn't enjoy this trip. Who would like a trip through the underworld? Harry asked, and you could nearly hear the grin which was on his face. Alas, the way is short and it is the fastest way. Dumbledore took his hand, as did Remus hesitantly, and they disappeared in a black mist. Remus and Dumbledore were white and swayed lightly as they appeared in the office. Minerva even shrieked as she saw the well-known black cloud appearing in midst of the very heart of Hogwarts itself. Moody, Tonks and Flitwick gasped. The Weasleys and Hermione stared at the stranger and Dumbledore, while Snape only had an eerie grin on his face. So you showed your true colors then? He asked. The Dark Avenger nodded slightly. Remus growled. Now I understand why it is called black art. Honestly, who could even think of traveling through the underworld? Again half of the members gasped. Albus, what is that thing doing here? Molly asked. That thing. I think you may have hurt him, Molly. Dumbledore said, unusually serious. He is a wizard like you and me, not a thing. Molly gulped and said to Harry, I am sorry, if I offended you. Well, to forego further questions, he isn't a member, maybe not even an ally, but he knows much more of the Order as we would have guessed. But he is fighting against the same threat as we are and offered his help in this battle at the Ministry. I am fairly sure, he is no threat to us as long as we treat him with the due respect so I took him on his offer. Now, we have a battle to fight. A moment. Molly said, Albus, how is Harry? He is as fine as the circumstances allow. Now come and be ready, and with a look to Harry, and be ready to see the darkest of magics be used on our side as well. The more sensitive Order members gulped but nodded determined. Seconds later they were whirled away with a portkey, courtesy of Dumbledore, and they landed in chaos. Even before the members of the Order had gathered their wits, some events took place simultaneously. The Black Owl from the shoulder of the Dark Avenger took flight and let out her now heavily feared screech to scare the Death Eaters. As the owl started her flight, the first powerful death and blasting curses left already in a continuous stream the dark staff of the Dark Avenger and caused mayhem and death within the attacking Death Eaters. Only after he had begun to curse his enemies, Harry allowed himself to register where they had landed. They had arrived in the entrance hall of the Ministry. The battle was in full pace as they arrived. On the far side of the hall, the last Aurors were trying to hold their position, but they were seriously outnumbered and there were already numerous lifeless corpses in the known Auror robes lying on the floor. In the middle of the hall were Death Eaters, and most of them had taken cover, for instance behind the statue of the Magical Brethren, which had been repaired after the battle in the last summer. Dumbledore became active and once again animated the statues in a most impressive transfiguration. Again they started to attack Voldemort himself, who swore as he saw Dumbledore fighting side by side with the mysterious wizard who had caused such a mass of losses under his men. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort yelled, and a powerful beam of green light shot towards the tall wizard in the dark red cloak. Harry waved his staff and summoned a Death Eater into the path of the green light. The Death Eater started flying with a shriek and died after a last terrified yell, as he saw the green light racing towards him. Harry countered with the blackest of magics. He shot a flesh-eating curse, a pain curse, and a skull-crashing curse towards the Dark Lord. A sickly brown light was followed by red light, and that was followed by a beam of black light. Voldemort barely managed to avoid the curses, but they hit Death Eaters behind him, who died in a most terrible way. The first, who was hit, squirmed on the ground as his skin was eaten away until it reached the inner organs and he died. The second died of shock as the overpowered pain curse hit him, and the third from the injuries of the skull-crushing curse. As he saw that the Aurors and the members of the Order were still outnumbered, he rammed his staff into the ground. The floor began to shake violently, and a wave in the form of a half-circle was forming and growing from the ground, as the wave of stone was racing towards the Death Eaters. As it reached the Death Eaters, it was already nearly 6 feet high and whirled the dark wizards heavily through the air. Shortly afterwards it subsided before it could reach the Aurors and disturb them as well. Snape and Moony took advantage of the disarranged group and killed mercilessly the dark wizards. The Black Owl swept down beside the Dark Avenger and changed back to Bellatrix. Bill Weasley, who had seen that, yelled, "Lestrange!" Dumbledore thundered, "She is on our side now. Concentrate on our enemies." Bill's head shot around and he stunned the next Death Eater. As Bellatrix joined the onslaught of Remus, Snape and Harry, and they were killing Death Eater after Death Eater, the black-robed wizards started to become seriously afraid. They tried to look for cover, but now it were them who were outflanked, as they were in the middle between the Aurors and the Order members. Curses were flying in all directions and many stray curses hit the walls of the once magnificent entrance hall. Pieces of stone were raining down on the wizards. More than once the whole building was shaking under the impact of some blasting curses. Harry and Dumbledore were concentrating on Voldemort and kept spells raining down on him while they protected themselves with conjured walls, shields, or in Harry's case, brutally summoned Death Eaters who had to take the curses which were destined to hit him. That again caused even more fear and chaos within the Death Eaters. Voldemort was hard-pressed to avoid the attacks of the animated figures, who kept incoming on him. He swirled his robe and disappeared only to reappear some feet away. He also had to block the charms of Dumbledore. Therefore he conjured a silver shield, which blocked the spells. The impact of the spells caused a metallic gong which sounded eerily throughout the hall. But it shattered as Harry yelled, "Acer!" A dark blue beam of sparkling light flew towards the shield and shattered it forcefully. The power of the spell was so great, that Voldemort, who was hiding behind it, was flung down hard to the floor. "You will pay for that." Voldemort screamed furiously and hurled again the killing curse towards Harry, but he had done the same at the very moment. Two bright green beams collided in the middle between them and caused a large explosion. Some Death Eaters who had been in the radius of the explosion were killed instantly in a painful way. Green sparks ran over their bodies as they screamed one last time before they died. Suddenly a second group of Death Eaters came through a sideway. They had the Minister of Magic himself between them, and one of the persons holding him was no other than Umbridge. "We have our target. Say goodbye," Voldemort yelled in glee, "Avada Kedavra." The green light of the killing curse erased the life of the minister. Instantly after that, Voldemort disapparated. Harry growled in deep rage as he saw the fat woman who had caused him such much pain and yelled, "Umbridge, you bitch. Now you get your payment for your torture of the students. Sanguisfevare." A sickly yellow beam raced towards the witch and hit her dead on. She began to scream and twitch violently. All fighting stopped, as they all watched, as the skin was bulging and shudders ran visibly throughout the whole body. Her eyeballs became blood red and blood began to run out of her nose, her mouth, her ears and her eyes before her skin was torn apart in a mess of blood. She fell down to the ground, twitched a last time and died. "Retreat!" One of the Death Eaters yelled and they disapparated with loud cracks. The Aurors and Order members looked stunned between the dead witch, the Dark Avenger and their dead minister. Slowly they began to move and help their injured comrades. Poppy, Molly and some other people apparated in to help them. Molly hurried firstly to her kids and hugged them, and that included Hermione, of course. Harry looked to his friends and saw, satisfied, that they were only lightly hurt with small cuts but otherwise all right. "Friends and comrades," Dumbledore said loudly in a grave voice. "It seems to me that Voldemort only attacked to deprive us of our leader and to cause chaos in the wizarding world. We have to take measures to avoid that. So I vote for a temporary minister. I vote for Arthur Weasley." Some of the Aurors nodded and most of the Order members applauded loudly. "Anyone against it?" Dumbledore asked with twinkling eyes. No one spoke against it. "So it is decided. Arthur, you are the minister for now. The wizard game it will gather soon to make it permanent," Dumbledore said and congratulated the stunned redhead. Then he turned again to the gathered crowd. "I also want to thank our hooded wizard here, who we used to call the Dark Avenger. I am afraid we would have lost much more wizards today if it hadn't been for him and his ally Bellatrix Black. I want to point out that they are on our side, even if they are dark wizards or witches. Thank you for your help." The wizard in the dark red cloak nodded. "Reveal yourself," one of the Aurors demanded. Harry snorted, "Make me," and raised his staff. "Stop that," Dumbledore bellowed to the Auror. He made it very clear that his target is Voldemort and that alone. But he also made it clear that he would see anyone as enemy who stands in his way, so don't give him that impression. The Auror shrank away under the piercing glare of the old wizard and under the aura of powerful dark magic that was radiating from the stranger. Harry chuckled and went over to Arthur. "Minister, I know that I don't have to, but I want to ask for permission to strike back at Voldemort." Arthur looked questioningly at him. "How do you want to achieve that?" "I will hit him as he hit us." Harry spat and it sounded dangerous with his voice-altering charm. "I will summon some shadow sprites which will find his headquarters even if he had hit it with a Fidelius, and then I will summon a greater demon which will tear it apart and all what is living inside." The hall was absolutely silent after that statement, even Bellatrix gaped at him. But, that is black magic," Arthur stammered. "What am I? A saint or what? I am a necromancer." Harry snapped, "Decide quickly. Now he is licking his wounds and vulnerable." Arthur looked asking to Dumbledore, but he said quietly, "You have to make the decision for yourself, Arthur, if you want to show confidence and the ability to rule your folk." Arthur blanched as the responsibility of his new position sank in. He gulped. Well, the wizard game it had decided that any means are possible to fight Voldemort. Harry smiled under his hood, as Arthur forced himself to call Voldemort by his name. "So I will allow it, if you can assure us that it proves no danger to the wizarding world." "It won't if we are careful." Of course, for the summoning of a greater demon, I need some acolytes, 4 to be precise. I would ask my acquaintance Bellatrix of course and further Remus Lupin, Severus Snape and Blaise Zabini. Remus gulped but went over to Harry to stand by his side. Snape did the same and nodded. I am sure, Miss Zabini will help us too as we have already worked together. Arthur nodded. All right, where you will do it. In the dark forest is an ancient stone circle which would be perfect. It is also far away from any civilians. That minimizes the danger. Arthur nodded. Albus, could you do me a favor and oversee that? Dumbledore nodded gravely. I am afraid, the black magic is going to affect me very hard, but I will do my best. The Dark Avenger has chosen his aides with a reason. Only a dark or at least partially dark wizard can stand that kind of magic. Arthur's head shot around to Remus. Remus. How? Arthur, I have learned some dark magic to help Harry. If you had enough time during the battle, you would have seen that I have nearly only used the killing curse. Arthur gulped and muttered, by all means necessary, what have we done? The necessary to win the war, Minister. Harry said forcefully, you excuse us. We have to prepare. Bella, Severus, Remus. Bella changed back and took once more her place on his shoulder. Remus and Snape flanked him left and right and grabbed his shoulders. Harry waved his staff and disappeared in a black cloud which was again radiating darkness and evilness that sent shudders down the spines of the other wizards. See, what I mean? That is nothing against what is going to happen during the summoning. Dumbledore said and shuddered. I wish you luck, Albus. I have to take care of the business here. Arthur said. Dumbledore nodded and gathered his teachers, before he was torn away by a portkey. Harry and his comrades arrived in a dark clearing within the center of the Forbidden Forest. Harry, how do you know about this place? Remus asked. It was mentioned in one of the books, he answered absently. Harry took a small stick from the ground and muttered, Portus. It glowed blue for a moment. He handed it to Snape. Go and fetch Blaise and Dumbledore. Snape nodded and for once, didn't even make a comment, as Harry took command. Bella landed and changed back. Harry went to the circle of ancient stone pillars. All of them were covered with ancient runes but most of the 5 pillars were covered by plants. Harry muttered a charm and flames burned them away. He went from stone to stone and read the ancient runes, some of them he traced with his hands. He nodded and pointed his staff at the pillars. He began to chant in a strange old-sounding language and the pillars began to glow. A line of light started form the pillar next to Harry and wandered over the ground until all off the pillars were connected through a pentagram. As it was completed, a circle of light appeared in a flash. After that, Harry took his staff away. The magical circle will stay there as long as it is held up by my magic, that means, as long as we need it. I will now summon the sprites. I can do that alone, he explained. At the same time, Dumbledore, Snape and Blaise arrived and gaped at the display. Bella held her hand up and muttered, don't disturb him. Harry had already closed his eyes and again pointed his staff towards the circle. He began to chant in an unnatural deep voice again. He had pulled his hood down, so that he wouldn't disturb his magic with any silly charms. 5 deep blue flashes lit up inside the circle and 5 small flying black creatures appeared. They looked similar to Cornish pixies but much more malicious. They also glowed in a blue shadowy light and their eyes were blood red but they were glowing as well. They tried to break out of the circle but every time they tried to go beyond the boundaries which were formed by the pillars, a wall of white light lit up and forced them back. I have summoned you, Harry thundered. The sprites stopped their tries to escape and looked annoyed at him. Speak human, one said in a high voice. You will swarm out and search the headquarters of Tom Marvolo Riddle who calls himself Voldemort. You will not show yourselves to anyone but us, you will not do anything other besides looking for him and you will come back instantly if you have found him. You will not bring anything with you and do nothing to harm, hurt or kill anyone. The sprites growled which sounded ridiculous in their high-pitched voices. We do as you wish, master. Harry thought, if he had done anything wrong, but he knew that he had taken care of any threats. Demons tried to kill their summoners because they despised humans generally but even more the ones who dared to force them under their will. Which demon wanted to serve a mere human? So they tried to interpret the commands of their master in such a way that allowed them to hurt or even kill their caster. If the summoner wasn't careful enough, that would happen very quickly. The demons had to do whatever the summoner demanded, but if he didn't word his demand carefully, the demon would take revenge later. For instance, one of the inexperienced necromancers in the past had summoned a demon. He had worded his demand carefully but had forgotten to forbid the demon to bring anything with him. So he brought two things, a burning torch and a barrel full of black powder. He didn't hurt or kill his summoner directly, but as he swept down back to hell, he let both fall down to the ground and the necromancer was, well, history. As Harry couldn't find any faults, he commanded, "Go." And they disappeared. Not even 20 minutes later they were back. He is in the Riddle House, which is placed at the west end of the graveyard of Little Hangleton. He is currently in the second floor in a kind of throne hall. "You have done as I commanded you. Go back to hell." They disappeared in blue flashes. "Well, the Fidelius is broken," Harry said and chuckled. "Now to the fun part." The others turned a bit nervously towards the black-haired teen. "How are we going to help you?" Harry stroked his chin. "Well, we haven't enough time to teach you. I mean, your part is relatively easy and your main task is to support my magic and to keep reins on the demon and the protections." The teachers and Blaze blanched, while Bella nodded determined. She had at least an impression of what they were going to do. "Well, there is only one possibility. I could use a relative to the Imperious charm. You all would keep your will, but my instructions would flow into all of your minds. Your instincts would tell you to trust me and do as I ask. Be assured, you will still have your own will, but you should be able to deal easily with the magics." Harry explained. "But if you divert your attention to 4 other people's, can you concentrate enough to summon the demon?" Dumbledore asked concerned. Harry nodded. "It isn't that much of a distraction and Bella knows already what to do. I have trained that procedure already with her." "Mr. Potter, are you really sure about that? We are all aware how dangerous a demon is and even more so a greater demon." Harry's green eyes flashed in determination. "I am sure. Let's begin and kick Riddle's pale snake ass." Harry pointed out the positions where everyone had to stand. "All ready?" They nodded. Harry concentrated and spoke the words which would connect his mind to the other casters. Despite what he had said, he connected also to Bella, that would make any commands unnecessary. The other 3 gasped as knowledge and instructions flooded in their minds. Harry didn't need to say any order. Loud. As one, 2 wizards and 2 witches raised their wands while Harry raised his staff. He plunged it down to the ground and a wave of blackest magic rushed through the forest. On the inside of the gleaming circle, ancient red glowing runes appeared and began to pulse. Harry waved his staff at the same time as the others waved their wands, and as one they spoke a strange incantation. 5 beams of pure blackness shot out of their wands and connected with the pillars and the runes on them, and within the circle began to glow even more powerful. Dumbledore began to become sick. He had to sat down as his legs gave away beneath him. "Dear Merlin," he muttered. An even more powerful wave of blackness rushed over him, as Harry began to chant powerfully. The other 4 wizards chanted as well, but more silently. It was like a background chorus and sounded absolutely wrong to Dumbledore, as it wouldn't belong to this world. "I pray you know what you are doing, Harry," he muttered. Harry's voice became deeper and even more powerful, and the hairs on Dumbledore's skin began to raise as he heard these sounds. The old wizard jumped, as the ground within the circle was torn apart with a loud bang and blood-red light shone from deep beneath the earth. A huge shadow shot out of the light, and as the rip closed, the shadow began to become corporeal. Dumbledore was shocked to see a at least 12 feet tall creature standing within the circle. It had strong-looking red skin covered with thick black hair. It had 3 menacing-looking horns on his head, and his eyes glowed in a deep green. It had large pointed teeth. And it looked enraged. It spread his large black leathery wings and roared dangerously. "Who dared to call me to this low planet?" It spat and punched with his large claws at the protection circle. Again it flashed in white light, but it looked near to break down. Instantly the 5 wizards began to chant more powerfully, and the demon within the circle roared up in distress. "Speak." The demon roared. "I summoned you to serve me, Epilith. So you know my name." The demon growled disappointed. "I know that I can't command you without knowing your name, and that my life would have been forfeit if I had summoned you without knowing it," Harry said calmly. "A human with sense for a change." The demon said viciously, "I am surprised. What do you want from a demon like myself? I believe you know that already," Harry said with a smirk. "The riddle home. Sure. Now let me speak my text." I command you, greater demon Epilith from the seventh circle of hell, obey me. You are to go directly to the Riddle House, which is placed on the west end of the graveyard of Little Hangleton. You will destroy the house completely and erase it out of existence and all within, living or not. You will not damage anything else. You will not hurt, harm or kill anything outside the house. You will come back instantly afterwards and report to me. You will bring nothing with you and you will not harm, hurt or kill us. Ah, I nearly forgot. I feel something radiating from you, which I recognize from the battle in the ministry. Do check if there is anything demonic in Tom Marvolo Riddle if he is inside his house. And if you meet him, kill him as long he is inside the house. Remember, you are to do nothing outside this house. I will do as you wish, mortal. The demon roared, the task seemed to appease him. Go. The demon disappeared in a red flame. Don't stop chanting, Harry said quietly, he is still connected to this place. If we stop, he will break free. The chanting became more intense and Harry joined in the chorus again. It took an hour before the demon reappeared. Pieces of flesh and skin were hanging from his claws, his body was soaked in blood and dust. He had looked dangerously before, but now it was a pure menace. You were told not to bring anything with you. Harry bellowed and pointed towards the flesh. Oops, I forgot. The demon said with a grin, and the flesh and blood disappeared in a hot flame. I fulfilled my duty. The house is no more. I killed 39 mortals and a large snake inside the house. 40 wizards got away to the safety of the outer grounds. There were 20 giants outside the house. Too bad that I did get a chance to play with them. I recognize the one who calls himself Lord Voldemort. I hurt him severely before he got away with a portkey. He will be out of order for at least 2 months. You were right, he is now partially demonic. He has more endurance, slightly more power, and will be harder to kill as a mere mortal. He will live much longer now. How is his magical power compared to me? Harry asked. The demon laughed. He is nothing against you, Harry James Potter. It will be a pleasure to watch you from the underworld. We have several bets going and I for one will make a new bet on you now. As much as I hate to admit it, working for you is even fun. But don't think for a second that we are on a friendly term. You are still low beneath us immortals. Harry smirked. I will heed your warning, but you would do good to remember that you won't die a natural death, but you are still far from invincible. Well spoken, mortal, the demon said with a laugh that sent shudders through the gathered wizards except Harry. Well, thank you for your help, Epilith. You have served me well and I command you to go back to the underworld now. Harry demanded in a powerful voice. The demon changed again to a mere shadow of his corporeal body and the earth was ripped open again before he flew down back to the hell. The rip was closed with a new powerful chanting from Harry and shortly afterwards, all magic flowing through the circle disappeared. As soon as it was over, Harry fell down to his knees exhausted. Bella was at his side instantly and hugged him. She was heavily breathing herself. Snape supported a swaying Blaze and Remus went over to Dumbledore who had passed out along the ritual. He enervated him and sat down heavily beside him. Are you all right? Remus asked. Dumbledore groaned. I have never felt so bad, Remus, never. I was so sick, he shuddered. Remus conjured a thick block of chocolate and gave a half of it to the headmaster. He took it with twinkling eyes and took a large bite. Ah, much better. Dumbledore tried to get up and Remus helped him. How did it go? Dumbledore asked. I was out cold seconds after he was back, his laugh sent me over the edge. Very well, but better to ask Harry. My memory is a bit clouded from Harry's mind connection spell. This teenager is truly unbelievable. Remus said with a grin. Dumbledore chuckled. You are right about that. They went over to the others. Dumbledore conjured some chocolate for Snape and Blaze. Here, that will help you. Then he went over to Harry. Are you both all right? Dumbledore asked. I should ask you that. Harry said with a devious grin. You were the one who passed out and missed the best part. But let me help my peers first a little bit more as you have already done with your sweets. Harry said and got up. He brandished his staff and waved it, expecto patronum. The magnificent stag burst out of the staff and Harry smiled. Go, help them. The stag shook his antlers once and cantered towards Snape and Blaze and ran directly through the stunned wizards. He ran a circle and ran through Dumbledore, Remus and finally Bella before it bowed apologizing in front of Harry and dissolved into white mist. All wizards except Harry looked restored. Wow, that was great. Dumbledore said astounded, how did you came up with this? Well, a professor in my 3rd year taught me that a Patronus consists mostly of positive emotions, so the idea was nearby, he said and winked to Remus, who chuckled merrily. But why didn't it help you? Blaise asked. Because it consisted already of my own emotions. I can help only others with my own positive feelings, and if I am right in my assumption, Bella here was the most positively affected. He asked with a questioning look but a faint smile on his lips. She was positively beaming and nodded. I feel great. But why? Remus asked. Think about it, Moony. Which would be my most positive emotion? Harry asked in a studious kind of voice. His yes widened. You love her. Exactly. Now, to ease your minds, I am a black wizard now. The aura of these dark creatures doesn't affect me nearly as much as it does with you. I am nearly exhausted. If you would be so kind, Dumbledore, I think it would be best if you gather the core of the Order and the Minister, of course. I think my report is going to lift their spirits a bit. Dumbledore nodded and produced a portkey which took them into his office. You can relax until they will be here. Will you be disguised? Sure. If this mess is over, I don't want the public to know that this evil wizard and their savior were one and the same. The craziness of that folk is already too much to bear. Dumbledore nodded while Harry took his hood up. To keep up the image, Bella changed back and flew up to his shoulder. Half an hour later the office was filled with witches and wizards. I gathered you all here to give a report on the achievements of the Dark Avenger. Dumbledore began. Doesn't he have a name? Moody growled. Sure he does, but nearly nobody knows it. Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. Do you? Molly interrogated the old wizard. He revealed himself to me this it was yesterday. He corrected himself as he took a look at his watch and saw that it was already past midnight. Alas, it is his secret to tell. Now, would you be so kind to give us a report? Harry cleared his throat, once more happy that even Moody couldn't look past his charms. Well, we successfully summoned some sprites and they found the headquarters of the Dark Idiot for us. As we would have guessed, wouldn't it have been protected by the Fidelius, it was the Riddle House. After that, we formed a necromantic power circle and I summoned a greater demon. May I ask a question? Hermione stammered, curiosity was shining through her eyes. I am sure, you want to know, what demon I summoned exactly, Miss Granger. Harry chuckled. Well, I have read up some of the few facts we have. I learned that there are 7 circles in hell and the higher the number of the circle you call the demon of, the more powerful the demon is. Studious as we all know you. Harry said, well, I called a greater demon from the 7th circle of hell. I won't reveal his name here, because the names give you power over them and I don't want to tempt anyone here. Say, 7th circle. Hermione gasped. Now onto the business, it is late. Harry said, I ordered him to destroy the house. To make the order as safe as possible, I had to limit the destruction to the house itself and all within it. You all have to realize that you have to word your order very carefully, as every demon is going to try to interpret your order in such a way that he can cause much more chaos than you intended, and of course he will try to kill the summoner. They can't stand it to be submitted to the will of a mere mortal like me. As the demon reported, the whole house was destroyed. I can second that. Shortly before Albus called, I got a report from Orrs in Little Hangleton. The house was destroyed in such a manner that not even dust remained. Also there were screams of pure terror heard throughout the whole mess. Moody explained. Well, nice to hear, the cloaked wizard said coldly. He reported that he had killed somewhat over 30 wizards and a snake. He also reported that he had injured Voldemort himself severely, but he could escape before he killed him. Why didn't you order the demon to kill you know who? Ron asked. Harry sighed. Didn't you follow my explanation about the order? Harry turned his head meaningfully to Hermione. She struggled, but then her eyes widened. He would have to kill him and he would have done so. But he would have followed him outside of the boundaries of the house and surely caused as much mayhem, chaos and destruction on the way to him as possible. Right. That is exactly what I meant. And I can't really order the way he is going to kill him. For instance, he could turn the whole body of Voldemort into a magical bomb or a disease or such thing and blast him apart in the middle of a well-populated street like Diagon Alley. The gathered wizards blanched, as they finally comprehended what dealing with demons really meant. Arthur began, I would ask you to refrain from calling the help of such creatures in the future. Arthur. It may very well be necessary to do that again. Albus reminded him, and I can assure you, the Dark Avenger would do nothing foolishly. Snape snorted at this and got promptly a hit with the elbow from Remus. He knows very well what he is doing. I could see this tonight. Arthur sighed, we know very well that it is war now. Well, you know probably the best, that necromancy is still allowed, even if it is only because the fools in the past were sure nobody could do it anymore. We will keep it that way during the war. But I want to ask you to tell us whenever you are going to do that again, before you do it of course. I will do that for greater demons. I won't promise anything for smaller things, because it may happen in a battle. Harry said seriously. But now on with the report. There were about 20 giants outside the house as far as the demon reported, and the demon reported that Voldemort will be out for at least 2 months. We can take this as a fact, because they may be creatures from hell, but they still can't lie. He also lost his headquarters and a good deal of his men. They will be terrified now. I think we will have a quiet Christmas this year. Molly and the teenagers beamed at that. I second that. Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes, we will give an edited report to the press and the students. Your achievements are going to give the people hope indeed, he said to the Dark Avenger. Albus, can we visit Harry? Molly asked. It is past midnight. Dumbledore reminded her and she looked sheepishly down, but you can visit him tomorrow morning. You can sleep in the guest quarters. Well, if that was all, I would excuse myself. Harry said and got up. Again, thank you for your help. Dumbledore said and winked at him. Harry growled at this overly friendly display. I may have helped you, but don't forget the deal. We are no friends, not even allies. And don't cross my ways. Dumbledore sighed and became serious. Sure. I didn't want to offend you. Have a pleasant night. The wizard in the dark cloak stroked his owl absently. I am sure I will. With that he disappeared in a black cloud, and once again, most of the wizards were becoming sick. Snape couldn't help himself and laughed about that. Molly together with Hermione and Ron found Harry indeed in the next morning in the infirmary. He was still sleeping, but as they entered, he woke up. Molly, what are you doing here? He asked in feigned surprise. Well, there was an attack and even a counter-attack yesterday. I'm sure Ron and Hermione will fill you in. And you, are you all right? Sure. The counter-attack went better than we hoped and all believe that Christmas will be safe. So I wanted to invite you and your mysterious girlfriend to join us at the Burrow, she asked hopefully. Harry thought about that. All right. We are going to come if you are sure about that. Of course. Why shouldn't I? I mean, the woman you love is surely a nice and wonderful person. Molly said with a smile while unseen of her. Hermione and Ron blanched. Nice? Harry asked with a devilish grin. Maybe while she is sleeping or she wants something. She is more the vicious type, and adding to that, she could give the Marauders a run for their money, at least, if we would have time for that and were living in peace. Ron laughed at that and even Hermione snickered. Molly became a little bit uncertain. I'm sure we will welcome her as we welcome you, Harry. Don't worry about that. Now, I have to be on my way. Molly left and Hermione shook her head. That will be a shock for her. I don't care. If she doesn't behave, we will leave instantly. Harry said coldly. Now, you wanted to tell me something. Harry asked. Hermione rolled her eyes. Why? You know it better than us. Harry grinned. What? How? Ron asked. Ron, do you remember a certain black owl? Hermione groaned. So your girlfriend is helping that Dark Avenger type? Ron asked astounded. Ron, you prat. Hermione said. He is the Dark Avenger. Ron's eyes widened. What? You are that sickly black wizard. Harry groaned. Hermione, you are too clever for your own good. Someday such a comment could cost you your beautiful head. Hermione blanched. And you are simply thick-headed and naive. Will you keep quiet about that or have I to obliviate you? Harry asked in a voice of steel. Ron blanched. You wouldn't. I have no qualms about even to kill you, if you would stand in my way. Harry said coldly. Alas, I know you would never side with Voldemort, so you aren't in that danger. But be sure, I'm now a cold-hearted bastard and you are only a goody-goody Gryffindor with a large mouth. So, Ron blanched even more. Harry's tone let no more doubts about his claims. I will say nothing, not even to Ginny or Hermione, so I won't slip. All right then. You wouldn't like the consequences of your babbling. Harry said. But hell, Harry, how could you sink so deeply into the blackest arts? Ron asked. Simple. He has an army and I have exactly one, maybe two real friends and allies. Harry said, so I had to find a way for my own support. And it was a good thing too, it allowed me to take care of the Dementors, and I forgot to tell you yesterday, Voldy is now partially demonic. It will help me to deal with him. Only one and maybe two allies. Hermione asked, disappointed. Hermione, do tell me honestly, were you supporting me during the last years wholeheartedly, or did you support Dumbledore? I understand. I'm sorry for that, Harry. Hermione whispered, nearly in tears. Even Ron gulped and hugged her. I'm sorry as well. It won't change anything now. Maybe we can start anew when this whole mess is over. Harry sighed. Now, it is time to get up. But I will have to take a nap later. He grinned, the night was much too short. Hermione blushed. How long have you even been in that bed? An hour or so. The school was happy, and the same went for the wizarding world in general as they heard about the first real victory over the dark forces. Sure, they were shocked that there had been an attack. But Dumbledore and Arthur had reported that they had successfully fought the Death Eaters and Voldemort and had kept them from overtaking the Ministry. The loss of the Minister himself was terrible, but that was war. Dumbledore reminded the wizards, and he assured them that Arthur Weasley was the right man to replace him. The public was also shocked to hear that a black wizard had supported the light forces during the fight, as well as the well-known dark witch Bellatrix Black. As Arthur had taken over the Ministry, he showed that he was no overly friendly and passive wizard at all. He showed his true colors, as he took instantly a hard reign. He divided the whole resources of the Ministry anew. Priority was now the magical law enforcement. He ordered them all to go and look for the known Death Eaters and to capture them all by all means necessary. He also placed guards at the most important points, like Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, the Ministry itself, and other important places. He also secured the wizards after and advised of Harry the support of other magical races, like the goblins or the centaurs. He promised them all a reworked law regarding all magical creatures and instantly revoked all the newer werewolf laws. So he had gathered very valuable support for the war by very few means. He also contacted the other ministries from Europe, not directly to ask for help, but to warn them and ask them not to support any Death Eaters or Voldemort in their country. He successfully made the life of the Death Eaters much more difficult. He also had no problems to call the more prominent families Death Eaters in public, even if they were rich and famous. When they had evidence, he put them on a public wanted list, so the Death Eaters couldn't walk out in the public anymore. With the support of the goblins, they froze even their vaults, so the monetary support was cut off as well. In a matter of days, the whole war had taken a hard turn, and the advantage was now with the light forces. More and more Death Eaters were captured until Christmas, and Harry and Bella had for once nothing to do with it. They had now some peace to relax and enjoy their love. But Harry and Bellatrix still helped the cause actively. A week after the attack, Harry was asked to come into Dumbledore's office. Mr. Potter, please sit down. Dumbledore asked. Snape, Moony, Flitwick and McGonagall were there. Harry sat down and looked questioningly at the headmaster. What can I do for you? He asked. Good that you ask. I have carefully thought about your latest developments and achievements. I wanted to ask you if you think that you can check our wards here. We have already checked them twice, but you have another kind of view of that. Harry thought about it. Well, I could at least try it. We should ask Bella for help as well, as she is now an expert about wards. But do tell me, do you want to keep them defensive, or would you like to make them a more active defense mechanism? Dumbledore looked serious. We have thought about that as well. Do you think it would be possible to build offensive wards without disturbing the original wards? And more important, what do you think about it? Harry was surprised that he was asked for an opinion. Well, we pressed him hard during the last weeks, and I kind of hoped he would attack Hogwarts. The teachers gasped except Moony, Snape and Dumbledore. I thought something like that. Dumbledore said, but why? Because that would force you to do something against him. Harry said, as a matter of fact, of course with a competent minister has already something been done, but I couldn't have known that before. I still believe it would be the best solution if he would attack Hogwarts, as I'm prepared now to use my special abilities to their full extent here. It is also a powerful stronghold, and a battle on our own territory is preferable, at least if we can protect the students. That sounds reasonable. Dumbledore agreed. Therefore it wouldn't be the best solution to keep them away with the offensive wards. I would suggest to let the wards be and only check them. But we could build an inner layer of wards directly around the castle. So they will surely break through the outer wards. Voldemort will be prepared when he attacks. But if he reaches the castle, he will stand against the second layer, and that I would make fatal. I firmly believe that I could form a ward which would kill every bearer of the dark mark, but you know that would include any students if there are some left, so think carefully. I would also need the help of some powerful wizards, and of course of yourself as well, because the headmaster of the school holds a vital position for all wards. It would be the same with these wards. Harry explained. Dumbledore looked gravely to his colleagues. Snape said, Albus, this will be the final battle. We are at war, and this will decide the fate of the whole wizarding world. I agree. Remus nodded. I do agree as well. It is now them or us, and if Hogwarts falls, all hope is lost anyway, and he will have no more resistance anymore. As Harry once said, they chose their side. Flitwick thought some minutes and nodded. We have to protect the students by all means possible, at least the innocents. I agree. McGonagall sighed and looked worried to the dark-haired teenager. Well, if you think it is necessary, Mr. Potter, I trust your reasons. I agree as well. Dumbledore sighed. Well, I will ask Pomona Sprout as well, as she is the head of Hufflepuff, but she will agree as well if you deem it necessary. I will make a speech at the leaving feast before the Christmas holidays. I will warn them not to come back or be killed. Harry contemplated that. There is a way to be sure, but it will be difficult to accomplish. We could activate these special wards in 2 steps. The first step would activate automate stunners. We could take the students into custody and then activate the real thing. Dumbledore's eyes lit up in a twinkle again. If you can achieve that, that would be great. When would be the best time to do it, and whom would you need? Bella, Remus, and the heads of the houses to build up the wards. I can check the original wards myself, but I would appreciate the presence of Bella to compare notes. I would take a week of absolutely free time for that, said Harry deeply in thoughts. But we have checked them already. Snape said. How would you check the wards? I mean, I can imagine that you could build more offensive wards, but why do you think you could check them in another way than us? Flitwick asked curiously. Harry smiled and turned towards the small wizard. I know that you are a master of charms and therefore predestined to deal with wards and the like, but answer me a question. Can you feel the flow of magic? The eyes of the small wizard widened in disbelief. No. But, do you want to tell me that you can actually feel the flow of magic? Harry grinned. Well, it is necessary for my branch of magic. Now that you say it, I can faintly remember that it is necessary for some of your special acts. Dumbledore said and stroked his beard. You have to be much more powerful than even I gave you credit for. That alone convinces me. Take the last week before Christmas off. You don't need to take the tests, Mr. Potter. You have already surpassed any standards we set here, at least in Dada. Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. In Transfiguration as well, Albus. McGonagall said proudly. His conjured goblet is still there, after weeks, and not to forget, he has already mastered human transfiguration and animagus transformation. He is also top of the class in charms next to Miss Granger, of course, but that may be because we mostly deal with silly charms, as he keeps telling me. Flitwick said with a laugh. Also the building of wards, and I understand, he has done so already, is the work of masters. There is nothing more to say about that. Well, you could come and visit me sometime in Hogsmeade, Professor, and take a look at my house there. Flitwick squealed with delight. Sure thing, Mr. Potter. Harry laughed at the antics of the tiny wizards. Well, I will inform my love then. We are in agreement then. Dumbledore said. Miss Black may come over in the week as well, and she can sleep at the guest quarters. Well, I hope you are all right with me moving in with her. Harry said as a matter of fact. McGonagall gasped. But Dumbledore intervened before she could say anything. As far as I know, you don't sleep in the castle very often anyway. If you don't make it public knowledge, we will say nothing about it. But if someone says something, we will have to reprimand you. Fair deal. Harry said coolly. Professor Flitwick, when can I expect your visit? How about Friday afternoon? The tiny professor asked. Harry nodded and smiled. I will ask Bella then. I will come back to you later. They concluded the meeting shortly afterwards and Harry disappeared to his love. She was actually very excited to be visited by the tiny wizard. So the Friday came and Harry and Flitwick walked down the path to the small house in Hogsmeade. During the way Harry explained him what he had done in general. So you have managed to combine pure white magic with pure black magic? The tiny wizard asked stunned. Not black magic, Professor, but dark magic, Harry said with a smile as he opened the door. Bella rushed down the stairs and greeted both. Professor, it is nice to see you again. Bellatrix Black, the wizard said with a smile, that I can see you on our side again makes me happy indeed. You were once my most prized student and I was very disappointed to see you turning dark. But alas, the times are dark and it is new, to fight together with such, well-educated, practitioners of the dark ways. I'm very happy to see you again, Miss Black. She smiled. One wise man told me some time ago, there is no such thing as dark or light magic, there is only magic. If it is good or evil magic depends only on the intention of the caster. Indeed. The wizard said and nodded, that was very wise, as you can surely kill with light magic as well. Who is this wise man? Harry. She said and grinned. Harry blushed. I'm sure, something like that had been said before. Nevertheless was it a wise saying. Now, I'm here to take a look at your wards. Who did cast them? I cast the anti-apparition ward. The rest is work of my boyfriend. Bella said with a proud smile and keyed Harry on the cheek. Well, that makes it only more exciting. May I? Flitwick asked. Sure, you can sit down in the living room and relax, Professor. Harry said, it is situated nearly in the center of the house, so it is a good place. Can I give you something to drink or a snack? A tea would be nice, Mr. Potter. Very well, Harry said and guided him to the living room. He conjured a cup of steaming Darjeeling tea. Minerva was right, you have a knack for conjuring. We will leave the room and stay on the terrace. So we won't disturb you. Bella said with one of her rare honest smiles, at least when she was with other people than Harry. He nodded excitedly, thank you. I can already tell you one thing though, your wards are very powerful. I could feel them as I entered your nice house. Harry only grinned and both left the living room and sat down on their terrace, which was towards the small garden in the back of the house. They both keyed and enjoyed some quiet together while Harry felt every time a tingle when Flitwick cast some analysis spells. I'm looking forward to work with you together in Hogwarts, she said. I was always interested to get to know more about the wards of Hogwarts. Do you think we can improve them? Sure, they are ancient. At least we can enhance their power a bit. We will see. I'm looking forward to spend more time with you, he said and keyed her gently. She seemed a bit nervous to him. What is it? He asked. Harry, have you ever thought about kids? She said uncertainly. He grinned. Are you pregnant? I thought we were safe. No, I'm not, Harry. If I say, I'm safe then I am safe. I don't take such things lightly, Harry. I'm no teenager anymore, she said annoyed. And even if you were. Well, about childs. I don't know Bella. I'm very young and I wasn't well raised myself. I have doubts about my abilities as father. She smiled. Harry, if there is a loving and caring man who could be a father, then it is you. If you say so. What about the danger? He mused. She sighed. Well, that is a valid reason to wait. You know, I'm very well aware of the fact that you are very young. She became more nervous, but on the opposite, I've become older and I'm nearly 30, she said silently. Harry hugged her and keyed her again. I understand, he said, you know, that you are still very young for a witch. But I also know that witches in general get their children relatively young even if they live longer. The real question is, do you want a child and do you want it soon? He looked her deeply in her beautiful eyes. She looked down to the floor but he lifted her chin, so that she had to look into his green loving eyes. Her eyes became moist as she nodded. I never wanted children with Rudolphus, Harry. But I love you, with all my heart. You are a nice man, caring and loving as I already said. With you, I do want children and, yes I do want them soon, if it would be alright with you. Harry smiled. Let's make a compromise for now, alright. I do love you too with all my heart and as the goblin said, we are soulmates and that means very much to me. If you want children, then we will make children. I have longed for a real family as long as I can remember, Now I'm grown up and I still want a family, but the meaning of that has changed. We will make a family of our own. A small tear rolled down Bella's cheek and she wanted to hug him, but he held his hand up. But, he said, and her eyes widened in disappointment, we will await at least the impending attack on Hogwarts and then talk again. I don't want our child to grow up in a war. She relaxed and said, determined, I can live with that. Then we should make sure that it is a victory for us in the last battle. I hope so, he said uncertainly. She hugged him fiercely and kissed him until they were interrupted by a cough of Professor Flitwick. Now, what did you find out? Harry asked curiously. Your wards are incredible. Flitwick squealed, sure, there are standard wards, like anti-portkey, anti-apparition and warning wards, but still, even these are incredible. I have never seen such a tight-knitted web of spells, and they are powerful as well. But your offensive wards are spectacular. I don't want to bear the mark if I would ever come near your house. And the combination of the activator made of light spells and the offensive dark spells is truly ingenious. I would never have thought of something like that. Aside from Hogwarts or some truly ancient manors, I have never seen such a well-protected house, Mr. Potter and Miss Black. I must congratulate you, and I'm absolutely sure now that you can help us to protect Hogwarts as well. You know, Hogwarts was my first real home and I'm happy to help with its protection, of course. Harry said with a smile. You know, before I got to know Harry, I thought of him as a spoiled and foolish brat with too much self-confidence. I thought his fame must have gotten to his head. But then I got to know his real self and I was floored, to be honest. He is, Bella said, the exact opposite, finished Flitwick with a proud smile. He is more powerful than everyone thinks, but too modest for his own good. He was never spoiled, and it is a wonder how such a fine and caring young man could come out of that Muggle house. Exactly, she said and hugged him proudly. They chatted for a while, before Flitwick went back to Hogwarts. Harry stayed with Bella for the whole weekend and they imagined how their children would turn out, and they came to some very funny conclusions. But two things were sure: they would be powerful and they would put the Marauders to shame. The time ran by towards Christmas. Harry's friends were surprised, as Bella moved into Hogwarts the last week before Christmas, and when they had time, they watched stunned as he sat down on seemingly random places over the Hogwarts grounds and seemed to meditate. He would speak quietly with Bella, who would take carefully notes about whatever they did. Nobody was informed besides the heads of the houses, Remus and Dumbledore. But all knew it was important. 2 days before the end of the term, the involved people gathered in Dumbledore's office. Now, what are your findings, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded towards Bella and she began the report. The wards are all intact, but they are weakened and they have some holes, she said, and the others gasped. They are weakened? Dumbledore whispered. Harry nodded. Any analysis spells would show that they are all right, but if you follow the strands and the knots of the magical web, you can see them and also the weaknesses. The wards are as old as Hogwarts itself and were very irregularly strengthened. It is clearly about time to do that again. Also, the 2 still usable passages to Hogsmeade are not included in some of them. What do we have to do then? Dumbledore asked, shocked. We should strengthen them, of course, and we should make a schedule for all future headmasters when and how they should strengthen which wards. Harry said and grinned, so that they actually have something to do with all their time. Remus laughed and Dumbledore shook his head. Do you know the word? Paperwork. Harry snickered. Sure thing, paper, something that burns very well in fire. Now Bella joined Remus in his laughter, and even McGonagall had to hide her laughter in a cough. All right, we will do that. How can we strengthen the wards in the most effective way? We should do it together before the holidays, so we have some days to relax and are refreshed to place the new wards. Both tasks will be very draining. We could do it tomorrow in the evening. Harry explained. Bella, would you be so kind? She smiled and nodded. She placed a parchment with the layout of Hogwarts and the grounds on Dumbledore's table. She pointed out some locations and explained who should do what spell at a certain time. Dumbledore shook his head in amazement. I would never have guessed to say that someday to you, Miss Black, but very well done. I appreciate your and Mr. Potter's help. It is very well planned and analyzed, but it is a narrow time frame. Sure, but we all are competent enough to pull it off, she said. The others nodded. Determined, so he looked determined as well. We will do it tomorrow directly after the dinner. Mr. Potter, I know, you don't care any more about house points, but how about that? The casting of warding charms of such a level needs a very thorough knowledge of defense against the dark arts as well as charms. We could make the strengthening and the casting of the offensive wards as newt projects, and after an examination through a charms master, for instance Professor Flitwick, we could take it as your NEWTs in both classes. Harry grinned. Nice idea. Any objections? Dumbledore asked his staff. No, but we could give him the NEWTs instantly. Flitwick said with a grin, the wards of his home are incredible. Professor, that isn't my home. Harry said with a grin, it is a temporary flat for my love, so that she is nearby. Actually we live in an even more protected manner. May I ask where you two live? Flitwick asked with curious eyes. I do believe he said something about Gryffindor Manor. Dumbledore answered with twinkling eyes. Oh, well, the rumors say, it is even more protected than Hogwarts itself. Flitwick squealed. That may be, but I'm afraid I can't allow you to examine these wards. Harry said and chuckled. Naturally Hermione found finally out what they were up to and got from Dumbledore the permission to watch them as they cast the spells. The night sky over the ancient castle was alight in many colors and the air whizzed with magical power. Hermione was more than surprised to see how calm and collected Harry was, as he stood beside Dumbledore and waved his wand in complex patterns and chanted even more complex spells. In fact, he looked as were it nothing. Dumbledore made a similar impression, but the other teachers were more agitated and had a look of fierce concentration in their faces. Also the wand movements of Dumbledore, Harry and Bellatrix seemed to be much smoother than that of the others. It was truly a show to watch, and Hermione was happy that she had the chance to do so, especially in a legendary place like Hogwarts. She only wished that she would someday be powerful enough to do something like that as well. After that, the casters were visibly exhausted and called it an early night. Hermione had been shocked as she heard that he would get 2 NEWTs for that work, but as she saw how complicated and draining that was, she didn't envy him in the slightest. She had already realized that Harry had left them all far behind in some aspects of the magical education. She knew of course that he lacked in other fields, like potions, history, herbology, or the curses he hadn't even taken, like arithmancy. But he wouldn't have any problem with that in his future. The next day, Hermione, Ron and Ginny took the Hogwarts Express. Harry would come directly with Bella shortly after them with a portkey. Ginny had gotten used to her new wardrobe that she had bought together with Harry, and it was now finally the time to show it to her mum. She wore a similar outfit as she had done the day she had bought it. Of course her now usual trench coat, her black dragonhide boots, and a nice makeup with a blood-red lipstick. Only this time she wore thicker tights under her mini skirt as it was much colder now, and she wore a long-sleeved jumper which was like a second skin, and it was also black, but it had large red lips imprinted on it which were formed like a key. Again it showed off her nice figure, and the heads of the male students turned towards her wherever she went. She had dated a guy already, but it was nothing serious. But Harry was right with his first assumption. All guys she had met so far were courageous, but to her surprise only few of the brave house had asked her. Probably they feared they were too near by Harry and Ron for their liking. Ginny took it with humor as she wasn't really interested in any guy of Gryffindor. But she was a little bit nervous about the reaction of her mum. She did wear her earring, the present of Harry and Bella, and a nice silver chain, and again a chain around her skirt. Hermione must have guessed her thoughts, because she smiled and whispered, "It will be all right, Gin." She didn't know how wrong she was. Bill met them at the station together with Charlie to take them to the burrow. Bill grinned as he saw his little sister. "Well, who is that?" He teased her, but he hugged her instantly. "Nice outfit, Gin." "I hope Ron keeps a beater bat at hand." "No need for that." Harry scares them away with only a look, and Ron is not much better. Ginny sighed and rolled her eyes. Bill hit Ron on his shoulder. "That's our brother. Look out for the little devil." Charlie was still staring at her. "That is our little sister." He asked incredulously, "What happened to her?" "Harry's girlfriend," said Hermione and grinned. "Harry and her took Ginny on a shopping trip on his account. And I would say, it paid off." Charlie nodded. "She is hot. Our little Ginny is really hot." Ginny squealed and hugged her second oldest brother. They were brought to the burrow by a ministry car. They Weasleys plus Hermione were awaited by Molly, Fred and George and Arthur of course as they got out of the car. "Oh, That look is promising nothing good. Bill muttered as he helped Ginny out of the car. Well, Molly waited until they were actually in the burrow before she exploded on her daughter. What are you wearing? She bellowed. Ginny was shocked. What are you meaning? These are nice clothes. The Weasley boys took a step back at the explosion that was surely to come, all but Bill, who took a step towards her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Mum, calm down. Billy said seriously, these are nice clothes. What? Keep out if that, Bill. That are no nice clothes. She overheard the crack that showed Harry's and Bella's arrival at the door. Such clothes, these are maybe used by a whore, not by a nice girl like I thought you are. Molly bellowed. Ginny stared wide-eyed at her mother and tears began to run down her cheeks. Mum. She asked quietly, but Molly was too enraged to notice that. Who has done that? Where got you the money for that? Don't tell me you have indeed, she accused her, and Ginny buried her face in her hands and sobbed heavily. An icy voice pulled Molly off her rant. Enough. Harry bellowed. Molly's head shot around and her eyes widened, as she looked in the cold green eyes of Harry and the piercing blue and violet eyes of Bellatrix. What is she doing here? I never invited that dark evil witch. A wave of dark magic rushed to the room as Harry took some steps towards Molly. I will answer your questions in the order you asked them. Firstly, it was my girlfriend who helped Ginny to choose her clothes. Secondly, I was the one who paid for it, because Ginny is like a little sister to me and I simply wanted to make her happy. And she was happy until she arrived here and her own mother called her a whore. You biased bitch. Molly gasped at that, but Harry didn't give her a chance to say something. How could you do that to her? How could you altogether call such a nice girl a whore? Are you crazy? If you ever call her remotely something like that in my presence again, I will show you how much she means to me and you will feel it as the pain you caused her with your stupidity. How dare? Shut up. Harry bellowed and another wave of raw magic swept through the room. Molly was taken aback by the rage in the voice of the teenager and slowly she became afraid. Now to your last question, you did in fact invite Bella. She is my girlfriend and much more, as I do love her more than anything else. You told me you would welcome her to your home, as you did to me. Well, it doesn't look that way to me. Actually, it looks like we aren't welcome here. As I'm looking for a nice Christmas with my loved ones for once, I will take her with me and leave. Molly Weasley, I would never had thought you would turn against your own children. Shame on you. He spat accusingly. With that he turned to Ginny. I'm sorry that you had to endure that, Gin. I would understand if you want a place where you could collect your thoughts and find some peace for your mind. If you want to, you can come with us, of course. Molly gasped again. Arthur. Do something. But she was shocked to the bone about the accusing glare of her own husband. I will do something. You will instantly apologize firstly to our guests and to Ginny. Honestly, how could you call our own beloved daughter a whore? She is only wearing modern clothing, as many teenagers do. And there is nothing offending about her clothes. All is covered nicely and I find it looks very good, Ginny. And I, in the opposite of you, do trust her. You said yourself, she should loosen up a bit. Arthur said. Nobody had seen Arthur Weasley so enraged ever. And now, as she does so, you insult her. Arthur bellowed. Tears were running down Molly's cheeks, as she began to realize what she had done. I trust her, that she won't run through Hogwarts and shag every bloke who crosses her way like you seem to think. She is far too clever and a too good character for that. He yelled. Molly began to sob heavily and turned to Ginny, but she wasn't anymore next to Bill. She turned around and found her protectively hugged by Harry and heavily sobbing. Harry had just turned to Bella. Sorry, love. I hadn't imagined such a reaction. We should go and enjoy a quiet evening together. She nodded and kissed him in his cheek. Ginny? Harry asked. She nodded and whispered, take me with you please. Harry. Arthur pleaded. The black-haired teen looked up with steely eyes. I'm sorry, Arthur. Thank you for your support. But I don't want to cause distress in your family. It is clear that the woman I love is not welcome here, so to avoid problems on both sides we will leave. I think Ginny needs only some time to cool down. It isn't every day that you get to hear such low insults from your own mother. She will be back tomorrow in the morning, the latest before lunch. Harry said and activated the portkey. Ron had hugged the whole time his shocked girlfriend. Now he took her hand and asked, do you want to come with me in my room? She nodded with tears running down her cheeks and they left without another word. Bill glared at his mum and turned to Arthur. Dad, thank you for your support. But I will leave as well. Maybe next Christmas is more enjoyable. With that he disapparated. Fred looked to George. Too bad we don't know where Harry really lives. His twin nodded. We didn't even get the chance to tell our little sister how hot she looks. Yeah, she looked absolutely stunning. Better we head up and write a letter then and tell her that. Sure thing, bro. With that they left. Molly sat heavily down on the couch and buried her face in her hands. Arthur and Charlie sat down on both of her sides. Arthur laid his arm around her and hugged her while Charlie placed his hand on her shoulder. She sobbed heavily. What have I done? She sobbed. Well, to be honest, you have surely blasted that Christmas. Charlie said seriously, you have hurt Ginny very deeply. She was totally excited to show you finally her new clothes and did talk about nothing else the whole way. And I have to tell you, that Harry, Dad and Bill were right, there was nothing wrong with her outfit. You also have hurt Harry for sure, even if he doesn't show his emotions anymore. You have hurt the one young man who has so much done for the whole world, but especially for our family. He saved our sister this very year a second time from the hands of Voldemort. He did save Dad last year and I have a feeling he has done much more already. Did you ever think about it, before you insulted his girlfriend? Did it occur to you, that there have to be reasons why he loves her? And even if you still have your problems with that, it is his life, his relationship and his decision. You have told him repeatedly, that he could bring his girlfriend and he did warn you sometimes. What you did was a slap in his face. And then, Bellatrix. She was hurt, Mum. I would never have thought that, but you have hurt her feelings. Mum, she has saved our and the ministry along with the Dark Avenger, she did help in the counter-attack. She has done already much good and she was freed of all charges. Yes, and both, Harry and Bellatrix helped to improve the wards of Hogwarts. Again he is protecting Ginny and Ron and they are going to add new wards in some days as well. Arthur said. Molly was still sobbing, but she looked uncertainly up. Thank you for your honesty. Both of you. It did hurt, but I did need that, didn't I? Both nodded seriously. I'm so sorry, she said utterly defeated. You need to tell that Ginny, Bellatrix and Harry, not us. But how can Ginny ever forgive me for that? It may be our last Christmas together or a last quiet Christmas. I mean we are at war and we all are involved. She said, I want to be together with her, and with Harry, he is even more in danger. I want both here. She gulped, and you were right about Bellatrix. Sure, she is annoying, but you were right, she has done much good already. She sure is welcome here. Arthur sighed, well, I don't know about that. We all know, that Harry isn't forgiving anymore, and if I should take a guess, that is even more so if his love is involved. Does he really love her? Molly asked. Much more than that. Came Hermione's voice from the door, they are soulmates. And if I should take a guess, even if you give him and Bella a written invitation, they won't come. Ron said seriously, he has suffered too much to care about empty promises anymore. Soulmates. Molly gasped, but, it wouldn't be an empty promise. Molly said hurt. No, but your first one was. Ron said quietly, and he isn't a type for second chances, at least not anymore. New tears ran down her cheeks and Hermione hugged her friend as she needed support now. She too wanted to be with Harry, as she knew very well, that the final battle was near, but she couldn't abandon Ron's family. Her emotions must have shown on her face, because Molly looked guiltily to her and said, I'm so sorry, Hermione. It is my error, that you are apart from him now. She sighed, what can I do now? Well, for sure you have to apologize to all of them. I don't know how though. And I don't know how we can convince Harry to come back. Arthur sighed, because Ron is right. Harry doesn't forgive anymore. He has enough worries as it is. Hermione sighed, there may be a way. Molly's head shot up and she looked hopefully to the brown-haired young witch, whatever it takes. Please, tell us. Even Ron looked questioningly to Hermione. Well, you won't have a chance to convince Harry. You have to apologize of course. But you could maybe convince Bella. She loves him dearly, even if they both show it not really in public. You have to convince her, that she is welcome here. Then you will have to convince her honestly, that you want Harry here with you and why it is so important for you and your whole family. If you can convince her, she will get him to come and accept your apology. She convinced him to start anew with us as well. Ron nodded. That is my Hermione. He said with a smile, that is the only way. I don't really like her as well, but I know, he loves her and she him. If you want him here, you will have to convince her. And you should do it instantly. How? Nobody knows where that blasted manor is. Molly swore. True, but I know someone who can find it. Ron said with a grin, even if that is still not easy. Who? Molly asked floored. Fox. You both are geniuses. Molly said and jumped up. He will find them in no time. There is still a problem. Ron sighed. What? Molly asked. Fox is a creature of light. Hermione explained, and maybe he won't look for them. He even hesitated to help Harry to find Ginny. Molly's eyes widened. Well, we have to try. She hurried to the fireplace and called for Dumbledore. She explained the situation and traveled by flow to Hogwarts. There she had some convincing to do, but finally Fox agreed to carry 3 letters to Harry, Ginny and Bella. The 3 hurt people sat in the dimly lit living room of the manor and a cozy fire in the fireplace spread warmth throughout the room. Harry sat in the middle and on his left side sat Ginny curled up and snuggling to his side. He stroked slowly her back to soothe her. On his right side sat Bella and leaned closely against him. He had his right arm around her waist and kissed her gently. My mum hates me. Ginny sobbed. Ginny, Harry said forcefully. She looked up with her moist eyes. Molly doesn't hate you. She is only a bit biased and was shocked to see her little daughter this hot. She loves you, Ginny, and I bet she is sorry about what she had said, and I think she is worried at this very moment and wants you back. Do you think so? She said hopefully. Of course, Ginny. She is your mother and she does love you. She was only a bit surprised and has to get accustomed to your new style. Harry said and smiled. I hope so. Ginny said in a defeated voice. Harry chuckled and grinned with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What? Ginny asked, and even Bella turned curiously to her love. I bet she is only envious that you have such nice and good-looking clothes. Maybe we should take her on a shopping trip as well. The 3 looked for a second at each other and burst out into laughing. Oh Harry, what should I do without you? Ginny said thankfully and hugged him. Chase after some more boys, of course. Harry said and winked. Oh you. Ginny said and slapped him on his arm. Bella said reproachfully, Harry, what have you done to Molly's little daughter and pride? They laughed again as a red magnificent bird appeared with a flash, let 3 letters fall to their supposed laps and landed at the side of Ginny. He sang his song and looked very surprised for a bird, as Harry or Bella didn't shudder in indisposition. Both smiled as the powerful song rushed through them. Ginny stroked his feathers, but the bird kept his eyes on Harry with a questioning look. Harry grinned and held his arm up. Fox was visibly curious and flew over. Fox, my dear boy, Harry said with mirth in his voice, I bet you ask yourself, why you doesn't affect us in a bad way. Well, Bella and me are a dark wizard and witch. We have killed, we have tortured, and we have delved in the blackest arts. Yes, we are merciless, revengeful and unforgiving. But we are not evil. Our hearts are surrounded by steel, but we have still hearts. We do love, but we give our love and trust very carefully, and finally, we do fight for the good, not for the light, not for the dark, but for the good. The bird looked apologizing at the dark-haired teenager and rubbed his red head against Harry's cheek. It's all right, I forgive you, Fox. I know that you can feel the darkness radiating of us, I don't hold it against you. Bella and Ginny stared disbelievingly at that display of friendship between an animal and the powerful wizard and were astounded to see the emotions in the eyes of the ancient bird, at first surprise, then understanding, and then thanks. Well, my old friend, could you do me a favor? Harry asked. The bird looked up to the green eyes of Harry. I wanted to do something later in the evening, but as you are here now, maybe you could help me and give us your blessing. Harry leaned over to the bird's head and whispered something. The bird let out an excited thrill and spread his magnificent wings before he took flight and circled above them and sang a powerful, encouraging and loving song. The girls shuddered in excitement, as the powerful magic of the song rushed through them. Harry got up and turned around, so that he faced Bellatrix. As I said, I wanted to do this later in front of all the people who matters to me, but there is no time like present. He said and grinned. He knelt down on one knee and took Bella's hand in his. Ginny gasped and Bella stared wide-eyed at the young man. Bella, I do love you with all my heart. You were there for me, as I needed someone, you trained me and helped me to prepare for my burden as all others abandoned me. You were the first one whom I could wholly trust and I thank you for all that. But you also showed me the meaning of love. In more than one way, you made a man out of me, a little scared, shy and insecure boy. I feel only complete, if I'm around you and know, that you are well. Our bond gives me peace and the strength to carry my burden. If I'm with you, cuddle with you or only snuggle up against you, all doubts, all fear and all insecurity is erased instantly. I know, we have both our moments and we had and will have fierce rows, but I don't want it in another way. I need a strong woman at my side, a woman who knows what she wants and a woman who can hold her position against me if I'm moody or brooding and you are that woman. I love you for that and because you don't see me as the boy who lived or the savior or crap like that. You see me, as I'm in nothing more, but also nothing less. I don't want to be without you anymore. Would you do me the honor and become my wife? Bella had moist eyes, as she knelt down in front of him and hugged him fiercely. She nodded, I love you as well and I'm honored, that you want to make me your wife. Of course I want. Harry shoved her gently away and got a small box out of his robe. He flicked it open. Inside on dark blue velvet were 2 silvery rings. They were actually made of white gold and on their small bands was a Celtic pattern engraved which was curled around the words, Eternal Love, which were written in gold. He took the smaller ring and placed it on her finger. She did the same with his and then they keyed. Fox changed his song. He sang a song which they had never heard before and it was much more powerful than anything they had heard before. The love they felt was multiplied during this song and they felt their bond strengthen. They felt a tingle rushing through them and finally it seemed to concentrate on their fingers, where the rings were. Warmth spread through the rings and as they separated from the key and looked curiously at the rings, they saw that the Celtic pattern and the words seemed to be in golden and red fire. It wasn't hot, but it looked magnificent. They knew somehow that Fox had indeed blessed their love and engagement and the fire on their rings would burn as long as their love would last and if it were for Harry, it would last eternally. Bella and Ginny had tears of happiness running down their cheeks as Fox finished his song and with a final thrill disappeared in a red flame. I'm so happy for you both and that you deemed me worthy enough to be a witness to this, is the best present you could give me. Ginny said deeply moved. She hugged Harry, as the both got up from their kneeling position and after that she hugged Bellatrix for once without hesitation and Bella hugged her back in the same way. Well, it seems to me, that someone came to his senses. Harry said more coldly with a look to the letters. He took his and laid it unread on the desk. Then he sat down and pulled Bella to his lap where she landed with a surprised squeal. She slapped him on his head before she keyed him again. Then she took her letter at the same time as Ginny did and both looked uncertainly at the letters. But Bella looked up to Ginny and smiled reassuringly at the red-headed girl. I'm sure, Harry was right. Molly will surely apologize to you. But, even if she does, what shall I do then? Ginny asked disturbed. Do you love your mum? Bella asked. Ginny nodded. Do you want to be with her and your family? Ginny sighed and nodded. Then your question is answered. Bella said with a smile. What about you? Ginny asked with a thankful smile. Well, I guess, I should read it. Bella said and opened the letter. Harry looked questioningly at his fiancée as she had finished her letter. Well, he asked. You have some very insightful and caring friends, Harry. Bella said with a smile. I thought it was from Molly. Harry said. It is. She apologized to me and told me her regrets about her insulting me, you and Ginny of course. But she also told me how much she wanted you there and she is hoping that we all come back to the burrow, now. Fat chance. Harry spat. Harry. Bella scolded him. He held his hand up and looked to Ginny. She had again tears running down her cheeks. She says she is sorry about her reaction and she made it clear that she loves me and she wants me to come back. She even says that she knows very well that she had hurt me deeply and she doesn't expect me to forgive her instantly. She promised me to ignore her disliking for my clothing and, she said, she will do anything to regain my love. And, Harry asked, Harry you prat, I do love her despite her rant. Ginny said forcefully. Harry chuckled, that was what I wanted to hear. Now, do you want to go back now or in the morning? She looked uncertain for a moment, but then she became determined. I want to go back instantly but, she interrupted him as he got up. I'm not going without you both. Harry's head turned around and he pierced her with angered green glowing eyes, but the expression changed to mirth. He hissed mockingly, "Traitor." Then he turned around to Bella, "And what have you to say about that?" She placed her fists in her hips and scowled at him, "That is easy. We will go and take you with us, with or without your consent." Then she grinned. But shortly after that she became serious again. "Harry, that is your family, there are your friends. Don't hold a grudge about such a silly argument. You are better than that. You need your friends and they need you. Don't forget that we are at war and the final battle is near. It may very well be that some of them will not make it, and now is maybe a last chance to spend time with them." Harry sighed and nodded. "You are right. I'm always right," she said and laughed. "Besides, I want to rub the ring in her face and that she had missed the betrothal of her seventh son because of her stupidity," she added with an evil glint. He hugged her and kissed her. Then he turned around to Ginny and said, "Well, I'm outnumbered. My friends knew what they did, as they told Molly she had to convince Bella to convince me." Ginny grinned. "You were whipped." "Sure, I'm," Harry said and shrugged. "Now, how about a shocking entrance then?" Harry asked with a truly evil look as he called his staff. "Do you think that is wise?" Ginny asked and gulped. She said in her letter, "She knows that I have helped them in the ministry." Bella said seriously, "And she knows that Harry has saved you sometimes. If we appear like that, they will realize that we have saved them much more often as they thought, and I think they deserve that." Ginny nodded. "You are right about that. That was one thing that hurt me the most, as she turned on you both despite of all what you have done. Well, Harry, we should make a detour and gather Bill. He had left after the argument." Bella said as she skimmed her letter again. "Sure thing." Then he turned to his love. "Well, Ginny shocked them already with her outfit. If I come in as Dark Avenger, I will shock them too. What about a shocking outfit for you?" Bella nodded. "What do you have in mind?" Harry smiled evilly and she took a step back. "Oh no. Harry James Potter. No. No way. Aw, come on." Harry teased her. "That will even strengthen her regrets that she kicked you out before she could get to know you. You will pay for that." Bella hissed, before she disappeared to their room to change. "Harry, what are you up to?" Ginny asked and was floored as Bella came back some minutes later. "Oh my God," she whispered. There was much tension in the burrow. Except Bill and of course Percy, who had still not apologized to his family. The whole family was gathered in the living room again. There was only quiet talking and Molly had apologized to all family members, but the twins made it clear that their acceptance depended on Ginny's reaction. Ron and Hermione had already forgiven her, as they had guessed the reaction of Molly. Charlie and Arthur had forgiven her as first ones. "What if they don't come?" Molly asked again. "Molly, don't underestimate Bellatrix. She is exactly like Harry, and if she sets her mind on something, nobody can stop her. She will convince Harry, and we all know that Ginny loves you as you love her. She will come back," Hermione assured her. Suddenly they felt darkness rushing through their bodies. The Weasleys gulped and shuddered. Only Hermione smiled despite the evil feeling. "They are coming," Hermione said. The black cloud was forming and 3 people and an owl appeared. As the cloud dissipated, they looked stunned to the tall wizard in the dark red cloak. "What is he doing here?" Molly stammered. "Well, you have invited me, the Dark Avenger, or that thing, as you called me once," the wizard said in a reverberating voice. Molly blanched. "Not again," she said defeated. "Whom have I insulted this time?" The wizard laughed and lowered his hood. "Only me, Molly," Harry said in his normal voice. "I thought so, as you arrived here with Ginny and Bill, Harry. I'm sorry for that, and I realize now that you and Bellatrix have done even more for us, as we have thought." "Where is your girlfriend?" Molly asked, this time in a lovely voice. The owl swept from his shoulder and landed on the floor before she changed back into her human form. This time all looked stunned, as they saw the beautiful woman who stood in front of them. The black-haired slim girl wore a shiny deep blue silk dress which went down to her knees and enhanced her lovely figure very well. Her shoulders were bare and too small. Straps held her dress in place. She also had a decent makeup in her face and a light pink lipstick. She looked simply wonderful. Molly gasped as she saw Bellatrix in this outfit. Harry stepped beside her and laid an arm around her small waist. "Would you already stop your staring at my fiancé?" he asked with a mischievous spark in his eyes. The heads shot towards him. "What?" Molly gasped, your fiancé. Ginny squealed, yes, she has just proposed to her. Oh, it was so wonderful. Then she ran to her mum and hugged her. Mum. Molly hugged her back and said, I'm sorry, that I insulted you. I love you. Can you forgive an old stubborn woman? Ginny nodded. Molly looked up to Harry and Bellatrix. I congratulate you and I want to apologize to you as well. That is a lovely dress, Miss Black. Bella smiled, thank you and I accept your apology. And I'm sure you are disappointed to hear that, but I don't like such dresses. It is only a favor for my beloved fiancé. And please, call me Bella. Molly looked hopefully at Harry but he had still a hard look in his eyes. You are very lucky, Molly. Harry growled, and that 4 times. Firstly, you have to thank Hermione and Ron who surely gave you the hint to convince Bella, because if you had asked me, I would have said no. To be honest, your letter is still unopened on the desk at home. Secondly, you have to thank Bella, because she accepted your apology and convinced me indeed. Thirdly, you have to thank your daughter, because she forced me to come along, and finally, you are lucky that I'm in a happy mood, because Bella just agreed to marry me. So you are lucky and I forgive you this one time. She separated from her daughter and hugged him fiercely. I'm so sorry, Harry, she nearly sobbed. Then she separated and gave Bella her hand. Welcome to our extended family, Bella, and call me Molly please. After the tension was over, the others congratulated the both of them. Say, Mr. Dark Avenger, did you plan to propose to her today? Hermione asked a little bit disappointed. Hey, that silly name came from you brats, so stop to call me that. I'm not interested that this comes out. And yes, I was going to propose her this evening anyway. But as Fawkes delivered your letters, I used the chance and asked him for his blessing and he gave it to us. Harry said with a proud smile. What? Fawkes blessed your engagement? Bill asked astounded. That is a powerful blessing indeed. There are legends about magical creatures who bless the love of wizards, but they are very old. It is said that they form a bond between the couple. They bond already existed between us, Bill. Bella said with a true smile. Through my emotions I gave him messages about the Death Eaters as I scouted for him in my owl form. But you were right about Fawkes, Bill. He strengthened the bond between us and I tell you, love is a fine thing, but I have never felt it such intense as I did as he blessed us with his song. Harry said. It is a true wonder. Hermione said with a proud smile, in 2 ways. The first wonder is, that he gave his blessing and the second is, that he gave it to 2 known dark or even black wizards. Ginny snickered, well, I wondered if Harry is insane, as he began to explain a bird the difference between dark magic and evilness, but then I understood. It is a very intelligent bird, that is a fact. Hermione said. Now, let's celebrate Christmas and the engagement of the 2 lovebirds. Molly said excitedly, and the feast is becoming cold already. As they sat at the large table and were finished with their dinner, Molly got nervously up and said, may I have your attention, please? Instantly all chatter stopped and all looked to Molly. She looked apologetically to her youngest child and only daughter. We all are gathered here to celebrate Christmas, the day of love, and for us, the day of family. We even have the members of our extended family here, Harry, his fiancée Bellatrix, and of course Hermione. And I was the one who nearly blew the holiday, and for that I'm sorry. But not only that, I did today the unforgivable. I insulted my own daughter in a way I normally wouldn't insult an enemy, and I will never forgive myself for that. Ginny had tears running down her cheeks, the same as Molly. I want again to apologize to you, Ginny. I did you very wrong and I know I have hurt you deeply. I, for my part, do find your clothes very provoking, but I realize they are very hot, as you young ones say. I don't like it, but you are growing up and have the right to decide for yourself. I will never say anything against your clothing again. Thank you, Mum. Ginny sobbed, and I do forgive you and I love you. Molly went over to her and hugged her. Then she got back to her place, but she didn't sat down. She looked now to a moved Bellatrix, and Harry took her hand and pressed it reassuringly. Bellatrix, I don't know how I can apologize to you. I did tell Harry repeatedly that he can bring his girlfriend along without worries. But as he did so, I insulted you. Of course, I didn't know it at that time, but that is no excuse. You did help us often enough already, and I was wrong, very wrong. I don't really know you, but I can imagine that you don't forgive easily or trust easily. I hope, one day you can. Bella grinned. You are forgiven, Molly. I'm used to get a, rather cold welcoming. That only changed with my Harry. I didn't expect you to welcome me with open arms. In fact, I feel very welcome here now, and aside from Harry, that is very new to me. So, no further apologies necessary, and thank you for your welcome. Molly smiled a honest smile and Bella smiled back. You know, with that nice dress and that beautiful smile. Molly said, but Bella scowled and interrupted her. Please, don't finish that sentence. I'm not a girly type and I don't wear fancy dresses. People see me as cold, dangerous, and they avoid me like the plague. I like it that way. If ever, only my most trusted friends will get to know my real self, and for now, that is only Harry and my sister, Sissy. Then she turned around to a chuckling Harry, and I will get you for that. Harry nodded. I know, Talon. Molly chuckled as well. As you wish, Bellatrix. Now, Harry, I know, you didn't show anything, but I know, I have disappointed you too, and that hurts me as much as my insult to Ginny. I know very well, that I can't say anything, that will make you forgive me. You have changed too much, and again, I know, that is necessary for now. I can only tell you, that it means very much to me, that you are here at this special day together with your fiancé and the rest of my family, because you are family. I hope, someday you can forgive an old stubborn woman, and I hope, we all will see better days, where such a cold and, well, cruel behavior is no longer necessary. I'm very sorry, that I did miss your proposal to the woman you love with all your heart, and I know, that is my error and my error alone, that all the others missed it as well. And for that, I want to apologize to all of you, said Molly again with tears in her eyes, and sat heavily down on her chair. Arthur hugged her gently and kissed her on her cheek. Harry didn't show any emotion at all, and Bellatrix sighed at this. She was sorry, that Harry had become so cold. She knew, partially it was her doing, but she also knew, it was indeed necessary. She did also acknowledge, that she was already changing to the better, thanks to Harry and his caring friends and family. Harry seemed once more to feel, what was going on in her head, as he turned around to her and smiled reassuringly. It will be all right, love. It will be all right. With that he kissed her gently on her lips. They spent a joyful evening after that, and Molly begged them, to spend the night at the Burrow. You can use Percy's room, she said to Bella, and then she sighed and turned to Harry. Well, of course, you can sleep together with your fiancé in the room. Harry grinned at Molly. Why so shy, Molly? You know, we did even speak already about children. Molly gasped and blushed, which in turn caused Harry and Bella to laugh. Then Bella turned to Harry with a wicked glint in her blue, violet-streaked eyes. You told me, you wanted to wait until after the final battle. Yes, I did, he said. Well, maybe we should stop to have say until then, she said with a devious smile. Molly blushed even more. You wouldn't do that, would you? Harry asked, shocked. Test me, Bella said with an evil grin. Harry scowled. You know, if you keep it that way. Well, then I can't wait, until Riddle comes to Hogwarts. I think, I will have to go after him then. Bella gasped. Don't you dare. You said, you would stop to have say, said Harry, but Bella interrupted him and kissed him. But then she slapped him. All right, we will have our say despite the fact that our children have to wait then. Then she turned to Molly and growled, I can do what I want, he still gets the better of me. Harry grinned and kissed her again. The others had watched this display stunned to the bone and blushed. Only Bill laughed heartily. Still, Harry and Bella left after a tasteful breakfast and of course after the exchange of gifts. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.